Wonderful. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the first day of the July 16th to 17th, 2025 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you will receive instructions on how to indicate you would like to join the conversation. I'd like to welcome my co-chair, Eric Sklar, to this meeting. Nice to see you here in Sacramento, Eric. Melissa, could you please provide some technical notes before we get started? And then I think that Susan is going to give a meeting overview and do some introductions. Wonderful.
And you both had Catherine this morning. All right, for those who are here in the meeting room, please do mute your microphones, whether that's your computer or your cell phone, etc., or especially Zoom if you're connected to the webinar. Otherwise, it does sometimes create some echoing. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the Call Me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you are unable to join using Zoom on your computer or mobile device, please join via phone, and note that *9 is currently not functioning. So you'll need to communicate directly with staff, and we'll give you a little more on that in a few minutes. If you are having technical difficulties in the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's our regular public comment line, fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method, or if necessary, you may call 916-902-9285. Again, 916-902-9285. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host.
All right, great. Well, welcome everyone to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners that co-chair each meeting, and members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. However, it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at its regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings, as you've heard, are being recorded. They will be posted to the commission website or YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. It usually takes a few days till we can get that up. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair or co-chairs. As a general rule, requests for regulation changes need to be directed to the full commission and submitted the formal way through petition process. However, at the committee's discretion, it may request that staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendation to the commission. So today's committee meetings are intended to operate informally and to provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. And so if you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the co-chair. Please share your name and affiliation if you have a specific one. And time is limited, particularly today with our agenda list. So please be concise and provide opportunity for others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concerns or ideas to express, we encourage you to say that you agree with whomever has spoken previously. Generally, participants in person are called on first, followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. As a topic discussion evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. In other words, unlike commission meetings that have a formal number of minutes and that's it, we do anticipate this will be dialogue, so you may continue to contribute. If speaking during the general public comment agenda item, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda, because the comments and input on those agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses that item. For those joining us in the meeting room, restrooms and a water dispenser are located down the hallway. That is also your nearest exit in the unlikely event of an emergency. And now I would like to introduce some of our commission staff and department colleagues and others in the room today. Melissa Miller Henson, our executive director. I'm Susan Ashcraft, the Marine Advisor. Kelsey Laird, our staff services analyst, is supporting. Kimmy Rogers, environmental scientist, is in the back. Caroline Newell, our Sea Grant State Fellow, and David Haug, our regulatory analyst, is supporting us via Zoom. And from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the department, Assistant Chief Eric Cord, Marine Enforcement District Law Enforcement Division, Dr. Craig Schumann, Regional Manager, Marine Region, Randy Lovell, the State Aquaculture Coordinator, Joanna Grable, Environmental Program Manager, Invertebrate Program, Marine Region. Kirsten Ramey is joining us by Zoom. And she's the Environmental Program Manager for the State Managed Marine Finfish Program. Also, Kristen Elsmore will be joining us for one of the topics. She's a Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist with the Marine Region. And welcome to our colleagues from the California Ocean Protection Council. Mike Escrow, Senior Program Biodiversity Program Manager and Tribal Liaison, is joining us likely from Zoom. And Katie Sierri, the Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager, is here today in the room. Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. All right, before we begin our agenda items, I do want to acknowledge that we're meeting on the tribal lands of Sacramento's Native Californians. We'd like to acknowledge the Nishanan people to the east, the Southern Maidu people to the north, the Valley and Plains Miwok peoples to the south of the American River, and the Pochwain Wintun peoples to the west of the Sacramento River. We'd also like to honor the Wilton Rancheria. I do want to acknowledge all California Native American communities who have inhabited California lands for thousands of years and continue to do so today. We honor and respect the diverse indigenous people who are deeply connected to the fish, wildlife, and habitats that we manage as a part of our work. We take seriously our trust relationship with these sovereign tribal governments, and we do our work together with and with much respect and gratitude for those who have lived in California since time immemorial. Together with the best available science that includes traditional knowledge, we carry out the Commission's mission to hold fish and wildlife and their habitats in the public trust to enhance and restore California's native fish and wildlife in their natural habitats and to secure a rich and sustainable outdoor heritage for all Californians. One other piece of business before we start the first agenda item, I want to ask that any elected officials or tribal council members or their representatives, please raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand feature. If you're joining by phone, staff will unmute you and ask if you're an elected official or representative. If you're here in the room and you're an elected official or tribal leader or the representative, please come on up to the table. We'd like to know what agenda item you'd like to speak to. I don't see any hands raised on the Zoom. Do I have that right, David?
That's correct. We have no raised hands on Zoom at the moment.
Okay, perfect. So with that, we will get started on our agenda. And the first agenda item is to approve our agenda and our order of items. I don't have any,
Right, we do have one phone line. Oh, again, they can't unmute or raise their hands. So if we could unmute them and just confirm that they're not an elected official and what agenda item they might want to speak to, if at all. So we have a phone caller with the last three digits of 331. Could you please identify yourself? Phone caller with the last three digits of 331. Okay. Hello?
I can imagine that person might be very
Hi,
surprised
sorry.
to be called on.
No, I do not have any comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so our first agenda item is to approve the agenda and the order of items. I don't have any changes to offer, and I don't think staff has offered any changes. Eric, are you pleased with the agenda as it stands? Okay, so we will approve the agenda and the order of items. And that takes us to agenda item number 2, which is for general public comment for items not on the agenda. So again, this is for items that are not on our agenda today. And Melissa is going to give us some guidance on this agenda item if you'd like to make a comment.
So if you'd like to provide public comment under agenda item 2 and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. And when your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. And again, for those who are on the phone, so our last speaker indicated they didn't have anything that they wanted to speak to, and I don't see any other phone numbers at the moment.
Terrific. All right, and if you're in the room and you want to speak on this agenda item, I see you, Chris. Please go ahead and come on up to the table. We have a more sort of informal discussion-based format here at the MRC. So we'd love to have you just come up to the table. I think we do have one speaker who was pre-approved for a presentation. So why don't we start with that? I think Keith is on Zoom. We'll do that and then we'll go to the folks here at the table. So thanks for your patience. Welcome, Keith. And if we could unmute Keith.
Unmute. Very good. Good morning. Keith Routsard here from the Giant Kelp Restoration Project. I'm sorry I couldn't be there this morning. I will be there this afternoon. I'm in Santa Rosa right now. Can I have the next slide, please? So I'd like to talk a little bit about giant kelp. I wanted this to be in the bull kelp category, but it's because they're usually considered together, the canopy forming kelp. But I wanted to just talk a little bit about the giant kelp. And in this ecosystem for 2.6 million years, there were sea otters and sea cows. But when the sea otters were hunted to near extinction, the sea cows became extinct. So what we're doing by removing the kelp canopy is acting as a proxy for a now extinct stellar sea cow. The next slide, please. So this is an excerpt from the Fish and Game, the Division of Fish and Game. It was the Board of Commissioners, I think, at that time, who did a report in this was in 1948, and they posted this in the report. And it's typewritten, it's in bad quality, so it's hard to read right there. Can you go to the next slide, please? I have typed out what was written there in that report. Next slide, please. There we go. The effects of kelp harvesting have been studied by various agencies over the past 30 years, and results have been reported in federal and state publications. This resource is unique in that utilization tends to improve the original supply. Supervised harvesting results in a more healthy growth in the beds with less breakage from wave action and less litter washed ashore. Valuable products are being produced from this resource without injury to the beds and fisheries or to the recreational areas of California. Next slide, please. So pruning giant kelp makes it resilient. And in Monterey, where I would come from, there is the Monterey Abalone Company, and the only kelp remaining in South Monterey Bay State Marine Conservation Areas is where the Monterey Abalone Company has harvested kelp for 30 years. And also a place that's east of Hopkins Marine Station in Lover's Point, Julia Platt State Marine Reserve. So the idea is that this is something that you should allow to be done in everywhere where there's giant kelp, is to be able to prune that kelp canopy, including inside state marine reserves, where it is not allowed presently. Right now, kelp harvest in bed 220 is only allowed in the state marine conservation areas and not the reserve. But we know very well that that is not how this giant kelp functions. So for bull kelp, don't harvest it, but giant kelp, you should harvest it. And I also talked to Art Seavey from the Monterey Abalone Company, and hopefully he'll be joining this public comment as well. So that's all for now. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Keith. So next, we're gonna go to folks who are in the room. Don't worry, we see that there are folks who have their hands up on Zoom as well, and we will come to you after we do some of the folks in the room. So please just stay tuned. We see you and we want to hear from you. Chris.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of California, or Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. I want to make kind of a general comment about the challenges we face, given the way that our federal government is behaving and the likelihood that the federal management structure could get seriously defunded or disrupted in ways that are going to require state to kind of maybe fill in a constructive way so that fisheries don't curtail as a result of breaks in data streams. So I know the Ocean Protection Council has made an effort to try to get a handle on the possibilities there and are thinking about this issue. And then more generally, I think this body needs to recognize the successes we've had in the past with the establishment of what is considered an award-winning MPA network and the passage of the MLMA, and how now through time we've started to implement pretty aggressive and successful sustainable fisheries management mechanisms. And I believe it's super important that when we consider the decisions we make in the near future, and I'm talking about in the near future, that we don't do things that really upend the apple cart with respect to the commercial fisheries that are hanging by their fingernails in this state. So I've often cited how few fishermen there are compared to when I started fishing commercially. So everyone's aware that our numbers are dramatically down. The area we're allowed to fish in has been dramatically reduced. When you overlay the regulatory framework with rock cod conservation areas and Prop 132 for the said gillnet fishery, and now, the myriad of other regulatory actions this body and the federal system has superimposed on the fisheries of this state, we need to be recognize that we are wildly well regulated between the existing MPA network. Okay. And I was pleased that the Ocean Protection Council went ahead and accepted the Chumash, right? But what's really disturbing about that is that the feds have now gone to the beach in the state of California. And technically, the federal system shouldn't assume any authority over 0 to 3 miles. And the state of California just rolled over and took no responsibility for their obligation to manage marine resources within their jurisdiction. Okay, and I want to make this point really clear. Tribal interests are paramount. They're important to consider at every turn. And we should all make every effort we can to right the wrongs of the past. But as a commercial fisherman and representing commercial fishermen, understanding what co-management means within that space is important. And I've been bringing it up and nobody speaks to it, right? Because it's nation within a nation. And I don't even know if Brown Act or Bagley-Keene apply to the future co-management interactions. Are we going to have public opportunity to engage in the decision-making process associated with a co-management arrangement in now this important region of the state? So just to reinforce, and I'm going to be saying this, just be patient with me. I'm going to be saying it repeatedly. We need not to take ridiculously controversial actions at this point in this country's history, because alienating my community from its expectation that its government is doing a good job on their behalf, preserving their opportunity to harvest, destroying high quality working business models, destroying local food systems, we as a country need to recognize we may seriously have disruptions in our food systems in the near future. So it's important that we don't destroy the good things that we have that are currently well regulated and sustainably managed. And so I hope everybody puts that at the forefront of their thinking as we proceed through this, especially tomorrow. It's not a good time to be attacking in a nitpicky, ripping opportunity way in every place. Think about the fisheries that are closed. Think about all the fishermen. Those used to be the biggest fisheries in the state. And now they're closed. So please consider the few fishermen that there are left in the halibut trawl fishery, the set gillnet fishery, these fisheries that are just barely functioning because there's almost nobody in them. And don't buy into any of this mischaracterization of the extreme environmental movement around the nature of these fisheries with respect to bycatch and habitat degradation. I paid close attention to the environmental organizations who spoke against the OPC accepting that additional 6% that the Chumash sanctuary affords our efforts to get to 3030. Right? They mischaracterized that halibut trawl fishery, and that kind of behavior is what's going to F this situation up. So that's my comment for the day, and I appreciate your indulging.
Thanks for that, Chris. I appreciate it. Yeah. I do want to say I appreciate you acknowledging the successes we've had with our existing MPA network and with MLMA. And I hope you feel that the conversations we've had regarding potential future decisions, including, in what you just referenced about, halibut and set gillnet, et cetera. I mean, I'm really proud of the thoughtful, deliberative conversations we've been having in this body and on the commission over the last couple of years. So I hope that you feel that too, so far.
I do, but there's efforts on the part of some organizations to circumvent this process and use the legislature to rob our opportunity to work through the details, especially with the set gillnet fishery and a capacity goal. And so I would hope that the department would advocate that legislation be amended to accommodate the authority be invested in the commission to make decisions that are historically done by this commission with respect to that fishery. So this is an opportunity for us to talk about that legislation to successfully push the management of that fishery to a better place, but through your authority, not through the legislature, which doesn't have the understanding of the details like you guys do.
Well, technically, this particular agenda item is not an opportunity for us to talk about, and we can't. But I really appreciate everything that you had to say and you sharing that. I can tell there's a lot of passion behind it, and that makes sense to me. So,
we're not far from Carpinteria. I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the news last week, but Ventura and Carpinteria has experienced some pretty bizarre things, and I think we all need to be aware of what's happening with respect to our immigrant population and how that actually affects fisheries. My daughter processes fish.
Thanks. All right, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chris, for those comments. And I hope we continue, and this is what I appreciate about the MRC for this kind of continuing conversation. I'm going to change gears a little bit because I wanted to identify myself. So yes, I'm Katie O'Donnell. I'm the U.S. Ocean Conservation Manager at Wild Coast. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I just briefly wanted to first thank the department and the commission as well, but for the Barred Sand Bass Working Group, I appreciate being included in that. And I also hope that we continue to grow that. And I know the department is open to having other groups join as well. And I'm looking forward to meeting when we do later this year again. So thank you for that. I also wanted to flag two upcoming things. So as Wild Coast is the statewide coordinator for our Marine Protected Area Watch program, or MPA Watch, And so we have a couple reports that are gonna be coming out, and I'm looking forward to sharing them with the department and commission and anyone else that's interested in sharing them. We'll have our bioregional reports coming out. We're working on finalizing those. And then we also have our mid-year reports as well, which we have regularly, and those are always available on the NPA Watch website. So just wanted to share that. And so thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, Jeff, come on forward. And anyone else, if you want to talk during this agenda item number 2, open public comment, please come on up to the table, because we are going to go to the Zoom folks, if I don't see any more folks coming up to the table. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Murray, members of the MRC and staff. My name is Jeff Shester, representing the conservation group Oceana. I guess I just wanted to voice support for a number of efforts through the experimental fishing permit process, looking at the box crab fishery in Southern California. We're really hopeful that this will provide for new fishing opportunities and things that we can work together on in terms of a collaboration. I think we've been working with a number of folks there. I know there's obviously, in addition to them having success with the ropeless or pop-up gear experiments in deeper water that I think can be helpful for other efforts. They've also been collecting some good data, and we would support sort of thinking about a process to move that towards actually becoming an actual authorized fishery outside the EFP over the next few years, and look forward to kind of working collaboratively to think about ways that the environmental community can support the development of new fishing opportunities and exploring some of these new fisheries in a way that is done sustainably. And also encourage, I know there's been some sort of creative thinking about how to potentially explore that fishery up in north of Point Conception, and thinking about ways to do that without overburdening the EFP program. So really wanted to support those efforts and really work with the department to figure out how we can kind of look at those opportunities. Wanted to recognize Bran Little for his efforts there to try to explore that fishery elsewhere as well. So there are opportunities, we believe, to explore these new fishing opportunities, to open opportunities back up that maybe haven't been explored in the past, bring more sustainable seafood to our local communities, and the environmental community, our organization, would like to be a partner in those efforts. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hey there, Michael Quill, Marine Program Director at Los Angeles Waterkeepers. Good to see everyone. What a year this has been, and I want to be tip my hat for the working groups that have been going on. I've been getting notes. I've been out on the water a lot, so I can't take part in those, as some of my fishing colleagues can't as well, because they're out on the water. But we are getting those notes, and I really appreciate the effort for reshuffling the deck on what's going down for the next year or 2 years. I find that to be a little bit unsettling, is that I miss out on a lot of things. But another area that I think I need to address from LA Waterkeepers perspective is the division between, although we get words about our working together with the tribes, we have separate meetings, and I really don't know what's going on in the tribal meetings. I have a hard enough time getting up here to do these or take part in things, but I would like to see or hear about how we can start coming together and working together in dialogue in the same meetings, if that's even on the agenda or a possibility, because I know it's getting more divided in LA. We have the ice things going on. I have very little fishermen out on the water of color. We've had a catastrophic event. We have a landslide in one MPA, and we have a catastrophic fire event in another MPA. We just seem to be dissolving as a community. And so any effort to come back and work together as a community. We just got a call about my BIPOC community folks have lost funding. They won't be participating. So the more we can have meetings together, if that's a possibility. I know you have a lot on your agenda, maybe outside of of your area of focus. Can you just solve all those problems in some way? But I've known you all for a long time, and I know that's our goal. I just keep trying to bring us back together. And I've been pushed out as an outlier in some areas, but I try to be as honest as I can. I'm trying to be artistic now, I've been told, in the way I communicate, not be so abrupt. And I really appreciate the step back and the opening that we've had to the community to hear more. So I'm doing the same. Separating ourselves from the tribes has really been just less participation in the MPA collaborative, and certainly not seeing people of color on the water in the past month and a half for sure. It's really been disturbing.
Yeah, thanks for that comment, Mike. I might ask for Melissa or Susan to jump in here, but my understanding of the committees is that, we didn't used to have a tribal committee.
Right,
So
yeah.
having a tribal committee is a really positive thing. My understanding is, because we have a tribal committee, just like the MRC or just like the WRC, it allows focus and discussion on things that take a lot of time, right? Like co-management or subsistence, helping to define those things with people who really want to put their heads together. And then the idea is that, things we do here, things the WRC does, things the tribal committee does, then those agenda items go get, brought to the other committees as well, and then go to the full commission. If we were to have a joint tribal committee meeting with the MRC, well, now that's called the Fish and Game Commission meeting. Because then we have at least three commissioners, we have a quorum. So I totally hear what you're saying, but I see it a little bit differently. I think for me, I flip it on its head and I think, this isn't a means of siloing conversations or separating from tribes. I think it's a way for committees to really, dig in and get some work done. So I don't know if there's any other thinking that you want to share, Melissa or Susan, on that, but.
I mean, I would agree with your assessment. If we suddenly have a joint meeting of MRC and tribal committee, or WRC and tribal committee, we now have actually a commission.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the idea, but the idea of somehow bringing a more conversational style, which I think the commission is already talking about with the NPA discussion, right? Possibility of the full commission acting as a committee, which essentially means just a format change, right? It's not that there's any difference than the commissioners, instead of, a minute or 2 minutes at the podium, people can speak. Instead, it'll be conversational style. So there's nothing that prevents that. It's a change in format for the commission.
Yeah, thank you. And we do at every committee meeting, tribal committee meeting, we share what's happening in the Marine Resources Committee and the Wildlife Resources Committee, and we invite them to participate. Occasionally someone will, but it's not designed for them, so we can't influence whether they choose to participate or not. But even though it's not talking together, there has been more cross-pollination just by the virtue of what we share with the tribal committee. Some tribal members will say, we want to talk about this further, and they'll schedule it for a future discussion with the tribal committee.
I hear you, and I hear, I hear that. I was gonna save this for the commission, but I thought I have the key players that could push this. And, I'm just seeing a drop off of involvement with our MPA collaborative network of our tribe groups. And I tried to attend some things online, and they'll get canceled at the last minute. And I hear we're not included. I know, it's a long haul, but you have support in LA from LA Waterkeeper. If I can do the groundwork, I'm willing to do that. But I commend the effort. I mean, it's starting here and it's dissipating. It's been dissipating, and we all know why that is. So we're fighting a fight. So I think any efforts and maybe subcommittees, and I'll talk to Katie about that with the MPA Watch program. I mean, it's pretty depressing. I mean, being out on the water in LA from all sides, and maybe this will come later. But I know Eric. I mean, we've been less people out on the water, less need for enforcement. But also, what are we doing with our MPAs? One's sliding into the ocean, and the other one's contaminated. So that's a whole other discussion. But if we get that core group, especially our Indigenous brothers and sisters, at this time, because I feel it, so any little nudges, but. Figured I would hit you all with that.
Thanks for that. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other folks coming up to the table, we are going to go online. So the first person that I have in the queue is Charlotte.
And also want to note that we have a new phone number that's joined us, so maybe we can check in with them in a few minutes.
Sure. Yeah. If we could unmute Charlotte.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Charlotte Mazurek, founding member of the Laguna Blue Belt in Laguna Beach. I wish to address the larger picture concerning MPAs, emphasizing that the ultimate salvation of our oceans depends on the preservation and expansion of these critical habitats. The world's oceans are struggling. The urgency, of course, is without question, and less than 3% of the world's oceans are protected by MPAs. Ginger Wallace and Mike Beenan, representing the Laguna Beach Blue Belt, are making the significant journey from Laguna to Sacramento to advocate in person for the small extension of the MPA in Laguna Beach to Three Arch Bay. Their dedication and commitment to ocean conservation is truly commendable and sets an inspiring example for all of us. I hope their voices will be heard tomorrow by you. Recently, and I'm sure you know all of this, Sir David Attenborough released his film Ocean. This internationally renowned scientific documentary powerfully depicts the devastation caused by bottom fishing and overfishing of our marine environment. Yet it also offers hope. Attenborough, along with 200 nations, the 30-30 plan, as you know, believe that the future of our oceans will hinge on the expansion and enforcement of MPAs, and he repeatedly talks about the recovery of the Channel Islands. As I've spoken before, I lived a subsistence life in Alaska, and this is why I am dedicated to the cause of ocean preservation and protection. MPAs are a proven way to protect marine life. The future of our oceans and the countless lives and communities they sustain depends on our, and more importantly, your actions today, not tomorrow. I urge you, please, good commissioners, to strongly support the MPA small extension reaching Three Arch Bay and Laguna Beach. Your leadership and decision-making are essential in safeguarding this unique and irreplaceable marine habitat for future generations. Sincerely and with many thanks, Charlotte Mazurek.
Thanks for that, Charlotte. Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to do a little bit of expectation setting regarding tomorrow in case anyone else is also on their way to Sacramento driving to speak about a specific MPA petition. That's not really what tomorrow is about. On the agenda, we'll be talking about the framework, the evaluation framework that the department is proposing, as well as the proposed petition groupings. That's what's agendized tomorrow. Now, we also have an open public comment at the end of the day for items that are not on the agenda. So if people want to speak about specific MPA petitions during the open public comment at the end of the day, that's certainly their prerogative. We will be having more substantive, detailed conversations about specific petitions later on in the year, but that's not what we will be doing tomorrow. So again, people can talk about that during open public comment, but that's not what we'll be discussing. We will be discussing the framework and the petition groupings. So in terms of expectation setting for tomorrow, I did want to be really clear about that. Next up, we have Larry Phillips. So if we could unmute Larry.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. You're a bit quiet, but we can hear you.
Perfect. I'll try to speak up. Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. My name is Larry Phillips, and I cover Pacific Fisheries Policy for the American Sport Fishing Association. So just wanted to share a positive note with you. Time we won't hear a lot of positive things, so it's good to share this. On behalf of the American Sport Fishing Association, we wish to express our appreciation to California Fish and Wildlife, specifically Dr. Schumann, Marcia Remco, and the over 100 staff that participated and supported the limited recreational salmon fishery in 2025. The two-day fishery on June 5th and 6th marked the first opportunity in 3 years for recreational anglers to fish for salmon, providing significant benefits to California's angling community. According to CDFW, approximately 10,500 anglers participated, contributing to the economic benefit to fishing tackle manufacturers, retail shops, marinas, bait companies, and charter operators. But beyond its economic value, this opportunity highlighted the deep cultural and social importance of salmon fishing to Californians. For many, it was their first time fishing. For salmon, a powerful connection to the past when salmon were abundant and seasons lasted months, not just days. It also serves as a stark reminder of what's at stake. Without clean, cold water, the once thriving fall Chinook salmon may remain a thing of the past. This moment reminds us the urgent need for increased investments in tools to better forecast returns, monitor fisheries and seasons, and improve hatchery performance. And just we look forward to working with CDFW, the legislature, and the commission to ensure the agency is fully funded, that state and federal water policies prioritize the needs of fish and agriculture, and that decisions are grounded in sound science. And I'll just leave you with this. If our only response to poor returns is to close or restrict fisheries, we're likely to continue to face an uncertain future. Thanks for an opportunity to provide some thoughts.
Thanks, Larry. And I appreciate good news. Always welcome. Share it anytime. Okay, the next speaker that we've got is Wayne. It's nice to see you, Wayne.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, CDFW. Wayne Cotto, retired executive director for CCA Cal. I hope you've all had a fun summer so far and have been watching the CDFW social media posts showing the phenomenal grunion runs we are having this year. Also, the other social media posts from up and down our state showing how good the California halibut fishery is along our whole coastline. Also, the unbelievable white sea bass catches we've been having. We are recovering a high percentage of tagged fish that proves that they have been migrating from all of our hatchery grow-out facilities to the Channel Islands for over 20 years. And if that isn't enough, I hope you've also been monitoring the unbelievable sand bass bite we've been having this summer. We've had huge biomasses of fish from Santa Barbara down past Cedros, 500 miles south of San Diego. I know this firsthand because I've been on fishing the whole coast this year. We have found numerous juveniles in our bays, inshores, away from large spawning aggregations. I want to emphasize that we, the recreational angling community, have been explaining our findings, trends, and understandings of cycles for a number of years, and truly believe that we have been trying to work with everybody for responsible and sustainable fishing. I hope you see that the trend, when we lack real science and the understanding of historical cycles, along with faulty forecasting models, can lead to try and force management actions that are either too late or unnecessary. We need to work together to get real-time numbers so that we can take our foot off the pedal before we crash, and we need to stop the sky is falling management style. Hopefully, we can all work together to find solutions. Additionally, CalTIP has been expanding outreach, and unfortunately, we've been seeing more marine infractions, but that's also good because we need to do more to enforce our regulations and protect our resources. Special thanks go out to all of our wardens who work so hard on our behalf. Finally, I'm chair of the San Diego County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Commission, and we receive 50% of the wildlife fine money brought into the county. We just approved disbursement of $21,000 back into the community for education, outreach, kids and veterans events, as well as environmental improvements. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. Our next speaker is Art Seavey. Oh, Art, I think that you might be muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, is that better?
Better.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Art Seavey. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a brief comment. I'm mostly inspired by Keith's slideshow, and I want to thank Keith for bringing up his text from the Fish and Game Department from whatever 30 years ago regarding their observations on kelp harvesting, and I support that presentation because it mirrors my experience in observing how kelp beds that we harvest from in Monterey have reacted over the past years we've been farming abalone, 34 years. In my opinion, we've seen careful harvesting that takes into consideration managing how much and where we harvest and when we harvest. It does seem to have a positive impact on the availability of kelp beds. Indeed, The kelp, the bed that we regularly harvest from is probably the strongest one around the Monterey Peninsula, in my opinion. Our business is very dependent on the ability to harvest kelp, and we support the kelp restoration and management plan that the department is working on, and the consideration of aquaculture as a factor for changes in the MPA network. So hoping tomorrow there'll be an opportunity to understand how aquaculture is factored into consideration of the petitions, and thanks again.
Thanks, Art. Our next speaker is Jack Likens. Welcome, Jack.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep, we can hear you, Jack.
Oh, good, thank you. My name is Jack Likens, and I'm an ex-recreational fisherman as well as an ocean advocate for better ocean health. At the last Fish and Game Commission, I brought up the topic of pollution.
Just drop down anymore.
And it was deferred to the MRC meeting. So I'd like to request that the MRC formally add it to his topic of agendas for at least the next meeting. So I believe it's probably the most important thing that we can do to improve the health of the marine environment. I know it's a very large topic, but so it was establishing MPAs. And MPAs, as you well know, are basically only able to control human consumption. They don't do anything about pollution, and pollution knows no boundaries. It can affect inside and outside of MPAs both ways. And there's a statistic too that says 80% of marine pollution comes from land-based sources. So that means that the Natural Resource Agency or the Fish and Game Commission cannot solve this problem by themselves. They need to have the help of the EPA and the water resource boards, the sources that feed into the ocean and cause the deterioration of the ecosystem. So at the Fish and Game Commission meeting, and now again, I am asking that the commission formally take up this topic. I know it's a huge topic, but you've done it with the MPAs, and I see no reason why we can't do it with marine pollution, especially considering that the MPAs do not solve the marine pollution problem or even really help mitigate it that much. Another statistic, marine pollution causes more long-term harm to the marine environment than fishing, especially in California. Fishing restrictions basically push fishing from one area to another until eventually it just raises the prices for fish on the market, but it doesn't decrease the demand. So what happens is it forces fishing into less regulated areas around the world. And overall, then the global marine environment deteriorates because we don't fish maybe enough in California or to our sustainable levels. So these kinds of things are really big picture things, and they won't be solved in a heartbeat. They're the kind of things that really need a lot of study and a lot of action taken. Some of it may even be risky action, but it's got to be done. At some point, we have to start dealing with the problem of marine pollution. So again, I would just request that this committee put it on, agendize it as a topic for future discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Couple things, thanks for just some of the thinking around, potential displacement impacts outside of MPAs. That can be an issue in some cases. Luckily, in California, we have really strong fishery management regulations outside of MPAs, as we talked about earlier in this agenda item. So I see that as a bit less of an issue. On the water quality thing, Eric, maybe you can help me remember, but my recollection was that in June, when this came up, we talked about putting it on the agenda with the full commission, potentially with a joint meeting with the State Water Board or another sister agency, regional.
Yeah, I think we've been suggesting that for a while, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first time, but that has been a goal to do that. Because as Jack said, we don't have a lot of authority or control over it, but bringing attention to it is something we can do.
But I think at the MRC, maybe that's not what we had talked about in the June meeting. Okay. Full commission. Full commission. Does that make sense to you, Jack? I think that's what we talked about at the June meeting.
Yeah, well, as I recall the June meeting, we talked about, you guys pretty much agreed that would be a good idea to get together with some of the agencies in the EPA, the Coastal Commission within your own agencies and other sub-agencies within your own agency. That would be a good idea. But then it kind of got off topic to, hey, we discussed this before and we were going to do it and then we didn't have time. So we put it off and we need to get back to it. Remember that discussion?
Yes, and I remember it a little bit differently. The reason, so we were supposed to do it at the February meeting and it was on the agenda. The reason we didn't do it wasn't because we didn't have time. It was because of the LA wildfires and wanting to respect the priorities and the intense commitment that our sister agencies who were going to come and talk to us about water quality had in the month immediately after those LA wildfires. So that was why we moved it. It wasn't for lack of interest or anything like that. It was out of respect for their intense workload in that moment. So it is a priority. Yeah, and we're rescheduling it, is what Director Miller-Henson says. Wonderful.
Yes, that was
Okay.
what I recall is that you were going to reschedule it, which is, thank you for doing that. But, are you saying though that it's not a topic for the MRC, it's more just a topic for the full commission? And because the full commission, it's really, as you well know, not really much of a discussion. It's more of a 3-minute presentation and then it's done. So I don't know. I just encourage you to do something where you can really involve, probably starting with the interagency kinds of things, and then, getting it back to the public at some point in time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we can see how it goes and if there are any sort of to-dos or next steps or discussion items that come out of that joint meeting. And if there are, and they seem particularly relevant on the marine side, I would be happy to agendize it. But for now, it's a pervasive issue that transcends all of our work, not just on the marine side. So I think it makes sense to start with the full commission.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that's the problem with the topic, is it's so big that it really transcends a lot of different agencies, and it's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for raising it, Jack. I appreciate it very much. Okay. Our final speaker online is Andrew Donis. So we'll go to him, and Andrew, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning.
We can't quite hear you, Andrew.
Are you speaking? Your mic is unmuted at this end.
Can you hear me?
Not quite.
You're breaking up.
So Yeah, not
Off
quite.
the headphones. Hang on one sec.
It may be a headset issue or a,
Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the
Can you hear me?
yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, just a general comment. First, good morning to everybody. I enjoy listening to everybody's comments. Something that came up, the gentleman, Chris, was speaking about having this engagement between tribes and other, in my case, harvesters. When we're discussing certain topics, and Commissioner Murray used the term siloed, and I thought that was a really great description of my experience of going through the Kelp regulations, revisions that we had from like 2020 to 2022. I wrote to the commission, I talked about it publicly. Sorry. I spoke about it publicly that I was really disappointed that there wasn't this type of engagement that was being facilitated. So I had to just walk away from some hammering. And I would really like to see more of that. And I understand all the nuances of having a tribal committee and all these different meetings and the needs around all that. But I wanted to just reiterate that it would be really great to, in those types of sensitive times, to like have more facilitation for this type of discussion. I have had some discussions with tribal people since that time regarding seaweed. And one of the biggest thing that I've heard come up is the 10-pound wet weight limit per person per day. And I've also written to the commission about that and what are all the problems with that. And what I would like to request is, I don't know if there's ever been any audit of when that regulation came into place, a 10-pound wet weight limit on tribes, who put it into place and why. I know that there's all kinds of tribal committee meetings and talk about subsistence harvest and stuff, and I'm not up on everything, but for me, that's like a question of maximum importance because they're arbitrary. The 10-pound wet weight limit is an arbitrary limit. There's unlimited recreational harvesting, there's unlimited commercial harvesting. And since tribes are considered part of the best available science and traditional ecological knowledge and all of that stuff, like there's no reason to have that kind of weight, that harvest limit on tribes. So I'm asking for an audit of that law, because it's actually a law. If people do more than that, they're criminals, and ask for better tribal facilitation in the future. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Maybe that's something that we can ask about when we talk about Kelp later in the day, potentially. I'd be curious, I guess, just to follow up on that question. All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Chris is still at the table, but I think you're just feeling comfortable at the table in case something comes up for you, and that you don't have anything else to say right now. So that brings us to
The phone number to check in.
oh, sure, absolutely.
Let me just double check to see. Yes, they are still on. So phone number ending in 299. I think it's either Whitaker or Martin Strain, possibly. Again, phone number ending in 299. Just checking to see if you have an interest in speaking today on any of the agenda items.
Oh, that's me. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hi.
Yeah, if you could tell us, so that we don't have to check each agenda item, if you could tell us which agenda item it is that if you're interested in speaking on an agenda item, which one that is, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, well, I apologize. I didn't actually have any interest, but I appreciate you checking in. And well, while I have the opportunity, just allow me to introduce myself. My name is Whit Strain with Point Reyes Oyster Company up here in Tomales Bay, one of Tomales Bay's oyster growers. And yeah, I just really like to echo Jack Lycan's comments about pollution. It's a big issue, and I don't have any immediate solutions, nor do I think that it's probably possible. But as a farmer who farms downstream from pretty much everyone else, we feel the results, the consequences of that pollution, and I think it's a great thing to continue to talk about. So I appreciate you guys' time, and look forward to listening throughout the rest of the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Whit.
All right, so that brings us to agenda item number 3, which is commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery. And I think Melissa is going to give us some guidance on speaking on this agenda item, and then I'll hand it over to our marine advisor, Susan Ashcraft.
Yeah, so again, if you would like to contribute to the conversation about commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile Zoom app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. And just a reminder that when your name is called, you may have to unmute yourself at your end.
Great. Okay, well, just to start us off, this agenda item 3 is to receive and discuss department updates and recommended regulatory changes to minimize whale entanglement risk in the coonstripe commercial fishery. And this follows on emergency regulations that were adopted by the Commission at the February meeting. By way of background, in March, the department did provide an update about engagement with industry and the public about options for a longer term rulemaking that could be implemented that builds on the emergency regulations. The item is scheduled for discussion and developing a committee recommendation today, and the Commission did approve scheduling the rulemaking to begin for the regular rulemaking to begin in October with a discussion and adoption in December, and that will allow for the regulations to be in place without a gap between emergency and final regulations. Since your MRC meeting in March, the department has actively engaged fishery participants and stakeholders to collaboratively explore additional management measures to enact through that rulemaking. And at today's meeting, the department's presenting an overview, a recap on what this fishery is, an overview of near-term measures it recommends including in a regular rulemaking, as well as potential other changes currently being considered, as well as future longer-term vision for management. Today, Joanna Grable, Environmental Program Manager with the Marine Region, will be providing that presentation.
Perfect. Welcome, Joanna.
Good morning, y'all. I would just like to acknowledge that there's several individuals here in the room, fishery participants. So if you guys are comfortable,
We'd love you to join us. Yeah.
And I guess just to sort of, before I start out, just to thank everyone that has been involved in all of the conversations that we have had leading up through this whole entire process. And I'll touch on all the outreach, but just so we can kind of put some names and faces. And I appreciate them being here today. Many of them traveling down from Crescent City so they could talk with you directly about this fishery and the different nuances of that. So, okay, so do we have a presentation ready to roll? Okay, so as Susan said, my name is Joanna Grable and I'm the manager over the invert program. Next slide, please. So just quick overview of the presentation. I'll touch on just some fishery background to sort of remind you all what the prior regulations were before we enacted some emergency regulations. We'll talk about the entanglements, what was adopted through emergency, what we're talking about today for some proposed regulations, and then outreach and timeline, and wrap up with recommendations. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the fishery. Really the fishery is one that developed a little bit later, in the late 90s. A lot of actually the original fishery participants are family members of folks that you do see here sitting around this table. It is a long line trap fishery. So these are light traps that are strung together by a common line, and traps are marked on one or both ends with a surface buoy. The fishery started in Crescent City with a relatively small but consistent number of vessels, and it has since expanded into the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas, especially over the last several years due to loss of opportunities or restrictions in some of our other fisheries, notably crab and salmon. In 2024, we had 15 vessels that did participate. They landed approximately 140,000 pounds. That was worth about $1.4 million. Next slide, please. So really to participate in this fishery, you only need a vessel trap permit. It is unlimited, anyone can join. The season prior to enacting emergency regulations is May 1st through October 31st. There was a control date that had been established in the fishery of November 1st of 2001, and there were no limits on gear. Next slide, please. We have had some whale entanglements that have been attributed to this fishery. In July 2017, there was one that did involve 2 sets of fishing gear. And so the sablefish pot gear was the first gear that actually interacted with the whale. And then it subsequently picked up coonstripe gear. We had 2 entanglements near San Francisco in 2024. And then most recently, after the start of this current fishing season, we did have an entanglement attributed to coonstripe in the Monterey Bay area. Next slide, please. So as a result, the commission did take emergency action at its February meeting to implement some new regulations. So those regulations did create 2 management areas, north and south of the Sonoma-Mendocino County line. It did implement limits on the number of vertical lines that could be used, on the amount of gear or traps that could be connected through a ground line. And then in the north, there was a depth restriction that was implemented. So the numbers here on the screen do show the differences in the gear allowances in both areas. Additionally, the commission established a new control date of February 13th, 2025, and that was the February 13th was the day of the commission meeting. Next slide, please. So today we're here to talk about the scope of the standard rulemaking, which if adopted as proposed would go into effect, as Susan mentioned, for the start of the 2026 fishing season. So that would allow no break between the emergency regulations and future regulations. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides are going to have several tables that really show the scope of what we're proposing for these regulations. So this first table is an element of, or is a table of the element from the emergency regulations that we are proposing to continue into the standard rulemaking. All of them are essentially, it's the same with one minor change that I'll talk about. So, you know, there's no change to the fishery participation, the control rule, the management areas, limits on lines and traps, the depth restriction we're proposing to remain the same. The only difference would be the season start date. So you'll notice in the north, there is a delay by 2 weeks for the fishing season. So that would open the fishing season on May 15th. And that was actually due to a request from the fleet. There's actually still the shrimp stock out there. Many of the females were still carrying eggs at that point in time. And so to implement some protections, the fleet did request to delay the start. So we did verify with fishery participants in the south, are they seeing the same thing? Do we need to consider a similar change for them? And they indicated they did not. So that's why you do see a difference between the south and the north there. Next slide. So some new items that we'd like to add to the rulemaking, which were not part of the emergency, are displayed here for you. So the first is a trap set and bait time. So the emergency regulation just had the existing start date, and that was noon on April 30th. We did receive a request to open it or to change that allowance to 6 a.m. prior to the opening for safety concerns. Ropeless fishing gear was a topic that we had a lot of conversation on previously. And so after some additional discussions, this package, we're supporting an allowance for voluntary use. And then for those that do engage and use ropeless fishing gear, a requirement for electronic monitoring. So these are those vessel loggers, similar to what is currently being used in our indigenous crab fishery. And I think just acknowledging that there is some overlap in participation between the two fleets. And so it's my understanding that some that are interested in using this gear actually already do have those loggers currently on their vessels. So surface gear is an element that we would like to explore. Good? We're fine. Okay. So just to note, and by surface gear, what we mean here is basically the number of buoys and trailer buoys and the amount of the length of line that is allowed to be used. Back in 2018, for the indigenous crab fishery, that was a rulemaking that we did go through to limit the amount of line because due to the concerns of entanglement in surface gear. And so I think having additional conversations to evaluate the need for doing that here is important. Just to look at all the items that we can to minimize entanglement risk. And then finally, fishing activity reports, just recognizing that we see value in gathering information from the fleet on the fishing location and the gear usage. We have a similar requirement in the Dungeness crab fishery. They're required to report to us every 2 weeks. That fishery though uses a lot of gear and they move that gear all around. And so while we do need to have some information from this fleet, I think having additional conversations about what makes sense for the timing of that reporting is something that we would still like to have some conversations about, recognizing that they're not moving around as much, but there's still the need for data collection. So I think we can sort of find a middle ground that balances our data collection needs with adding additional burdens to the fleet. Next slide, please. So there were a couple of other items that did come in after we had already had our public meetings. And so we really didn't have the opportunity to have as much engagement with the fleet on this. So we're bringing these 2 items to you for consideration today. Several of these individuals here seated around the table can speak to them. But the first thing we wanted to mention was surface gear. Actually, it should be called buoy, like the size of the buoy. So really what we have heard is requests to implement a maximum buoy size. So we've heard that they do use those big poly buoys, which can anecdotally actually serve as an attractant for the animals. And so there was a suggestion and an idea to potentially, just sort of align the requirements of buoy sizes to sort of match what we have in the crab fishery. And then the second item is a trap destruction device. And so currently the regulations require a 5-inch escape hatch. But what we'll see is actually the photo on the bottom right there, the opening of the trap is actually only 2 inches. And so animals can freely come in and out of that 2-inch. So if you're small enough to get in, you're small enough to get out. And so I think we'll have some folks here speak more eloquently to this, but there was a request to remove this escape hatch, because essentially what they're being required to do is take a trap, cut it to create a 5-inch opening, and then close it back up. And so I think what we'll hear from folks here is that it is a burden And they can speak to some other rationale for that. So we did think that there was value in including these, and so we wanted to put those out for your consideration as well. Next slide, please. So we did have a pretty aggressive timeline when we went from an emergency regulation into a standard rulemaking. We couldn't include everything that or talk about everything that maybe perhaps we wanted to talk about. So we wanted to sort of just make everybody aware of some other things that could be considered on a different time frame. The first is regarding fishery participation. So this is directly tied to the control date. So people tend to think about control dates as use in establishing limited entry fisheries. They can be used for other things, including a gear endorsement. And so one idea that been, talking about is using that gear or using the control date to establish a gear endorsement. So essentially it's a qualification. And so if you do want to use vertical lines, you would have had to have participated prior to that control date going into effect. And so if you wanted to enter the fishery afterwards, after that control date, you would be required to use something else, like perhaps ropeless. So that's a concept that could be considered, which I think balances some of the concerns that we've heard previously about not wanting to limit opportunities for other people to, be able to participate in this fishery. Increased number of management areas to allow for more refined management is something that we also heard, but at this stage, we couldn't address it. So that's something that we could talk about as well. Hot spots. So whether that's through actual hot spots, different area closures, there's, we've heard biologically important areas. I mean, there are, I think, additional conversations that can be had, recognizing that animals move. And so I think having additional, conversations in that space, there could be some benefit there, but it could not be accomplished during this time frame. And then additionally, ropeless gear. So right now we're proposing voluntary allowance, but I think we could have a conversation recognizing that at least in the Bay Area, the time that this fishery participates is that's peak whale migration. And so we can have a conversation about maybe developing some sort of transition plan if that's the will, to identify a date in the future to require the fishery to go 100% ropeless. That would give people time to learn about the gear, to transition to that gear, because again, there's an economic impact there. And so, but that gives us the time and the space to sort of develop what that could look like. And then again, I just sort of touched on the thing already at the end about, new participants, potentially anyone who comes in using ropeless. Next slide, please. So again, this is a process that we've had a lot of outreach. Particularly, we started tribal outreach back in December 2024. We had several in-person meetings with the fleet that helped inform the emergency rulemaking. We had a public meeting in April. We then followed up with the fleet again to ask some follow-up questions. We've had several conversations with other interested parties to help answer questions. So there's been a lot of back and forth. And then again, with tribal, we are currently in the process of drafting another tribal outreach letter, which will go out. So I think we've been doing a good job in really engaging in outreach to the best that we can here.
Have you been hearing much back?
We've had a lot of back and forth and feedback with folks. Yeah, several of them sitting around this table here. So they've
From tribes.
I don't believe we have as of yet. Yeah. Next slide, please. So Susan already touched on the timeline here, but we're hoping to go to notice at the October meeting with adoption in December, and then that would maintain sort of the integrity and not allow the emergency regulations to lapse. And then we would have the regulations effective by the start of the next fishing season. Next slide, please. So we're recommending, hopefully that you guys will agree with us to develop the standard rulemaking, which would include the elements that were in the emergency rulemaking with that slight modification to the season start date. Add those new additions regarding ropeless gear and like the trap setting time, and then continue discussions on whether or not we want to add in the buoy size and the trap destruction devices for into that rulemaking as well. Next slide, please. And just to wrap up and just to say thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Joanna. Really helpful. Before we go to public comment, and I just want to say thank you so much for traveling down here. It's a long way to go, and it's super valuable to hear from you, especially in person. So we really appreciate it. I wondered if there's it sounds like one of the decisions that's still sort of outstanding is the 5-inch escape hatch. And is there anything else? So that already exists on the gear that they're using, but obviously gear needs to be replaced every so often. Is there anything else that we need? I want to hear from you all on it too, but anything else we should know and be thinking about on that piece? Because that sounds like that's still sort of an outstanding issue. From the department's perspective, that would be fine to remove the 5-inch escape hatch?
I'm not aware of anything. I guess I would also look to law enforcement, because admittedly, we just haven't really been able to have a lot of conversation about this, so.
But from an ecological perspective.
It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, because if you're small enough to get in to the 2 inches, why do you need a 5-inch escape hatch? And it sounds, Troy will talk, they're all over. There's multiple openings, so even if a trap flips, it sounds like there's, and again, it's functioning more like a pot, not like a trap. So once you get in, they can freely swim in and out.
Right.
Whereas a crab trap has a trigger system that falls behind them and they're locked in there.
That's right.
This is
different.
This is that's what they walk in, right there.
And we gotta put a hole that big for them to get out.
Maybe they're growing while they're inside.
You can let the predators in though, and they can have a snack.
Well, they
It's
do.
true.
Predators come in.
Sure.
But they leave too. I mean, anything that comes in here can get out freely.
Super helpful. All right, unless you have any questions. Okay, I'd love to go to the folks at the table then. I don't know if you have, who wants to start?
Yeah,
you're the
I'm gonna make a comment
frequent
later,
player. Yeah.
for the NGO community, I would guess, but, I do have a quick question about the presentation. We had spoke about potentially granting some discretionary authority to either the commission or the director himself to intervene in the event of entanglement. I didn't see that mentioned anywhere here. Did we kind of maybe decide not to go down that path?
We did have a conversation about that. And admittedly, the details are escaping me. I don't remember.
I can speak to it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
so, I think that's something that we'd want to put into the potential toolbox in the future. So if we explore that authority now, the question is, well, what would we do with that authority, right? If we think about the Dungeness crab fishery, where we've been building that toolbox of management actions for years, I think that's what we'd want to do. You know, if we go that route, we need to build the authority with the appropriate toolbox that goes with it. And that's just not something we can do on this time frame.
All right, yeah, I was just curious.
But I think it's valuable to add that to that future considerations list.
Great.
That's all I have for now.
Welcome, you're not.
I don't have a lot to say about the presentation. The North fishes differently than the South. That 100% implementation of pop-up gear is concerning. She mentioned that's more in the South, but it wasn't very specified.
Would you mind telling us your name?
Troy Wakefield.
Troy Wakefield. Okay, thank you.
So that was really the only thing that jumped out at me in that presentation right now, is that
the pop-up gear. I mean, we've never tried it in the north. I'm not saying that absolutely that we can't, I'm not here to put my foot down, but it's a very scary thing. We fish in tight quarters up there with short lines so we can see each other's gear.
Yeah.
So that is concerning.
And you fish out of Crescent City?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that note, being probably one of the most experienced people with pop-up, I have to support Troy. I don't know that it works with the dynamics of their fishery up north because it is so different than anything we've done. It's also pretty cost prohibitive when you talk about the number of lines they have because we've limited them to 12 or 15, whatever it is. The number of pop-up units. How many actual
I have
sets do you have?
180 vertical lines.
180 vertical lines. So you put a pop-up on either end, now you're talking about spending, a couple $100,000 for him to continue his fishery. Way different than me with my 15 vertical lines. So
super.
We have to consider that. And the other thing too, we have to be realistic. We talked about the one known entanglement in Crescent City of a distressed animal. This wasn't even on the radar until the South started this fishery and we had a couple of entanglements. So, discrediting the one distressed animal that ended up dragging some gear from offshore into the coonstripe fishery, we don't know that we have a problem up there. And it's important when we do, when we consider management actions, we don't reach past, the potential solution. We need to make a commitment to the fleet as much as the environment and to reach all the way past, which may be just authorizing pop-up gear in the South may be sufficient in mitigating entanglements. So we need to be mindful of what they do up north and not impose something that's not necessary on them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Wes Taylor. I've been prawn fishing for 25 plus years and I got 3 commercial boats and I got an unloading dock in Crescent City. And that's the same thing. I'm against the ropeless gear thing up there. I mean, we're talking 2 square miles of area, whereas here, when they got to do their ropeless gear for crab, was 500 square miles. There's a big difference. 2 square miles for thousands of pots, it's not possible. It'd be different if we were tangling a whale every year or something, but that thicker entanglement, I don't think it was blackcod here. I think it was an anchor.
It was anchored.
It was an anchor from the boat anchoring inside the 100 fathom area, and then the whale drug the anchor. And that's how it caught the gear because it's dragging all this junk around with them. But it wasn't blackcod gear.
There wasn't blackcod here?
No, he was a
black
black codder, and he didn't want to drift into the RCA. So he deployed a regular old style boat anchor to hook his boat to, so he would not drift into the RCA at night. And that whale hooked into that actual boat anchor, which is a hook, and then came inshore distressed, and that hook hooked 6 or 8 sets until he was grounded. But it never would have happened had.
Yeah, if that event never happens, we're not even talking about it as an issue. So that has to be considered.
Yeah. And that was the bad thing. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, things just have to get put somewhere for some reason, but it wasn't black cod. He was black coding, but there wasn't a trap. There was a boat anchor, and then it wasn't prawn gear. He was actually outside of the RCA, I believe, is where Terry Moore, he passed away now. But I mean, he was in hundreds of fathoms. That whale never would have been in 30 fathoms had it not hooked that boat anchor and been distressed.
Okay.
My name is Donald Hemmingson. I have probably the smallest boat of the fleet up there, so ropeless really scares me because it sounds like we would have to add more pots, so I have to buy less contraptions, and therefore I'd probably have to buy a bigger boat, I guess, to make that work. It would be hard for my boat to hold 40 rigged pots ready to set. So basically the ropeless gear is what's scary to me up there.
But in terms of, everything else that's being proposed, I don't hear you.
No, the department took what we said and really went with it.
Yeah, and they worked well with us. I mean, it was good relationship and good deal. I mean, that's our main concern, I feel like.
Department as proposed, I think is spot on. We've been asking for years. I still don't have clarity on the legal path to allow us to use pop-up. Right now, I'm actually using it on one end. After we were done pop-up crabbing, I put it, once you use it, it's actually easier than buoys. You don't have to clean them and everything else. But I'm using it on one end already. We have the issue of, Eric, you could cite the section of code that says you must mark strings with a buoy with the L number. But do we have a potential path around that law?
We're working on it.
All right, so
We're
we feel
working
good
on
about
that,
that.
and then we're working on clarifying. I think there's some uncertainty with respect to authority of the commission, so just working on some potential clarifications. But
That's
I think,
correct.
again, thinking about the toolbox and using that as a tool in the toolbox and taking these sequential steps. So moving from, no use to voluntary use, potentially to mandatory if and when we get there. And I'm just really pleased to see that we've learned so much from our crab fishery. It seems like we've been working on this for 10 years.
100 years.
And if you let the time kind of get lost in your mind, like, God, we haven't made any advances. But then if you think about all the advances we've made and then how quickly we can apply it to a different fishery, it's pretty amazing what we can do, but also not, and I really like Brand's quote, like not overstepping, right? Not going past the potential solution too quickly, because we also don't want to overshoot and then make mistakes and then set ourselves back.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, I remember too, when the pop-up gear conversation was first happening and being like demoed for crab gear. There was that trip in Monterey. I think that was one of the early demos, and it, just being on the boat, watching the other boat like deploying gear and bringing it in, and they were those giant float bags, like just like blowing around in fishermen's faces while they were trying to like pull in the traps. And to go from that and wondering like, ooh, wow, is this going to work? Is this going to scale to where we are now where people are actually using it? It has been really cool to see. And it's actually, happening. You step back and look at it from a deep time perspective, it's happening relatively quickly.
And I think that's, and that's where I always have to remind myself of what's the time scale of management that we're aiming for. And then oftentimes it's really easy to think about today and tomorrow and next week and next month, but we're thinking 2 years, 5 years, 10 years for viability of the fisheries and the communities. And just to clarify, because it sounds like there's some confusion, we are recommending differences between the north and the south.
I was going to say, I mean, when I'm re-looking at some of the slides from the presentation, and in terms of talking about, requirements for new participants to use pop-up gear, so far what we're seeing is that would be in the south.
Well, it would be in the future.
In the future
rulemaking.
In the future, and so far.
I think the discussions surrounding pop-up gear right now are more focused, or are generally focused on the south.
Yeah.
I think we're just starting to explore, one, is there a need for it in the north? And then really looking at the viability of it.
Yeah.
I think we got to get out there, spend some time on the water, have these guys look at the gear and see, will this even work for where they fish and how they fish?
And when you're talking about 180 vertical lines versus 15.
Right. And, for
versus
these guys that fish up north, if a new participant did enter the fishery, which God help you all, you don't have any grounds for them to squeeze in, but if they did, requiring them to use pop-up could be catastrophic for all involved. So, probably doesn't work.
So I have a couple of questions about the pop-up. You said you need a bigger boat. Why do you need more traps if you're using pop-up?
Well, if I'm allowed 90 sets of 15, how many pop-ups is that? Right, that's super costly, so we would eventually add more. We'll probably do 40 like the South does. And
we had we've all talked about it, because pop-up gear is the thing, and we haven't even used it, so we don't know, but we were talking, the only thing we could viably figure out is we couldn't do the 15, you'd have to start doing we'd have to get rid of sets. There's way too many to have that much. One, the expense, and two, just trying to set back, so you'd have to just start making longer sets and have less of them in the area, which means you'd have to put more gear to a set.
Okay, so to talk a little bit more about, you said that you really don't want to see pop-up. Talk about why that is.
Well, like Wes said, we fish, there's 4 of us fishing with close to, 500 vertical lines or 400 vertical lines in a 2-mile area. I mean, I set a string here and Wes is sometimes literally this far apart, I mean, that's all it is. We sometimes run tangling our own buoys. So with pop-up gear, there would just be no way for us in the area that we're in
That area.
to set it back. I mean, it's impossible.
Okay, super helpful. Thank you for the.
2 square miles, that's all it is.
It's really.
I agree, and I'm a pop-up advocate,
This is where I think we gotta, again, look at the spatial resolution of the pop-up app. And then if there's other areas in the north that, like, if their new entrants come in and they wanna fish a different area in the north, I think that's also an opportunity to talk about pop-up where they're not fishing this very specific area where these guys are in really tight quarters.
I am curious about the limitation, limiting a maximum number. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I think we've captured the footprint of the fleet, but it just seems weird because putting a maximum number of traps on a line encourages more vertical lines, which is essentially what we're trying. I mean, ideally, if you fish 600 traps on one line, you have 2 buoys. So I don't really understand the trap limits per ground line. I'm not sure what we're hoping to accomplish by limiting that.
I think there's also a trait, so I think we can have more conversation about that, but then there is also the, if and when an animal does get entangled, how much gear are they, dragging along with them? Recognizing there is a difference in the size of the trap, with this fishery being a lot smaller than for say like a Dungeness crab trap, but there is a bit of that balance there.
I have a quick entanglement question, actually. So we have 4, well, I'll say 3 documented entanglements, and then the sort of like hybrid, either sablefish, anchor, something along with the coonstripe. That's the only one that was documented in Northern Gear, right? Was that?
We did cut that one loose after the department gave us the heads up. We took a shrimp boat out there and reeled it in and cut it loose.
And that was 8 years ago, nothing prior, nothing.
It's true, yeah, 2017. I got that, yeah. I just want to ask from like an ecological, like a scientific perspective, like where the prey is, how close to shore or how close to fishing grounds in the north versus the south, versus, bait fish versus where the krill are. Does that make sense? Would we expect to see fewer interactions with migrating whales with this kind of gear? See less of those interactions in the north versus in the south based on where the gear is and based on the behavior of the whales? Does that make sense?
I think so. I don't think we have the information to be able
To really
to
answer
that, right?
Yeah.
Like, so that's one thing that in the Dungeness crab fishery, when we do our routine risk assessments, whether it's monthly or weekly, we do look at that. Where is the forage? And we have models, and I would say that's definitely a more data rich situation, and we still don't.
And we've just had a microscope under that area and that fishery for longer as well. I guess I asked that because, it's true. If you just look at like, well, there's only been one potential entanglement, and maybe there were also extenuating circumstances for the northern, for the Crescent City gear. And then there's been these 3 others more recently with the coonstripe in the southern area. That doesn't sound like a lot, but then when you look at the number of participants, like sort of per capita, it is a lot, right? Especially when you compare it to crab, where you have, I don't know what it is, 480 or something participants. So I guess I just want to say that out loud because to sort of calibrate, like, yeah, it's not a lot, but also considering how few people are fishing, that's noteworthy, I think. And we shouldn't minimize that. That's not, and all the other stuff we're saying is true too. If you're, all out there with only 2 miles to fish in, that is a really small area. And I'm not saying we want to disrupt that or make things unsafe or change that or anything like that. I just wanted to also say this other thing that I think is true and worth saying out loud. Yeah, Brandon.
In response to that, I don't know where the science came from. I think it's the combination of sources, including Calvaquitas. But we have a ramp tool that we use in the north that we don't use in the south during the spring/summer, where we have a 30 fathom depth restriction up there because the science, wherever it came from, identifies that being a safe place to fish the dentures crab vertical lines. These guys are also fishing with 30 fathom depth restrictions.
Very helpful.
It's important to consider.
Very helpful. Yeah. Thank you for saying that.
And that's, in general, right? And then we get these anomalous years, right, where everything goes crazy. And that's where like a toolbox could be helpful at some point in the future, but we need to identify when we'd want to do that. I also think it's important to remind ourselves why we're having this discussion now. And so, kudos to Joanne and her team and to the fleet for being proactive, right? This was a circumstance where it wasn't on the radar. We saw it. We saw a couple of entanglements. Brand was kind of sounding the alarm a little bit early as well. So thank you, Brand, Troy. So this was the fleet coming to us saying, hey, we got to do something here. And trying to be proactive and prevent a problem from becoming a
100%.
major problem. And so I think it's important just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, and really appreciate that. And I definitely don't want to, I want to reward that proactive behavior and not send a message that, if you come forward and try to do, no good deed goes unpunished or something like that. I don't want that to be the message that goes out, because I do really appreciate you being here and being proactive in this. Yes, Susan.
Yeah, I was just going to acknowledge that years ago, it was the Northern Coonstripe Fleet that wrote a letter to the commission to say, hey, we don't want to be entangling whales. It was when Dungeness crab really started ramping, the issues started elevating, and all of the proactive measures that the small fleet up there was taking. And I thought that was pretty laudable to articulate that before their fishery was flagged.
One other question. When we talk about ropeless or pop-up gear in the south, I think it's important it wasn't mentioned, but we're going to want to adopt similar policies or regulations for ropeless gear that's used in crab. And that hasn't really been defined yet. We're talking about, we're putting together some draft authorization, asking for authorization. One of the things we've identified as crucial is a mandate for either sinking or neutral ground lines in pop-up gear. So that we don't have to go back and change this. I think it's important to kind of try to, match those regulations that may be, coming up after this. And I think we should require, those kinds of things so also transiting MPAs, right? We're gonna have to put this in there, and we're gonna define those maybe after this is complete. So we should probably think about those while we're doing this.
Yeah, it's a good point.
But we are,
Okay.
and that's exactly why we're trying to take a more cautious, thoughtful approach and not rush into it. And I think I'm at least envisioning the voluntary allowance in the South is somewhat akin to the kind of building off of what we learned from the EFP. And then if and when we make it mandatory, then we've got all of our ducks in a row. We're consistent. We know what the rules are.
Right.
Right,
We can certainly include that in there, right? If you choose to use in an optional scenario, if you choose to use pop-up gear, then you're required to use. I mean, what's the point of pop-up gear if you have loops of, maybe you're required to use sinking neutral. I mean, we could put that in there because eventually, once it's mandatory, you would definitely have it in there. And now it's just a burden on the fleet who bought a bunch of floating rope,
Sure.
they can't put on their pop-up gear.
All right, we have some new folks at the table. I want to make sure we get to Ben and then Jeff, or unless you have a plan where Jeff goes first.
I have no preference. I feel Jeff, you might have.
Either way,
We haven't heard from you yet, Ben, so
Great.
please.
Hi, everyone. Ben Grundy with the Center for Biological Diversity. It's good to see some of you up here again. I saw you in Santa Rosa a couple months ago, so appreciate you coming out here, taking time out of your day. Also recognizing that this process is a lot of work. I know that Joanna, you've made yourself available for conversations and questions. Same with Craig, same with Susan. So it's definitely not something that should be rushed or can be rushed. I think one of the main concerns that we're still having with the regulations is we've had a lot of conversation about pop-up gear, and I think pop-up gear should be looked at more as an opportunity to preserve fishing opportunity, but in reality, these regulations are supposed to be stopping entanglement risk. And unfortunately, the proposed regulations that were presented in this package seem to pretty closely align the emergency regs that were originally adopted. And I guess we still have some outstanding questions on how those regulations will actually move the needle and more so than just codifying the status quo. So I guess just opening up for a few questions. So it sounds like, Troy, you mentioned that you're fishing 180 lines. Is that something that's like historically, or you might have upped your level throughout? I'm just wondering, is there anyone fishing over 180 lines in a season? And
No, that's the maximum.
yeah, or prior to the emergency
No,
regs?
that was about when I mean, I can't say that I didn't have 3 or 4 more vertical lines last year, but no, that's been about like that.
Okay, so I guess from our perspective, we're looking at these new limits of 180 vertical lines in the north and the 60 vertical lines in the southern portion. And I think there was a lot of conversation, a lot of input throughout this process to find a system that works. And I think in an absence of regulation, introducing a limit might give the appearance of being an entanglement risk mitigation, or a mitigation risk. And I don't know, Brandon, if you want to speak to the southern portion, you mentioned around 15 lines, or is there anyone fishing over 60 lines in the southern portion of this fishery?
No, nobody is. But I think where you're going is how do these measures, while preserving opportunity, also mitigate entanglement risk? And I can tell you directly, one of the fishermen that tangled a whale this year just stacked the gear out of the water because he keeps tangling whales. He said, screw it, I can't do this, and quit fishing. So allowing him to use pop-up, which he wants to do, would allow him to go back fishing and present no entanglement risk. So yes, even though it's voluntary, it still does something to mitigate risk.
Yeah, I get that.
And allowing me to use it takes all my vertical lines out of the water. So I think you were implying that voluntary doesn't do anything to mitigate risk, and that's not true. It does.
Yeah, I think it does from the perspective of stopping an increase in the number of vertical lines to some extent. But again, with this still being an open access fishery, if we have 5 new people come into the southern portion and say, hey, we want to fish coonstripe, that's a new 180 times 5 set of lines that are entering the water. So I think from that perspective, and under this limit, if this limit were in place in 2024 when we had 2 entanglements, I think it's safe to say that the number of lines being limited wouldn't have stopped those entanglements from happening from the perspective of people don't even fish over or close to those limits for the most part, or maybe at the limits occasionally. So I think when we're looking at emergency regulations in response to entanglements to reduce entanglement risk, we're keeping the same amount of vertical lines in the water for the most part. And there is a level of, I remember you mentioning this, Troy, of you're having more people into the water, you're fishing in tight zones, you don't want to feel limited in the amount of fishing effort you're able to give. So then you have a new max trap limit, a new max vertical line limit that theoretically could encourage increased effort in smaller zones. Because if there's more people in a fishery and you now have more lines you can use, more traps you can use, that might encourage more gear actually entering the water. I think that's one concern we're seeing from these emergency regs is, like, in an attempt to set some sort of limit, it might actually result in increased number of lines in the water. Well, theoretically, there could have been someone that came in and said, I want to try and fish 300 lines. I think the general, precedent has been people fishing under that 180 limit. So we're concerned about that as, an entanglement mitigation. Similarly with the trap limits, 40 traps in the southern zone seems like a lot of traps, and similarly to that dynamic of having a line with 40 traps. And there have been some people who have electively chosen to fish with 1 line instead of the double end lines. I think if you're adding more than, 10, 15 traps, the possibility of using just 1 line, I feel, kind of goes out the window. You do need that second line in the instance that a line does break when you're pulling gear. So I think adding more traps per line almost encourages a second line versus having smaller sets with 1 line. So there are concerns around the introduction of that trap limit.
Sorry to interrupt, Ben. I just want to make sure you're making some really interesting points, and I want to make sure I understand. Are you proposing a lower vertical line limit or a lower trap limit? Are you proposing using that February control date to limit new participants? I know you have a letter signed by like 2,500 people. And that calls for a seasonal closure. So I guess I just want to sort of focus in on whether you're asking for something concrete or this is just sort of food for thought.
Yeah, I guess there's a recognition that the timeline in which these regulations have to move is really tight and really narrow, and you don't want the emergency regs lapsing in the time period before the next season starts. And I guess when looking at the package and sort of in conjunction with the petition that we submitted, a lot of those long-term considerations we view as the things that more closely align with what we're asking for in terms of regulation change in our petition. And also to us seem to be the things that are actually good to have some level of control in the number of vertical lines entering the water and are sort of the teeth of reducing entanglement risk. So I guess it's not a prescriptive ask to necessarily change this current regulation package because again, that timeline is pretty narrow, but I think I imagine this is a conversation that's going to continue into the future beyond this one conversation point. And I think that there's still a lot to consider. So while this is an encouraging first step, we have to, I guess, proactively address this. And again, credit to the fleet for coming up and raising this issue. I just think as these conversations continue, you sort of have to look at what actual impact these regs are having.
Yeah, and especially, what I hear you saying is we're trying, we did something as an emergency. We're now trying to do something as a regular standard rulemaking to respond to entanglements, particularly in the South. If we're just freezing the status quo, how does that reduce the likelihood of entanglements in the South moving forward? That makes sense to me. And acknowledging that the emergency regs are going to lapse, so we do need to do something. I had a quick question. One of the long-term considerations that we've been sort of talking around is, it says identify future date to require 100% pop-up gear. It says ropeless, but I'm going to say pop-up gear in the South. What is the department thinking in terms of future dates? I know you can't say, but is that a year? Is it 5 years? Is it 100 years?
Probably more along the time scale of like 5 years.
Okay.
But I guess that's, I think 1 year is probably going to be a bit aggressive. Again, remembering still in the Dungeness crab space, we're hoping to authorize alternative gear this spring. So there's the use of the gear in the water, and then there's all the technology behind the scenes and the reporting and all of that stuff. We're making really good progress on developing all those foundational elements, but we're still working on it.
And how much we're gonna learn. So we're learning a lot this spring with the expansion of the EFP. We're expected to apply what we've learned into the gear authorization for next spring. That will expand participation again. We're gonna learn a lot there, apply what we learned there to other fisheries. It's kind of how my mind thinks about it.
Well, and I don't see something in here, and maybe I'm missing it, but is an idea for have you guys all talked about using the February control date to freeze participation until a decision can be made about new entrants using ropeless gear? Is that something that has been talked about? My understanding is this isn't like a fishery that you can just decide one day you're going to go fish. There's a lot of like gearing up. There's a pretty substantial capital investment.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing where somebody's going to decide in a weekend that they're going to go be a coonstripe shrimp
I
fisherman.
was just thinking about the control date. And again, I think we want more people to fish. To me, the control date serves two purposes. It puts new entrants on notice that they may be held to a different standard potentially than others. They may not get the same type of permit. They might not be able to continue to fish. So it's really putting that marker out there. If you want to enter this fishery, that's okay, but know what you're signing up for, as opposed to prohibiting new entrants at this point in time. That's tough to undo. And so that would be a concern.
No, but we have had a couple of recent entanglements in the South with not a lot of participants.
Very few participants.
Yeah.
Well, but I think too, right? The fleet is now on notice. I would note too that the entanglements in 2024 and 2025, they were all self-reported. Right? So I think the fleet knows, the fleet is out there and sort of aware. And so I think there is a lot to be said for that as well.
That's great, but at the end of the day, like the state of California cannot take whales. Like we cannot be authorizing, you know, our participants to take protected species. I don't, Jeff.
Thanks. Yeah, Jeff Schuster with Oceana. You know, as you know, our organization has been working on this issue of whale entanglements for 10 plus years, along with the department, largely in the Dungeness crab context, and sort of seen the development of the pop-up or ropeless gear over that time. I wanted to start by just saying I had the opportunity to actually go out coonstripe fishing. Brand Little invited me to come out. It was actually, I learned a ton being out there. It's a lot of hard work. I definitely have a huge respect for the guys that do it. But I mean, I was also just amazed. It's a very sustainable fishery. There is minimal bycatch mortality. And it's really cool to see. I think these guys are kind of progressive, solution-oriented folks that, you know, don't want to entangle whales and want to have a fishery, and we really kind of support them in that. So yeah, I mean, and Brand has been exploring the use. I think in the last discussion, we learned that it is allowed to use the pop-up gear at one end of the string. And so he's been doing that and is now collecting data on the sort of reliability of that. So we have some information now from this fishery, not just from Dungeness crab. And so wanted to commend him for that, and kind of that information bringing forward, I think is extremely helpful. And I think CDFW has really been both collaborative and proactive in this, and trying to find a sort of reasonable middle ground to move forward with. So I guess where we are is that we support the department's recommendations, particularly for allowing the voluntary optional use of ropeless gear. And for the southern fisheries specifically, we would support articulating a goal of like a 3-year transition process. We think 3 years is sort of a reasonable middle ground as well, that could help get us there. And we've had some discussions about that timeline for specifically the South. There's also been some good ideas that have come out about, because these lines are so close, and it's very important to deal with the gear conflict, to have the use of those electronic monitoring tools, the virtual gear markings, so you can see clearly the start and end of those. And that's something that, whether you're using ropeless gear or not, could be, I think, a very useful tool to explore using that new technology, because it is, after being on the water, it is very hard to see exactly where everyone else's lines are and the other end, if it's, several thousand feet away. And I think just in terms of the concerns that have been raised over the use of, ropeless gear in the North, I've got an open mind on that question. I don't know whether that's going to work or not. I think what we'd like to do is figure out, is there a way that we can help bring in some of these tools, and so not put the cost burden on the fishermen to buy a bunch of gear and have to figure it out, but maybe there's a way that we can kind of test some gear, kind of similar to what Brand has done. Maybe try it at one end, try it with a few strings, and just sort of see how it works as a voluntary optional item. And so we think that makes a lot of sense, and we'd be willing to kind of partner up and kind of explore and just be open to that. I mean, it may not work, but maybe it does. I think a lot of folks originally that thought that pop-up gear would never work have then tried it and eaten crow and said, yeah, actually, this might actually work pretty well in certain circumstances. So I think having the commission support that sort of learning together, I think would be helpful. But ultimately, we support the recommendations at CDFW and the package that the department has laid out, and hope to see some continued collaboration with I think a small group of fishermen that are also proactive in what I would consider to be a sustainable fishery. Thanks.
Okay, we've got Francine online, and she's been patiently waiting with her hand raised for a while, and I'm sure there's been lots of threads she would have liked to have engaged in. So Francine.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioner Murray, Commissioner Sklar, everyone else in the room. My name is Francine Kershaw with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'd like to start by thanking the department also for their continued work on reducing entanglement risk in this fishery. I know, and I hear from my colleagues, you know, it's been extremely time intensive, and I think the discussion that we've had here has been extremely thoughtful and productive, and I, you know, deeply appreciative of that. And, you know, I agree, it is unfortunate that such a small scale fishery poses such an outsized risk to whales. But the timing of the fishing season relative to times when whales aggregate off of California's coast. And, you know, science does indicate that this happens both in the north and the south off of California, does dramatically increase the likelihood of these interactions. As the Commission and the Department is aware, and Jeff brought this up in the general public comment opportunity earlier today, the experimental box crab fishery was rightly required by the Department to use 100% ropeless gear in order not to introduce additional entanglement risk to whales. And NRDC believes that the same should likely ultimately be required here, particularly given the observed success of the box crab fishery in using that gear. I think we'll have some more updates and on the data from that soon. And also the increased interest in fishers in participating in that experimental fishery. It's certainly not deterred folks from wanting to join and explore that opportunity. We also appreciate, though, that the transition, you know, potential transition for coonstripe may not be immediate. But we do ask the Commission to prioritize regulations in the near term that will more rapidly achieve this goal. For example, the timeline for the identification of a future date to require 100% ropeless gear, and also the requirement for all new participants to use ropeless gear should be accelerated, as my colleagues in the room have just indicated. We also appreciate the discussion of the challenges of using ropeless gear in the north, and I'm really grateful to everyone that traveled here today and shared more insights on that. I found it really enlightening and helpful. I think in our opinion, at this point in time, at least, the ropeless gear requirement should not necessarily be limited to the south as a tool, you know, just for the southern management area, given that the best available science shows that whales are at risk off the entirety of the coastline. And we agree with the department that this question requires more detailed analysis, particularly given what we've learned today about the high density of vertical lines concentrated within a relatively small area. I appreciate it's a small area, but that many lines in a small area just give me some anxiety in terms of it being a hotspot of entanglement risk. So I think more, you know, detailed analysis of that and with scientific input would be really helpful. So yeah, those are just some thoughts I wanted to share. Thank you again for your work and the opportunity to comment today. Thanks.
Thanks, Francine. Anything else you guys want to add? Yeah.
I mean, just to her, you know, concern, I mean, that's almost a 30-year-old fishery that's been in the same spot with close to the same amount of vertical lines that has, besides the one restricted entanglement, hasn't had one. So I mean, if that's not scientific proof that we rarely have a problem in the north, I don't know what else would be.
I will just caveat that with, like, yes, confirmed. I feel like confirmed.
Yeah, we have some unknown.
Right? And I feel like California, every year you look at the ramp entanglement history and
But
it's unknown.
In that too, I told Joanna this, and I know that a lot of people probably don't believe, we don't lose gear. We set 90 sets, 45 sets, and we bring those home every year. You know, we don't lose gear. So we know it's not out there being drug around by a whale. So, I mean,
yeah, we know.
We know.
I've never lost a set.
You don't lose gear.
We don't.
That's
occasionally we break a pot off, but it's got a ganglion this long.
Yeah.
We don't lose sets of gear.
It's different from.
It's not like a crab pot. He's not gonna.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of long line. We saw the same thing in the FP. We didn't lose any gear this year. Just I mean, even if stuff fails, you can get it back and it's all connected together versus an individual walked out, 100 yards, like where did it go? So that is an advantage.
And the problem, you can't walk, like we try and bring it home before it's swell, but when occasionally we don't, it just gets balled up and it's all right there. We go out there with our picking booms and we just put it on the boat. I mean, it doesn't leave. It gets so balled up that it's there. We don't lose it here.
I wanted to mention one other thing that we didn't address. In the department's presentation, there was hotspots. They talked about hotspots and identifying hotspots for potential management action. That probably is one of the scariest concepts to me because these fisheries take place on very specific spots in both the south and the north. If they were to identify where I fish as a hotspot, or God, could you guys imagine saying, hey, you know what, this 2 miles, no bueno, but anywhere else, it's the end of your fishery. That's the only place you can fish. So hotspot really, I mean, we've taken years to identify these places where they're shrimp beds essentially where the shrimp go. Yeah. And if you start naming those as, well, you can have 99.5% of the water, but just not this 0.5%. Sure. That's closing the fishery. So it's important to remember.
Okay. All right, well, this has been a robust discussion. I, again, really appreciate everybody coming, making their way to here to talk about this. And it has sort of reminded me how much I love the MRC and that we're able to use this model of discussion and have back and forth and illuminate and daylight, nuance and complexities. So really want to appreciate you, Joanna, and the team and just all of you for making the trip and being here. I've learned a lot in this discussion. And just really appreciate it and appreciate the MRC as well. And with that, if we want to make a recommendation.
Well, I just wanted to echo what you just said. I was thinking the same thought, that this is a perfect model of why the MRC is so important, why the committees are so important in general. And also why the kind of participation, in this case, really forward-thinking participation of the participants of the fishery really makes a huge difference, and the outcomes are better when that happens. I hope you all feel that way. Well, I guess you want to see how this plays out, but in general, I hope you will feel this way, that this process is a good one, that it's worth your time. And I really want to express my appreciation for your proactive and your leadership, Brandon, particularly, on this. It's really important. We can solve things this way. You get Jeff saying the things he said, right, rather than a more contentious, kind of atmosphere. And I think that's just better for everybody. We get to a better result. So with that, I think the recommendation is a solid one that was recommended by the department and the staff. I don't think I heard anything that we need to change in it. Just fundamentally, I'd like to see ropeless gear move faster, in all the fisheries. But I think that this is a good first step in making it a possibility in this one. And the experimentation you're doing is really helpful, and I really look forward to hear more about it as you use it more.
Yeah, I agree with the proposed department recommendation, just maybe putting a finer point just for the record to continue to think about a future date for pop-up participation in the South in particular, and for new participants in particular, just not losing sight of that and trying to prioritize that to the extent we can. I mean, we're still learning and we still have a lot to learn, and I understand that. So
are you suggesting potentially limited entry?
Well, I mean, the slide I'm looking at, talks about requirement for new participants to use ropeless gear, to use pop-up gear. I asked the question about whether there's been a lot of thought about limited entry, using that control date to move toward limited entry, and that's not something that I'm prepared to recommend now.
I know the department doesn't want to either, but I think it needs to be a real discussion, especially if we do end up in the future somehow going to ropeless. I think it's going to be even more important that there's, less people trying to fish congested areas with ropeless than it is with vertical line.
Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of asked this question before, but what in your outreach with folks and in the thinking within the department, why isn't that a bigger component of the recommendation or of what we've seen in the presentation?
Sorry, what piece of the limited?
Using the control date for limited entry. Yeah.
I guess in my experience with dealing with limited entry fisheries, those are huge lifts.
Yeah.
And there's a lot, and I guess I'm hearkening back to all the years of experience in federal fisheries and conversations about qualification criteria. Those are always very long, hard conversations to have. And so, you know, and I think what we really need to think about too is the benefit of a limited entry fishery versus, again, using this control date and establishing potentially a gear endorsement. Now, not to, and I think mechanistically, we would need to think about if you wanted to require new entrants to use ropeless.
Right.
And it may or may, without having put a lot of thought into it, I mean, that may be a heavy lift as well, because you're gonna have to somehow separate out who can do what and when using that control date. So it still could be a lift, because maybe we would have to implement that gear endorsement first.
Yeah, I mean, just because
Um,
something is a heavy lift doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And certainly
Correct,
on the,
absolutely,
certainly
yeah.
on the question, you know, I asked Craig that question about like, you know, when we think about requiring new participants to use pop-up gear and what time frame are we thinking about? And you made the point that, well, we have this control date, so any new entrants are on notice that they could be subject to something different in the future. And I do think that's important, because going back to Ben's point, you know, if we've had 2 recent entanglements in the South with not a lot of participants, and our goal is to try to, you know, minimize future entanglements, then just preserving the status quo probably isn't gonna get us there.
No, and understand, and I don't want it to come across that just because something's a heavy lift doesn't mean it's not worth it. I think it's just, we need to factor that heavy lift in the amount of time and be realistic in the communications about how long it would take to do something like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, that control date, as long as my experience, as long as we're continuing to have these conversations in this venue and work towards something, that control date is, well, not the attorney, but based on my experience in other fisheries, we're good.
Yeah.
That control date
Right.
is solid.
Yeah.
But, you know, and so I think we're putting the pieces in place to allow continued work to have some of these future conversations.
Susan.
Thank you. I just, just am reflecting on the commission's policy on restricted access and the intent behind that. It was designed to reduce overcapacity where there is either a sustainability concern for the biological resource of the species or an oversubscribed economic, you know, risk of reducing the economic value. And so it was to try to find that balance. Not to say that it couldn't be used in a different way, but that would be the first time that it's used in such a unique manner to reduce a different kind of environmental risk than for a otherwise sustainable fishery.
I was just thinking about that. I mean, technically, entangling whales isn't sustainable, and why the targeted biomass isn't biologically a concern at this point. The whales are, but
Sure, of course, I agree.
I will say this, you know, the Selfish brand little says put limited entry on it. That's good to me personally. The advocacy for fishing brand little says we don't have a biological issue as far as the resource itself, and we do have major fisheries issues. So cutting out a bunch of people for something that is potentially, you know, a good thing, you know, it's hard for me to get behind limited entry. I will, with the idea of the qualification date, we were talking about the heavy lift. The further we get away from that date, the heavier the lift gets, because people sneak in and do things, and then next thing you know, 5 years from now, it's like, you know, we captured the footprint. It was easy to do something then, but now what about all these fringe cases where this guy's been in for 3 years, and yeah, technically he's supposed to know anything. The lift becomes heavier.
It's true.
So you know, we reestablished. That's why we had to reestablish it. It was so messy we couldn't use the 2001. So we got to be mindful of that date moving forward.
Well, I want to just also, you know, just asking Susan, like, when is that restricted access policy from, the this and the this? Well, it's from 2001. And that was before we were entangling federally protected marine mammals, which we just cannot do, right? So do we need to update that policy? Yes. So I think that's a really important point, and I appreciate you raising it. And it also reminds me that we might want to think about that policy, because there are new, you know, climate change was different then than it is now, and some of the challenges we face are different now than it was then. And so just something to keep in the back of our mind. I think we're all on the same page, right? We want the same thing. We're not, the record will certainly reflect the things that we want to keep top of mind as we're moving forward. And we can come back and keep having this conversation in the future.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, I think I believe, Samantha, you're proposing to build out the recommendation. Oh, it does support the department's plan to explore longer term considerations.
Yes, I think it is all.
It's all encapsulated.
I think you wrote that.
Oh, yeah.
Psychic. Yeah. Okay, so we support, I think Eric and I both support the recommendation as proposed, as written here. If I don't need to state it for the record, then I can just incorporate it by reference. All right. With that, I would recommend we take a 10-minute break. All right, we'll be back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming
thank
down,
you, guys.
and thanks for coming up.
Thank you, Brent.
All the best. All right, so we are going to get started then with agenda item number 4, the California Halibut Fishery Management Review. We've got 2 agenda items here, A and B, and I'm going to first hand it over to Melissa.
To ask people to turn off their audio in the room, please.
Sorry, he's having a phone issue over
Okay, Melissa is going to give us some guidance on how to speak on agenda item number 4A or B, and then we will hand it over to Susan.
Great, thank you so much. So if you would like to contribute to the conversation about California Halibut Fishery Management Review and you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. And on the mobile Zoom app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. Note also too that you may need to unmute yourself when your name is called, your microphone at your end. And we don't have any callers.
All right, so today's item it has 2 parts. We're going to receive a department update on the status of California halibut fishery management priorities, including completing an updated stock assessment for the Southern California halibut stock, testing of electronic monitoring and electronic reporting in the set gillnet fisheries, and additional next steps. And the second part is receive and discuss a department update on its evaluation of fisheries bycatch in the California halibut trawl fishery, including a report out on recent public engagement opportunities that the department led. By way of background, this has been a lengthy process to date already. The commission initially referred halibut management review to the Marine Resources Committee in August of 2020, as this fishery was identified in the Marine Life Management Act prioritization process for fisheries that warrant management attention. Since 2022, the department has been working with stakeholders and engaging on bycatch evaluation. March and July of 2022, they began with a bycatch evaluation for commercial halibut, set gillnet, and trawl fisheries, and those have been partitioned. The set gillnet evaluation is completed with a rulemaking, and so at your March MRC meeting, the MRC received a department update that it was ready to start moving forward with the next steps of evaluating bycatch for the halibut fishery, drawing on the same report that the committee already received at the end of 2022. And so today, the department lead is Kirsten Rainey. She's the environmental program manager for state managed fisheries, and she is here to present by Zoom.
Welcome, Kirsten.
Thank you. Good morning, all.
Yes, as Susan said, I'm going to give an update on all things that we've been working on related to California halibut fishery management review. Excuse me. So please, next slide. So just a little bit of history. We've been very busy for the past several years. We've been actively working to implement the 2018 master plan, which is our guidance document for implementing the Marine Life Management Act. That master plan was adopted by the Fish and Game Commission back in June of 2018. And as Susan said, we conducted a prioritization process of our fisheries that needed management attention. And at that time identified California halibut as one of our high priority species for management attention. Following that prioritization process, in 2020, we convened 3 stakeholder engagement webinars to hear concerns and discuss potential management priorities with the interested public. Upon reflections from that stakeholder input, we went through an internal strategic planning process and identified the 6 management needs for the California halibut fishery that you see on the slide. As Susan mentioned, since 2022, department staff have been actively working to accomplish these 6 management priorities for the halibut fishery. And as you can see, based on the dates, they are at different stages of completion. And today I'm going to highlight just a few of those, starting with the recent completion of the Southern California halibut stock assessment. I will remind ourselves about the gillnet bycatch evaluation and the recommendations that came out of that effort, and as well as talk about the next steps for completing the northern stock assessment. And then I will conclude with providing an update on our progress related to the completion of the comprehensive statewide trawl bycatch evaluation. Next slide, please. So stock assessments have been completed on California halibut for both the northern and southern stocks. These were separated into north and south assessments, in part because that's consistent with the history of the assessments for the species, but also because we do see some differences in life history across the Point Aguelo boundary. In 2021, a stock assessment was conducted for both stocks, an update to an earlier stock assessment, but it was not recommended for use in management at the time because of data limitations and modeling uncertainty in both the Northern and Southern California models. We focused on updating the Southern stock, and so we recently completed that and incorporated data from the recreational and commercial catch, abundance, length, age, and maturity data. Results from the peer review process of the Southern assessment suggest that the Southern stock's relative spawning output is roughly around 14%, which is slightly above the Pacific Fisheries Management Council's threshold for flatfish species of 12.5%. So what this means is that the reproductive output is roughly 14% of what it would be if the stock were unfished, and that the Southern stock is recovering from its depleted state, as you can see in the graph. Importantly, we are above what's considered the overfished reference point, but as you can see in the kind of purple shaded area, that the uncertainty bounds do include the 12.5% overfished threshold. Now that we have completed the Southern stock assessment, we are switching gears as capacity is allowing us to now focus on looking at the Northern stock, and that still remains one of our high priorities. Next slide, please. Okay. Looks like it switched back. We should be on the gillnet bycatch evaluation recommendation slide. There we go. Okay, so now switching gears to discuss our bycatch evaluation process. We recently completed the gillnet bycatch evaluation and provided recommendations to the Marine Resources Committee back in November of 2023. That recommendation included a two-phase approach to improving management of the gillnet fishery to fill information gaps and address potential bycatch concerns. Phase 1 included a regulatory proposal that the Fish and Game Commission adopted in April of this year. It included 3 management measures. The first was to implement a maximum soak time of 48 hours. It also included some gear marking requirements and also set maximum mesh depth limits for set gill nets, which included a 25 mesh maximum depth for the California halibut gillnet fishery and a 50 mesh depth for the white sea bass gillnet fishery. These regulations became effective on May 23rd, and starting January 1st of 2026, all set gill nets shall be marked with a colored strap, similar to what you are seeing in the photo on the slide. We are now actively working to implement phase 2 of the recommendations, which includes the pilot project for data improvements. These data improvements focus on testing electronic reporting, such as e-logbooks and electronic monitoring, which will directly inform the need for future management measures to address potential bycatch concerns. Next slide, please. So to get in a little bit more detail of the electronic monitoring and reporting pilot project, through funding support from the Ocean Protection Council and administration support from the Resources Legacy Fund, we will be pilot testing commercially available software and hardware from 4 experienced fishery data technology vendors. And the goal is to complete the pilot project in the summer of 2028. Specifically for the gillnet fishery, we're testing 2 electronic logbook platforms that will each be integrated with 1 electronic monitoring system each. That includes vessel positioning and hydraulic, magnetic, and/or infrared sensors to identify the start and end of specific fishing activity. After field testing is completed, data and fisherwomen feedback will be synthesized into a final report on the proof of concept and will include recommendations on next steps for potentially scaling to the whole set gillnet fishery. In April, we held industry meetings to present the project to potential volunteers, and more recently in May and June, we hosted some workshops with the fishermen and the technology vendors in the same room who will be participating in the pilot project. So far, we have secured 5 participants, 5 volunteers from the gillnet fishery who will be participating in the pilot project. And now we're working on the actual software development stage in collaboration with these participants. And after development, everything will get deployed and field testing will begin. Next slide. So I'm going to switch gears now and provide an update on the trawl bycatch evaluation. So most recently on April 30th, we hosted an in-person workshop, which was followed quickly by a virtual webinar on June 5th that invited all interested stakeholders to participate and learn about the trawl fishery. From industry participants, learn about background on the bycatch evaluation process under the Marine Life Management Act and Master Plan for Fisheries. We talked about available data sources for the assessment and heard concerns, questions, feedback from participants. In total, we had about 30 folks across the 2 meetings who represented the recreational and commercial fishing industry, NGO community, federal agency staff, and researchers. Participants shared their thoughts on species for consideration in the assessment, as well as provided input on how each participant's vision of a sustainable fishery may be impacted by bycatch of non-target species, how the management of our California halibut fishery as a whole can be improved, and what the future of the specific California halibut trawl fishery should look like. Next slide. So just as a little bit of a reminder on the bycatch evaluation process steps, the Marine Life Management Act mandate is to preserve the health of fish stocks and the ecosystem that support them, which requires us to take an ecosystem-based approach to our fisheries management. One of the primary objectives of the Act is to limit bycatch to acceptable types and amounts. And in order to evaluate bycatch impacts, the department follows a 4-step process that was outlined in the master plan to help characterize bycatch of non-target organisms and develop appropriate management measures to minimize impacts of bycatch on habitats and species. So you can see the 4-step approach on your slide. This process provides guidance on how to identify bycatch and assess its potential impacts on sustainability, the ecosystem, and socioeconomics in the fishery. The Marine Life Management Act assesses the acceptability of the amount and type of bycatch using 4 criteria under step 3. So that includes legality of take of the bycatch species, degree of that threat to the sustainability of that bycatch species, impacts on fisheries that may target that bycatch species, and finally, ecosystem impacts. So the master plan outlines a series of inquiry questions that ask about these 4 criteria so we can consistently assess what is quote unquote acceptable bycatch. And just as a reminder, the responses to those inquiry questions are not proposed to be used in any sort of formulaic or prescriptive way, but are intended to provide us a structured basis to consider what the potential impacts are. Next slide. So for step 1 of the master plan process, which is collection of information, we are working on compiling the various available data sources that we will be using to evaluate bycatch acceptability in the California halibut trawl fishery. Those sources include fishery reported data, such as landing receipts and logbooks, the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program data set, which is the federal observer program, GIS spatial data to provide spatially explicit information on trawling effort and habitat characteristics. We'll also be looking into any peer-reviewed literature research and available stock assessments on bycatch species. And finally, there are 2 relevant reports that we used previously in the GillNet bycatch evaluation that were produced, the first one by Rick Starr at Moss Landing Marine Laboratories, and the second one by Dr. Chris Free at UC Santa Barbara. In step 2 of the process, it's necessary for us to determine which species are the target of the fishery, which are incidentally caught, and which species are discarded. The fishery reported and observer data sets will be relied upon to distinguish the different species, while we also will recognize that targets can change over time based on market demand and do vary among participants. One of the challenges is the total number of species that may be encountered in the trawl fishery. And so we are working on developing a potential draft framework on how to identify the priority species to evaluate through the bycatch assessment process. And just as a reminder, back in the GillNet evaluation, we narrowed down to 12 priority species that we evaluated through step 3 to determine acceptability. Our draft framework right now to kind of narrow down to a reasonable set of species is to consider any special status species or any species that have been identified by our stakeholders as a species of interest or importance, that those will automatically be considered in step 3 of the bycatch evaluation. So they will move to those inquiry questions that I mentioned in the last slide. For the remaining species and our species groups that have been identified in step 2 through our data sets, we'll be looking at potentially evaluating them through an ecological risk assessment and or product productivity susceptibility analysis process to determine a vulnerability score. Our approach is to establish a vulnerability score threshold that would determine which remaining species or species groups that should move to step 3 of the process. The idea is to use the ERA and PSA process, was a recommendation that we heard from our stakeholder meetings to help prioritize species through a transparent and recognizable method. Next slide. So just to wrap up, looking ahead, we will continue to prioritize our California halibut sampling that we conduct along the entire coast that help inform the various management priorities for halibut. We are implementing the EMER project, Electronic Monitoring, Electronic Reporting Pilot Project, that is focused on the gillnet fishery in Southern California. As I mentioned, we're going to be revisiting the northern stock assessment and trying to tackle the technical improvements that were suggested by the peer review panel back in 2021. And then finally, we're working to finalize the bycatch evaluation and provide for engagement opportunities throughout that process. And we definitely are interested in hearing feedback from the Marine Resources Committee on our draft framework of how to identify the species that should be addressed through step 3 of the bycatch evaluation 4-step process. And last slide, please. So we do have some links here for folks to check out. The first is our dedicated email account. If anybody has questions, comments, concerns, they could reach us there. If anybody's interested in reading the guidance document around the bycatch criteria process, there's a link to the master plan. And then finally, we do have an enhanced status report that's on our webpage under the Marine Species portal that gives the latest status of California halibut management. And with that, thank you very much. And I'm available for any questions.
Thanks so much, Kirsten. Appreciate that presentation. I had just a couple questions. You mentioned in one of your closing slides, maybe it was the last slide, revisiting the northern stock assessment model for technical improvements. But I was just, looking at one of your early slides that shows the relative spawning output for the southern only stock. We haven't done, we don't have a graph like that, an assessment that's been done since 2021. And that 2021 one looks at northern and southern together. Is that right?
I believe there should be a separate spawning output for both, for the northern and southern stock separately in 2021, but I'd have to go back and reread the report and or talk to our modeler to confirm that, but they are treated separately as almost 2 separate stock assessments.
Are we planning, so thank you for that. I guess my question is, are we planning to do another one to look at the northern, and do we have a sense of whether it looks sort of similar to what we see in the southern one?
We are planning to do one for the northern. The technical improvements, from my understanding, were a much bigger lift for the northern stock than for the southern stock, which is why we prioritized the southern assessment first. And so our modeling team is looking into essentially what it will take to try and improve the northern stock. And if that is something that is feasible and doable, we will produce that same thing for the northern stock assessment. And remind me what your second question was.
You think it looks similar? The last time we looked, was it similar, like getting close to 14%, trending upwards?
For the northern or for the, are you asking if
for
that
the northern?
was...
For the northern, I can see the southern. I'm asking for the northern.
I think the northern stock actually is quite different than the southern stock, if I remember correctly.
How so?
I think it's at a higher spawning stock biomass. But the challenges are that there's a lot of uncertainty around that, just given the technical deficiencies in the model. So it's kind of a projection that at this point can't be trusted.
Yes, I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the north. And then with the increased effort, the increased catch we've seen in the bay in the last 5 years, let's say, I think our focus has really shifted where we were concerned about a problem in the south. What we're seeing is, hey, we're actually looking pretty good. Anecdotal reports from this summer, there's a lot of halibut out there. That's just anecdotal. But then the north, I think that's where we need to focus our energy is like, wow, are we setting ourselves up for a concern up there with the catches that we're seeing, especially coming out of the bay?
Yeah, I'll add something to the anecdotal by saying I took my kids out halibut fishing a couple weeks ago in Tomales Bay, and there were a lot of other people fishing for halibut in Tomales Bay, for sure.
Yeah.
We had a 40-inch one that got away. Yes, it was in the net and it got away.
Catch and release, that's great.
Yeah, well, it got released, but it was
to breed another day.
It was indeed released.
Well played.
Yeah, yeah.
Anecdotally, also, I haven't fished halibut this year yet, but up in northern Vancouver Island, it's not been a great year so far. They're seeing less stock, and it's been pretty abundant up there in past years. So it just shows that in this incredible range that halibut is managed, the variations are great, and that it varies year to year. And with a lot of change going on, we really can put our arms around.
All right. Any questions for Kirsten before we? Oh, I have one other question. Do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
I had one question, which was, we have lived through a bycatch inquiry, a very resource intensive, complex, animated halibut bycatch inquiry. And I just wondered, to what extent are we incorporating the lessons learned from that process into this process, so we being me, so that we don't make some of the same mistakes as, or just so we learn from any mistakes we might have made, all of us, in that process. To what extent are we sort of operationalizing lessons learned and best practices from that go around?
Yeah, great question. And I can tell you that we've already started doing that by having these kickoff meetings. We did not do that with the GillNet process. We had kind of individual conversations with fleet and other interested stakeholders, but we didn't host any, open invitation for folks to join us and have a conversation. So we've already learned the lesson to have more ongoing early communication, engagement opportunities to talk through the process. I think the other piece that we are incorporating is to try and develop a more transparent, recognizable process on how species are selected for actually reviewing and through the bycatch, inquiry questions. As you can imagine, the trawl fishery encounters hundreds of species, and we just don't have the capacity to go through every single one of those. So we have to narrow down our list that we take a look at, and we want to make sure that the ones that we look at are the most important species to look at, or species groups. And so using a very transparent process to identify those species, I think, is important. And then I think the other piece that we struggled with through GillNet was just understanding the data sources that we had and the limitations and nuances of the various data sources that we have. So we haven't scheduled a follow-up conversation yet, but I think our next step will be to have more conversations about what analyses are appropriate to do with the data that we have. We're currently digging into the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program data. We're finding some QA/QC challenges with that data set, so we're trying to resolve those, but to have those conversations openly with industry, with the MRC, with interested stakeholders, so we can all be on the same page of what our data is telling us and how can we use it.
I'd love to have you and I have a discussion about what we think that, the lessons learned were and what we can do better this time. It's, during the course of this process.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know if there's been any discussion about, and I haven't mentioned this to Kirsten or to Craig, so apologies in advance, but I don't know if we've talked at all about having any kind of, one of the issues we faced was like different interpretations of the same data, different usages of the same data. Have we thought at all about, knowing that resources are limited, have we thought at all about a third-party review of data or somebody sort of external, doing a review of the data?
Like a peer review kind of thing, or what do you mean by external review? What is that?
Just somebody, I don't know. I'm just sort of like thinking on the spot, somebody, we had challenges with that. That was something that really came up, is data being used, the same body of data being used in very different ways. And I'm just thinking through in real time ways to avoid that in the future.
I think part of way to get around that is having these early discussions.
Yeah.
To elucidate different ideas on what data we have and then how are we going to analyze them.
Yeah.
If I recall from the GillNet evaluation, that those were done by third parties primarily. And so I guess, we could think about a peer review, but I think it's a great point. I think the other piece that, and I don't know how we overcome it, is it's this concept of acceptability.
Yes.
Is very subjective.
Yes.
And when you get to something that is that subjective, it's going to be very difficult to get people to agree on yes or no or maybe.
Who wrote that in the MLMA? Right.
So there's
Wow.
there's three things in all of this that I'd like to comment on.
Yeah.
I'll start with the last. Part of the reason we have a commission and committees is for those instances where, if it's just a matter of deciding what the fact is, and once you know the fact, you can decide it, and we don't need a commission, right? It's when we have these difficult things that are it can be somewhat subjective and require inputs of both science and policy and philosophy and all the above, right? That's okay. I mean, that's the reality of the complexity of the things we're dealing with. So that I guess that's really falls on us, right, to help just determine. And if we can set up some standards for how we're doing it, all the better. We may not be able to do that. It may be, there's that old line that I forget which justice, I always quote it, forget which justice said it, but about pornography, I know it when I see it. There's a little bit of that same kind of thing in here that a body of multiple people has to apply and know when they see it. So I think that was a challenge from that last process, and one that we have to really focus on and work hard on, but will evolve over time, and I think we'll get better at. I think there's, broadly speaking, there's a lot of distrust in institutions these days, and I think we all know that and see that across the board. And so I think the third-party review idea, it's not very expensive really to get a peer review. I mean, in the scheme of things, we're doing it on the Blue Ribbon Committee for Clear Lake that I chair. It's like $6,000 or $7,000 off us to get a couple people to the website who all parties agree are not involved in the discussion or not part of it. And maybe that can give some additional comfort and credibility to the kind of stuff we're looking at if we have that. But I think that is helpful to look at.
Yeah, I was joking when I said the thing about the MLMA master plan and this notion of acceptability. I mean, I like that when Kirsten said this is a structural basis, this is what sort of frames up our discussion. I wish the term acceptable, the sort of rubric that we look at, legality of take, threat to sustainability, impact on fisheries, ecosystem impacts, that structure makes a lot of sense to me. I wish the word wasn't acceptable. I wish it was like, I don't know, tolerance or something like that. Acceptable makes it sound like we are okay with any bycatch. We like bycatch at any level of any species. And that, that's just not, that is a tough thing to say, and to say this level, this kind, this flavor is acceptable. So part of it, the sticking point on that piece was just that word is a little bit charged and doesn't really reflect the determination that I think we're making. The peer review, I'm still sort of thinking through that. Part of it was an interpretation of data once it's sort of left, right? I hear you saying we kind of got the data from a third party, some of it, right? And so it was how it was used once it left this room, in messaging and in messaging and talking points and extrapolation of the data. So that, I don't know if that gets fixed with a third party or not. So just something to think about. But I'm glad to hear that the lessons learned are top of mind and that we've already started by having lots of outreach meetings on the front end. I think we all kind of came out of that process, especially once it went to the full commission and then something totally different happened, which is 100% fine. And that's how the commission works, right? We just make a recommendation, but something very different then happened, which at the commission, which then led to legislative involvement. And, you know, I think we probably all have some rebuilding of trust to do among ourselves and with stakeholders. And, you know, might have a little bit of trauma from that process. And so trying to come in with fresh eyes and with like a clean slate and to all want to do better, I hope is something we can do.
I guess I would also add, Smith, that, you know, data is having complete data is always a problem. I mean, we see that everywhere on everything we deal with. I think that there was definitely a feeling that we need better data to be able to make these kind of sometimes subjective decisions. And so, you know, I hope that was one of the lessons too, and that we've got to figure out ways to get better and more thorough data on this in general, but on this particular one, it's really critical because it's so charged. And because if we're going to make a subjective decision, we need as much really good data as we can.
Craig, did you have something you were going to add?
Well, just on the data, I think something that we can all, at least already, we can commit to, and I think would ask us all to, is just to be really transparent with the data, how we're using it, what assumptions are being made. Are we talking about pounds? Are we talking about individuals? Are we talking, you know, what species are included, what species are excluded? Because you have these small outliers, and you know that can really change the interpretation if you include or exclude certain species. And so I think just being really transparent with, hey, we're including this, and this is why we're having this, or we're excluding this, and this is why we have this conclusion. I think that can help.
I think that'll go a long way, Craig.
All right, with that, we do have a couple folks in the room. Caitlin, we haven't heard from you yet, so welcome. No, well, you're just kind of always there though, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just here.
You go. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Hi, everyone. Caitlin Birch with Oceana. Thank you for selecting me to go first.
You have to run it.
I'm also traumatized from the last bycatch inquiry, so thank you for the presentation and discussion. Yeah, I do. I hope we can all go forward with some lessons learned and approach this thoughtfully. So I appreciate that.
And a reminder that you're speaking to the owl over here. That's the microphone is way over there.
Owl's far. Kirsten, thank you so much for the presentation. It was super thorough and wonderful as usual. It's great to see all the progress you guys have made, and you have a lot on your plate. So I really appreciate your team and all the work you guys are doing on the halibut management review. It's exciting to see a stock assessment come out for the southern population as well. So huge thank you to you and your team on all the work you guys have been doing. On the trawl review, as we know, the sustainability assessments depend on strong science, and that means cohesive and reliable data and monitoring systems that allow us to track the health of fish populations and marine ecosystems over time. And as we've kind of already been discussing, the reality is we're operating with limited resources and incomplete data sets that really present challenges and some of these like subjective questions that we're being asked to evaluate. So that's really tricky. On a very high level for the trawl management review, we hope to see the MRC and department explore practical solutions to reduce bycatch impacts and risk, and leverage modern data collection tools, and incorporate fishermen's input on actionable steps that we can take to minimize bycatch and create some longer-term data pathways and streams along the way. As the trawl review moves forward, we had a few suggestions that might strengthen the process. And I'll also say, Kirsten, I really appreciated the ecological risk assessment and PSA piece of the bycatch inquiry that you guys are trying to incorporate this time around, I think that will go a long way as well in prioritizing and assessing some of these species and their vulnerability. But in terms of our suggestions, similar to the discussion that co-chairs had about some external review, we just given the incomplete data sets, particularly in terms of the species assessments, bycatch mortality, post-release mortality data, and the complexity of assessing these cumulative impacts of these, number of bycatch species, it would be helpful through this review to have external experts brought in some capacity to evaluate the conclusions we can reasonably infer from our available data and guide us on next steps. One example would be, it would be helpful to hear from some of the NIMS West Coast Groundfish Observer Program staff, perhaps in some subsequent evaluation or workshop meetings that we have, particularly on terms of how they work with the federal observer data sets on mortality data and how to assess species impacts for their federal fisheries. We also saw a lot of value in the two-phased approach to management that the department laid out previously. So a package that starts with identifying some low-hanging fruit or immediate concerns that could be addressed through some fisher-informed discussions. A couple examples could be addressing the ESA green sturgeon bycatch issue in the northern trawl fishery, exploring mesh sizes to avoid discards to the extent possible and limit tow durations to minimize mortality. Just some examples to think about, and just some short-term items that we can move on to improve the fishery and minimize bycatch, while also looking at a longer-term package that lays the groundwork for tackling some of the more complex data-driven challenges and monitoring improvements. And finally, and I hope my friend Chris over here will also mention this, I'm sure he will, but as federal investments in some of our state managed fisheries continue to be withdrawn, like particularly the observer program that once covered this fishery is no longer observing this fishery, we'll need to be able to fill those data gaps, and we'll see a widening of some of the data gaps that we already are experiencing in our state fisheries. So this review could be a really valuable opportunity to proactively assess what systems or resources or programs the state will need to get in place to fill those gaps long term. So such as like observer programs or electronic video monitoring or other tools. And then I think I'll wait till for subsequent meetings to share some of our top priority bycatch issues and get into the meat of that at a later time. But I just also wanted to flag at this meeting that we feel it's extremely important to have some assessment of cumulative effects of the bycatch in totality, which we don't feel like was addressed during the last inquiry. So thank you. I appreciate being able to contribute to the conversation on process. We look forward to engaging very thoughtfully as we go forward, and certainly learning from our lessons learned discussions from the last inquiry. Appreciate all the department's work on the review so far, and we see real potential through this review to improve the health of the trawl fishery long term and our ecosystems, and also strengthen fisheries management in California. So thank you.
So my name is Chris Voss, commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara. And with respect to bycatch, I think we're obligated. I think there's kind of a commitment on the part of everybody to use data to drive the decision making around bycatch. So I understand the emotional aspects of whale entanglement, which is like the epitome of the bycatch challenge we face in this state. It is the one that's curtailing, a huge amount of our fishing activity. And so when the feds looked at this, it wasn't a hard cap situation. There was a lot of dialogue around the hard cap, but there was an effort to assess the abundance of humpbacks and grays and the whales that are more likely to be entangled than others, in an effort to get a scientific understanding of what impact, which is required in evaluating bycatch, the ecological impacts that an entanglement has on the recovery of these populations. And so it's important that we stay in the realm of kind of logic and reason and not just default to nobody wants to see a whale entanglement. And we want to avoid it at every turn and in any way possible. That said, if their abundance is increasing, the likelihood goes up. So we're in this conundrum of, as their abundance increases, the likelihood of an entanglement goes up. And so we need to embrace that reality by grounding our evaluation in a science-based approach that determines some measure of acceptable take. So, I don't think that's an unreasonable argument. We shouldn't just throw it to, we don't want it to happen, and we're going to close fisheries if it does. So, and, look at what we're doing in order to minimize it. All of the ropeless gear efforts, we're doing a lot of work in that realm. And I think where the trust issue comes in too, I was in that, again, I mentioned it in my original comment. The Ocean Protection Council meeting had a lot of people claiming that our trawl fishery, or halibut trawl fishery, was industrial. And then thanked it explicitly within the Chumash Sanctuary, which is the state waters where the trawl fishery takes place inside of 3 miles. 20% of that area is allowed or available to that trawl fishery, and there's 6 guys doing it, and they're all using the soft touch gear that McCorkle pioneered. And so when you put it in context, when you start with the understanding that there's a real small number of set gillnet guys, the area that's outside of 3 miles is very limited on the Ventura Flats off Santa Barbara and a few other locations in the state of California. You start to develop the kind of ground understanding of how this fishery is prosecuted and how limited the area that it can actually be performed in. And then you overlay the bycatch challenges and then the significance they have on the ecosystem at large. That's part of the calculation. And fortunately, the department and others got to that, and even the commission got to that reality. And so I think that's where we need to stay in, kind of starting with how big are the nets? How long are the nets? How many meshes are they deemed? Because clearly those considerations affect bycatch, because the recommendation is trying to address the bycatch in the halibut fishery by manipulating those numbers or setting limits on them. So I just hope that we don't devolve into less informed a place just by simply mischaracterizing the details. And as we all know, we really got to look close at the details to get a good understanding. Again, same thing applies to the pinniped populations, which are phenomenally robust. Same deal. The likelihood of entangling a seal right now is pretty high. It's because there's a lot of seals, and nobody wants to entangle a seal. They don't want to. So it's just we really got to consider, again, repeatedly, all of the steps we've taken through the last 25 years of trying to address these issues that have effectively done a good job at slowly, incrementally reducing how much bycatch we take in these fisheries, whether it's reducing the number of fishermen or whether it's limiting their net size, or even restricting where they can fish based on the abundance of whales. So we've gotten so progressive in our efforts to get at these challenges. Let's just keep working like that so that the fisheries can continue to exist alongside, the threat of whale entanglement. Stay constructive and not this draconian effort to just consistently, shut these fisheries down. And I was talking to Jeff. I was one of those guys, and maybe you guys remember, I was adamantly opposed to ropeless gear initially, but it seems to evolve to a place where it's actually making it work for a number of fishermen in the Dungeness crab fishery. They're not happy about it, but it's working.
So I would hope that what you feel that we've been doing what you said. Yeah. We've been working on it that way.
Yeah.
That we've been trying to be thoughtful and balanced and progressive, and that and find solutions that achieve the best outcomes overall. I hope that's what we've been doing.
But the science-based piece, that's one, because we just had this discussion 2 seconds ago, where it was still kind of nebulous as to what we really had to ground our thinking in. Should be grounded in a kind of biological understanding of the abundance and the reproductive capacity of, just like the halibut, it's 14%.
Well, it's not nebulous. What I said is legality of take, threat to sustainability, impact on fisheries, ecosystem impacts. Those 4 things are really concrete, not about emotion. Clear, right? Those are that's the structural basis that we will be looking at.
Yeah, and those 4 things aren't incompatible with the fact that sometimes there's some subjectivity to it.
Of course.
We should all be taking into account those 4 things when we're making those. Everybody sees things a little differently than each other, and so we have to do our best in applying those.
But I get that when you're applying your thought process to 2 competing assessments, say of whale abundance.
Or 10 competing assessments.
Or 10 competing. But it's important to recognize that if the overall trend is up, then hard caps don't work. If you're gonna, as the trend goes up in their abundance and the likelihood increases, maybe we should be a little more flexible in how we set triggers.
For sure, in general, of course, with marine mammals, 0 is kind of the baseline that we're charged with, right? 0 and 0.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. That's a choice. We're supposed to be science-based first and foremost.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about entanglements and take of protected species. That we don't have. There's not a lot of. Am I wrong?
Well, it depends. If there's an incidental take permit, that makes a difference.
That's an exception. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. And that incidental take permit should be based on some reasonable evaluation of.
Understood.
And again, I mean, all these things came up with our first go around when we were talking about set gillnet, and I feel like we did a good job of trying to focus on science and data and facts. So I have every reason to believe that we'll do that again.
I feel like we did that at the MRC.
Amazing. All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Hello.
Am I next? Okay. Well, I love that the owl actually looks like an owl. It's very cute.
It's cute.
Good afternoon, Vice President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. I'm Ashley Gibbs, the Executive Director of the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, which has protected and sustained unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin for nearly 55 years. Thank you, Ms. Rainey, for the presentation. I just want to make a few brief points. We support our partners, Oceana, on this important biodiversity topic, and we do appreciate all the stakeholder outreach that has taken place. As I think we're all doing today, as we reflect and the review continues, we do support bringing in additional scientific perspectives to support and complement the analysis. And I do like the idea of peer or external review. I find that very interesting. This kind of collaborative input can help ensure that we're building the strongest possible foundation for informing a sustainable management approach through the review. We are also concerned as our colleagues about the potential growing data gaps as the federal support for state fisheries declines. So it is an opportunity for the state to be forward thinking and kind of identify those priority data needs and investing in the monitoring systems to fill those gaps and manage the fishery sustainably into the future, which I know is what we all want to do. From our perspective, sustainability is dependent upon the health of entire ecosystems and assessing the cumulative impacts. And that requires a robust assessment of bycatch, any key gaps, and then robust monitoring into the future, especially with that federal observer coverage limitation. So thank you for the resources that have already been engaged in this. I know it's been a very long and complex process, so I appreciate that.
Thanks, Ashley.
Hi, Katie O'Donnell, U.S. Ocean Conservation Manager from Wild Coast. I just wanted to, again, thank the department for their presentation. Thank you, Kirsten, for really informative presentation and for the department's thoughtful process. And just want to echo the concerns that others have said, including Chris, Caitlin, and Ashley, about and I also want to put this in. This is a conversation I think that's been happening too in the BART Sandfast group as well, of just these federal gaps. I know OBC did a presentation, so these federal gaps in data, and then how do we identify those and make sure that we have a plan for the state action moving forward. And I know that you are working on that and want to, looking forward to continuing to see that. That's all. Just want to emphasize that. Thanks.
Thanks. Ben.
Yeah, just Ben, Center for Biological Diversity. Just a quick echo of Caitlin's comments and support for the note and one of our concerns with it, which is green sturgeon as possibly being bycatch in this fishery. We are hoping that this review will allow for a process that will allow the department to prioritize this issue, whether that's looking at an ITP and still take permit, or looking at other ways that the fishery can sort of meet compliance with the criteria under the ESA. So echoing support for this review and hoping that this can be a fruitful, productive review process.
Terrific. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to talk about this issue, which is agenda item 4, before we move on to folks online? I don't see anyone else coming up to the table. So online, the only hand raised that I see is Anupa. Anupa, welcome.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Kirsten, for your great presentation. That was really helpful. I don't know if this is a question or comment, but there are sort of 2 points of unease that I have. One is how we might account for delayed mortality. So looking 30 days out potentially, and how that can be accounted for in modeling. I've seen some studies on Pacific halibut that show delayed mortality as high as 100%, and that's a little bit scary. That was in a lab sort of replicate study, so there's probably a margin of error there. But how can we consider that in how we're modeling bycatch and impacts? And then I fully understand the resource limitations, and you can't track the impact on every species. But picking 3 priority species, I don't know. I guess I want to make the point that if something doesn't necessarily have commercial or recreational value, it might be worth tracking that species type. Like, I don't know, sea pens are cool. Do we not care about them? So making sure we're also accounting for things like benthic invertebrates potentially, and understanding our impact on those species types, and not just looking at commercially sort of valuable fisheries.
Yeah, thanks for that, Anupa. So I guess I would look to Kirsten, maybe Craig, to talk about this issue of like sublethal impacts or predation, delayed mortality, latent mortality. Anything we need to know on that you want to say in response to Anupa's question? I guess first, maybe going to Kirsten. I think she wants to be unmuted. Oh,
there we go.
There you are.
Now I can. Yeah, thank you, Anupa, for the question. It definitely is one of the major data gaps that we have. And it's not even delayed mortality that we have a challenge with. It's immediate release mortality. That is information that has not been recorded by, well, let me actually take a step back. The West Coast Observer Program does document that, but if there is not scientific literature that documents post-release mortality, the federal program makes a default assumption that anything released is 100% dead. So we know in reality that that's not necessarily accurate for all species. So it is a major challenge that we have that we've been talking about, but we have yet to come up with a solution on how to address that. It is something that we shared in our in-person workshop and our remote webinar, that it will be one of the challenges that we have to come up with some type of solution on how we want to incorporate mortality information when we don't necessarily have it from peer-reviewed literature. And I don't know if Craig has anything else to add to that, but definitely one of the challenges that we have.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kirsten. Craig.
Yeah, it's a data gap. And I think one way we can look at it is you can do one extreme of 100%, assume everything that's caught dies, right? 100% mortality, to anything on the other end of the spectrum, that if it's returned, and we know the disposition of a live, and 100% survives or some proportion of it, and we're not going to have data for a number of species or the quality of each individual animal that's discarded at sea. And so I think that's where we may look at a couple of different ranges, perhaps. Now I'm just going off the fly, but do we assume 20%, 40%, 60%? And that'll be just definitely part of our transparent discussion of what are our assumptions that we use to inform our conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, using 100% mortality proportion is very conservative. That's a very conservative assumption.
Yes, it is.
Essentially not accurate.
Well, and also, I mean, that was part of why I brought up the bringing in the NIMS scientists who do evaluate that. Is there a reason why they use that precautionary 100% mortality rate to assess their own stocks for the federal management? Is there some species that we should be considering that for in this review, or some, like you said, some sort of spectrum? But it would be, I think, valuable to have some sort of, you know, external experts or, you know, CDF&W, as you said, transparently discuss what sort of mortality ranges we're looking at, or peer review, like some literature that we can assess. Because I think there are a few species that the NIMS study, that there are some NIMS studies on in terms of mortality assessments in the trawl fleet.
I was going to say, maybe philosophical question, but if you choose 100% or whatever you choose, is that science or is that like a policy call, sort of, right? I don't know the answer, but it's
not science.
Yeah, NIMS, I don't believe NIMS selects 100% mortality estimate for information that's lacking because they're not applying it to certain species that they anticipate having a high mortality. It's a policy. If we don't have data, we call it 100 as a highly precautionary measure.
Yeah.
So they are big data.
Sorry, could I just clarify? I wasn't asking for you to use 100%.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that point. Oh, maybe I wasn't unmuted when I started talking. I just wanted to clarify that I wasn't asking for you to model at 100%.
Yeah, we thank you for that info. Thanks for that clarification. I didn't assume that you were. You just sent us down a path of sort of waxing philosophical on this idea, which I think is a good discussion. You know, it's good to talk about on the front end out loud.
Just something else I think it's good to talk about on the front end out loud is just resources and capacity.
Yeah.
And then finding funding to do this work. Just a reminder, and I know Melissa can relate to this. We're still working under a budget reduction. We're still working under a staffing reduction. Those resources are gone and are not coming back anytime soon. So we are doing our best to keep the wheels on the bus. And so everything that's addition is something else is going to have to come off on something else we're doing. And we're just unfortunately at that point.
Yeah, and a couple times when we've talked about an external reviewer, this idea of like a NIMS observer or a NIMS somebody has come up, and it also seems important to say out loud, like that could be challenging for obvious reasons.
Colleagues are struggling as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, anything else that folks want to add to the conversation? We don't have a recommendation or a motion on this. Susan, did you want to add something? Let's hear it. Oh, okay. All right.
I choose not to add.
Okay. Well, this has been a great conversation. I'm really glad we're talking about it early in the process. We're all on the same page in terms of wanting to grow from our past experience and move forward together, eyes wide open. So just want to thank you, Kirsten, Craig, everyone on the team for the work that's been done so far and for the really thorough presentation, and for all of you for being here and engaging in the conversation as well. We are at 12:36. I know our lunches are here. Melissa, what kind of break do we need to take from a staffing perspective for a lunch? 35 minutes. Okay, so that puts us at 1:10. So we have folks online, folks in the room. We are going to get started again with agenda item number 5, I believe. And Melissa is going to start by giving us some guidance on how to speak on agenda item number 5, which is Red Abalone Statewide Restoration Plan. And then after that, we'll hand it over to Susan.
Thank you so much. So if you're on Zoom and you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 5, Red Abalone Statewide Restoration Plan, please use the raise hand feature, which is located at the bottom of this window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile Zoom app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. And when your name is called, note also that you may need to unmute your microphone at your end, and we do not have any additional coverage.
Terrific. Susan.
Thank you. So this is a discussion, informational and discussion item for receiving and discussing a department update on statewide red abalone restoration planning. So there is no MRC recommendation anticipated, but by way of background, while previously the committee and the commission supported development of a regional red abalone fishery management plan, in December of 2022, the commission supported pausing department's development of the FMP, pausing development of a de minimis fishery, and focusing effort on recovery planning. The MRC most recently received a department update on red abalone recovery planning a year ago, July 2024. And since then, the department has continued to do planning. And today, Joanna Grable, environmental program manager for the invertebrate program, will provide a presentation with an update.
Thank you again. So good.
David, can we pull up that presentation, please? Oh, got it.
Great, thank you. So again, just sort of for the record, Joanna Grable, invertebrate program manager. And maybe just, I think I'll start out, it's kind of you'll notice a change in the title here. We are really intentionally trying to use the word restoration as opposed to a recovery plan, recognizing that, recovery does have linkages to CISA, and so we just want to make it really clear for the public that because there I think has been some confusion. So I'll apologize in advance if I slip up and say recovery. I don't mean it. But yeah, just to say that today I will be providing an update on our red abalone restoration plan process, discuss some tasks that need to be completed, timelines, and really identify, and hopefully this is kind of the theme of today, really identify where we could use some help. So next slide, please. So just to orient us as we go through the presentation, give a little bit of the history on our planning for the restoration plan. I'll do a high-level overview of just kind of elements that are in a restoration plan in general. We'll touch base on some the data evaluation that we have planned, discuss partnerships, and then wrap up with next steps. Next slide, please. So Susan did give us a little bit of some background in her overview, but just to sort of take a couple of steps back to reorient everyone on where we've been and how we got here today. So at the December 2022 Fish and Game Commission meeting, as Susan mentioned, there's a recommendation to pause development of our fishery management plan. Conditions underwater at that time continued to be bleak, and they were not improving. So instead of talking about developing fishing opportunities, the recommendation was to switch to developing a restoration plan. After that meeting, specifically in July of 2023, and then I would just note, as we've continued to work through this whole timeline, there has been tribal outreach and notification of the upcoming restoration plan development. And then again, in January of 2024, we did provide a tribal update, letting them know, just basically running and update them on our planning process. And we have met with tribes throughout this process. At the July 2024 MRC meeting, we came to you and provided an update on the development of the restoration plan process. And at that meeting, we let you know that we were continuing to make progress on that plan. We had completed tribal consultations at that time. We were working on finalizing the membership of our community working group and our technical advisory committee. And at the time, we were exploring the feasibility of engaging professional facilitation and exploring where funds to support that facilitation could be secured. In August, really between August and 2024, we worked closely with partners on securing the facilitation, but unfortunately we did run into some challenges and those funding opportunities fell through. As Craig mentioned in the previous agenda item that we had talked about, we have also experienced this budget freeze that did hit the invert program pretty big. And so we have had some loss in frozen positions. So we've had a loss of capacity. And then we also had whale entanglement and coonstripe. So we really have had to sort of shift and prioritize tasks that people were working on. So as of January 2025, we did provide a notification to our potential community working group members and the technical advisory committee that we needed to pause the development of our restoration plan. So now today, really it's, to have a discussion about how do we go forward and where we can benefit from really the broader community at large and helping us move forward. Next slide, please. So I thought I'd touch a little bit on like what goes into a restoration plan. And this is just a very high level schematic. Each individual restoration plan is going to be individualized for the species, but really there are some kind of key elements that are going to be in all of these. The first one is essentially, I kind of call it a background chapter. Here it's listed as an essential restoration information, which really it's kind of like essential fishery information. It describes the background of the species, the threats, the habitat, what's its current status. Restoration plan also has a section on goals, objectives, criteria that describe your outcomes, the conditions necessary to achieve those outcomes, and then how you measure progress. We have a restoration strategy, and then we have restoration actions, and then we also have an implementation schedule. And just to note that there is a lot of interplay, and if we were to like put some flow charts on here and arrows, there would be all these things going back and forth. So there is a lot of connectivity between all of these. Next slide, please. And so of the restoration plan elements, we really think that this first box here, this background, this ERI that we've highlighted in red, is one that we identified as really this first element that we believe we should focus the near-term efforts on, since it is so connected and informs all these other elements. And in the near term, I think this is where we're really hoping to kind of channel interest in channel assistance in working on, recognizing that all of the other items we still need to work on, we will still need to get assistance on, but really that's, I think for our thinking, kind of like the next phase. Right now in the short term, it's just working on this first, the background section. Next slide, please. So to help inform this essential recovery element, or the essential recovery information element, we've developed a pathway to evaluate essential restoration information that I'll go over in a bit more detail in the next couple of slides. So at a broad level, the purpose of the evaluation process is to get really an understanding of how much data we have, what's the geographic scope, where do we have and how much? And then we can identify what's missing, how much data do we need to fill those existing gaps, and then eventually who will end up collecting those data. And so to help us guide through the next couple slides, you'll see we have some icons on there, Department Shield, and then, the other icon of, we're calling our partners, partnerships, and really we're using that to help kind of provide this visual of who we think will be involved in a variety of steps and what their role will be. Obviously, the bigger the icon, more of a lead, smaller icon support. So we're trying to really kind of just create the visuals to help convey the information. So next slide. So the first step is to identify and evaluate what existing data are available. And this is something that the department will be leading and doing pretty much the heavy lifting on. And I'll note there should be a little partner icon in here as well, because we will need their involvement in some of this, but we will be taking the lead, and essentially we'll be looking at these existing data sources. We do know that there are long-term data sets out there. We have our own density surveys up in the north, but there's federal partners, there's all these other partners that have data that we know about. There's tribal ecological knowledge out there that we know exists that we would like to bring into this process. And then there's probably all this other public data that we may not be aware of as well. So the point of this is to just sort of put this all in one spot so we can really understand what is out there. Next slide, please. So after that data evaluation is complete, then we'll report back to you on the findings, and we'll solicit feedback to see, what we're missing, and, and did we get it right or did we not get it right? And so that's where you start to seeing this partnership increasing in this space. So we'll be reporting back, but the venue for sharing this information, we don't know what that looks like yet. We'll be looking for input on that. Maybe it's a workshop, maybe it's a webinar, but again, this is where I think having input from the public on what's going to be most useful for them will be helpful to know. But again, like I said, the department is still kind of taking the lead here because we're going to be reporting back. But again, this is where the partners start to come in and start helping us through this process. Next slide. So once we've identified information gaps, then we'll switch into the data collection approaches. And really, this is an area that we do need to have everybody working together. Even in the best of circumstances, the department does not have enough staffing capacity to do all of this work. So we really do see this as an important area for our partnership engagement. And, we have to be involved in this as the management agency, but really this is where I think those partners can really start to take the lead. And so as part of this, we'll need to identify new data collection opportunities to address these data gaps that we identified, noting that whatever data we do end up collecting should have scientific rigor and should allow us to detect changes in the stock. Additionally, we will still need help continuing data collection for those long-term data sets. Our dive surveys, I've come to you guys before saying we don't have enough staffing capacity, we don't have enough money. That's an opportunity for someone to come in and continue the methodologies and to continue those dive surveys. And then finally, when we discuss data collection methodologies, we want to collect data using non-lethal techniques that will inform recovery statewide and inform recovery, in the next 10 years and beyond. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned this word partnership several times already throughout the presentation. And so some of the partners that we have identified are obviously the California Native American tribes, state and federal agencies, academics, universities. The list is up here, but I want to be really clear that we are using this term in a very, very broadly. We are not meaning to exclude anybody. That is not the intention. So I want to be really clear and kind of re-emphasize that this is meant to be as inclusive as possible. Next slide, please. So kind of jumping down into some details here, like what specifically do we need help with and on what time frame? So let's just go ahead and just click to the next slide and let's go ahead and fill this table out. So really what we're trying to do is identify the tasks, who's going to be involved, and whether something is, what's the time frame. Oh. Can we go to the next slide? There we go. So kind of starting at the first couple of tasks, we talked a little bit about conducting this essential recovery data evaluation and identifying data gaps and partners. Those are tasks that we believe, department can take lead on in our short-term or near-term tasks. Then we need to develop methodologies for addressing those data gaps, like I mentioned, and that's something where the partners we feel can take a lead and is more of a short-term need. And then continuing those data collection for our existing long-term data sets. That's also another near-term need where we do feel that partners will play a critical role. As I mentioned, we'll have to continue to do the data evaluation and then just talk about all of the data collection for all of those other elements in the restoration plan that we haven't yet gotten to. So flagging that those are another area for partnership engagement, but those ones are going to be more on the longer term scale. There's going to be a need to help coordinate partners, integrate this citizen science, and this is where we see partners playing a critical role, both in the near term and in the long term. And then the last item on here is just talking about funding. We need help with funding, and that's something where we think, again, partners are going to be really critical, and that applies for both the short term, the near term, and the long term as well. Next slide, please. So our next steps is for the department to conduct that data evaluation and again, report back on what we found. We still need to explore this role, excuse me, of partnerships and citizen science and how that all works and how it all sort of folds into this. Identify formats and processes for the engagement of those partners in citizen science. And then finally explore those funding opportunities, because that's really going to be critical for the success of this process. Next slide, please. And basically that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joanna. Super helpful. Appreciate all the thinking that's been done around this. I was curious, how are you and the team looking at data needs and strategies for, like, is it mostly focused on the north, or are you also thinking about the south, and are there different strategies, different kinds of needs, different kinds of tools, maybe funding mechanisms? Just, they're very different. And so how are you addressing those differences, and are you interested in collecting information for both?
Yeah, so the restoration plan is a statewide plan.
Yeah, okay.
And so, as you mentioned, there are quite differences between the north and the south. And so we are looking at essentially everything. And I think when we're talking and thinking about data collection opportunities, we're looking at it beyond just red abalone.
Yeah.
If we're going to be out there and we're going to be collecting, we really should be looking at other species as well. That way we can gather as much information as we can. I know there's a lot of questions about the other species as well. Sure. So I think trying to sort of, meet as many objectives as we can.
Great.
Yeah, a couple things. Well, on the partnership side, I think it's worth adding abalone divers as a group. They're one of our best sources of information. So that's number one. Number two, I guess there's a reason not to look at all species of abalone in this together. I mean, if we're going to look at statewide and the habitat's the same, why wouldn't we look at recovery of the multiple species of abalone at the same time? Wouldn't it be more efficient to do that?
So I think I'm going to say it depends, because I think if you go back and look at our abalone restoration management plan, the ARMP, these are all different species with potential differences in, you know, what the numeric values for recovery. I would say, you know, in general, there's gonna be a lot of similarities. But when you drill down to the individual species, there may be some differences which could complicate or just lengthen the process, just make it, you know, a little bit more. But I think that I guess if that's the will of folks, then that's something we could consider.
4 species of abalone, would it take, you know, 20% longer to look at the other, you know, 2 or 3 in this, or is it going to take, you know, the same amount of time if we do them together? It's something to think about. I don't have an answer for it. I'm just asking a question. Second thing is, and I feel like I'm going to be, you know, like my inner Paul Wiegland on this, but it feels like we're studying this. We've been studying this for 30 years. And why don't we go right to the recovery part? We have tons of data. We've been studying this like crazy forever. It's hard not to see something in that.
Did you want to jump in? You want me to? Well, I was just gonna say, well, I guess one thing I'd offer is I think there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot of very basic information that maybe industry knows, but we don't have the documentation for, especially with like reds in Southern California. And so I think getting some of that baseline information from them, which we can assess recovery. I guess that's what
well, and just thinking about, you know, what are back to the tools in the toolbox, right? What are we going to do? Where are we going to invest our limited resources to get the biggest bang for our buck? And is it growing kelp, put it into Picnicodia? Is it outplanting and building hatcheries, all of the above? So I think that's really, you know, or just let nature take its course. Any one of those might be the right solution. And so trying to figure out which one is it. I think we spent a lot of time thinking about, you know, hearing about trying to get to a fishery. I think we've rightfully shifted the discussion of let's get the population back to the point where we can start considering a fishery again. And I don't know when that will be. So the multi-species, I think as Joanna pointed out, when we're doing the data collection, let's get the data for all the species we can while we're out there in the water. And then we can look at what it may take, especially because the ARMP does talk about the other species.
It does.
It does, right?
It does. It has a whole chapter on recovery.
So we can look at what was previously done in the ARMP. Granted, that was 20-odd-ish years ago.
And I think a lot of it is kind of, and I'm hoping staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of it kind of is based off of red abalone. Yeah. So it's.
Well, another thing for black abalone and white abalone is they're federally listed. And so that's they're a little bit unique in terms of feds being sort of leaders in terms of restoration.
Well, they already have their recovery plans.
Exactly.
Efforts underway.
Yeah, outplanting, et cetera.
Well, the recovery plans and they're you know, relatively similar. Why don't we piggybacking back on them to use what they've learned and just focusing on maybe what the differences are with red.
I think it's trying to figure out what works. So how much we spend a year on white abalone between us and the feds? A couple million, 2, 3 plus million.
For how long?
Oh, we've been doing that for 10 years now. As long as I've been in this job, so 13 years.
And what are the results?
Plus.
Mm.
And
how successful
we're just getting to the point that we're putting animals out there.
Right.
So maybe why don't we can bring an update on the white abalone recovery efforts.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? I thought Jenny on the.
Yeah, well, I have 10. Yeah, so we've been doing it for over 10 years, and we have been awarded over $10 million of federal.
Well, just us, right? That's. Well, I guess it's across.
And we've outplanted over 17,000 white abalone.
Yeah, thank you.
And to Eric's question about how's that going?
The abalone outplanting?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think, well, and just to clarify, all the outplanting was done by us and partners, so not just us. You know, I think there's been some successes, and we're starting to expand and look at other locations for outplanting, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, and it's
you know.
different, right? Cause like if I think about, I don't know if, I mean, it's probably too early to say if like we are gonna be talking about outplanting for red abalone, but it's different, right? Cause the white abalone are much deeper, right? So if we were outplanting for red abalone, they're gonna be in places where people would see them and find them. And that's a little bit different from maybe with a white abalone outplanting
Well, and
program.
you know, and they're using red abalone as a proxy or as a surrogate for this white abalone. But I mean, right, white abalone is basically almost gone, right? And so I think there's other things we can explore with red abalone before we engage in the whole outplanting. There's translocation we can do. I mean, we still have the opportunity, we still have viable animals out there. So that's why, you know, we're supportive of non-lethal, because if we do have animals out in the wild, let's not kill them for science. Let's move them and try translocation if those are things that could be helpful. So yeah, it's just, you're kind of at some different scales here. It's, you know, like you said, whites and blacks are federally listed. And their recovery plans will probably be different because it's probably, you know, sorry, I don't have the details, but it's probably more about delisting.
Right.
You know, as opposed to, you know, building the fishery back up. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in the room, if anyone would like to talk about this, please come on forward to the table. Chris.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And was the former president of the California Abalone Association, and I was involved really, really intimately in the Abalone Advisory Group, which was a subgroup of the Fish and Game Commission. Before any of, just about Dr. Schumann, I think, is the only person that was involved in the AAG process. And we explored all kinds of concepts around things like translocation, which, by the way, has been done by the department before it passed, and it was a huge failure. Just to bring that up. So I just want to reinforce, because I saw what was shown on the screen with respect to the department's role and then the people's role in this effort to kind of crowdsource information in ways that are meaningful to inform a management approach. And it affords us an opportunity to deviate from what we've done in the past. Right? I think there was a recognition that index sites on the North Coast as a means to get a good handle on what was happening with the population at Fort Ross and all the 8 locations where index sites were. It was understood that that had very little statistical power in relationship to the overall abundance from San Francisco north to inform a good decision-making process. The rest of the world, when they manage abalone populations, they empower those that take the abalone out of the ocean to collect necessary information to inform a good decision-making process. It's essential because of the nature of the organism. It requires that that's the way you approach this. Otherwise, you don't have the statistical power necessary to inform good decision-making at the right scale. It's well established globally that you need to gather information at the right scale, because an abalone at a headland will grow twice as fast as an abalone in a cove. So there's stunt beds and there's vastly fast-growing beds. So there's this huge variation in just the way they operate in the marine environment. And so it makes it a difficult species to manage. And that's why a lot of the populations on the planet have collapsed for a lot of reasons. That said, again, we have an opportunity to empower people. When you talk about the funding necessary, funding would come in buckets to gather information, just like you did with the salmon, the recreational salmon opener that everybody's celebrating. You used it as an opportunity to understand what's happening with the salmon in the ocean. You collected huge amounts of information with a recreational salmon fishery. Okay, so what you do is you tag the areas where greens have recovered to a level that You won't be threatening their ability to thrive if you set a huge size limit on greens. And I say huge because you can do a size distribution bell of the size structure of greens, which are smaller than reds. And if you set the size limit at the right place at that size distribution bell, you are not at all putting any of their reproductive potential at risk by gathering how quickly information about how quickly a fisherman can get a limit in a given space, a recreational fisherman in a given space. That informs a really valuable and reliable decision-making process, right? So a bunch of fishermen with a very limited time frame in a limited space and a limited amount that they can take at an exceedingly high size limit could tell you unbelievable amounts of information about what's going on in that space with that species. So it's there, it's established, it's globally done. It makes no sense that we're like Eric, you just said, there's a lot of management happening globally that we can apply to this situation and not make the mistakes we've made in the past. And so I'm grateful to Joanna's presentation that emphasized and then your comment, Eric, that former abalone divers might be involved in that. We collected 4 and then even 5 years of information, again, that Dr. Schumann was involved with. We were instrumental in trying to get a good understanding of the abundance at San Miguel Island through a process that was mimicking the old stuff that had been done in the past. And so I just drive home the notion that there's ways to do this economically with members of the public that are well informed as to what their engagement requires them to do. It'll be a privilege that they'll have for a very short period of time. And what they're doing is they're informing our understanding of what's happening in that space with that species. It's not a heavy lift. I mean, I know it takes some coordination, but abalones are really difficult to manage, period. It's a hard thing to gather information about. And so if you just empower the population of former recreational and former commercial abalone divers to try to help you collect that information, it could be of huge benefit. You just did it with salmon.
But yeah, but to me, it's a little bit different because salmon aren't benthic invertebrates that stay in one place. Like to get information, I mean, part of it was like generating enthusiasm and getting information, but I mean, you can get information about abalone by going and looking at them without taking them. Are you saying that we would have to have a couple-day derby fishery of green abalone to be able to get enthusiasm and funding?
Why not? No. That's you're.
No, I want to understand.
Okay, so I'm not suggesting we do an abalone picnic. We do an abalone data collection scheme that includes public engagement and some measure of harvest that doesn't put what's in that space at all at risk.
But why would we have to harvest them to do it? Because what I hear from the scientists is that we probably don't have to harvest them to get the information we need.
Well, you get first of all, you're not doing it in a place that it isn't recognized that some measure of observation has been made that they're there. And there are a fraction of them that are of the size that we need necessary to be able to take them, right? So you do it with some reasonable understanding of the fact that they've recovered in that space to some degree. And then you offer the opportunity, right? Because again, that is building the foundational framework for how you proceed, right? It's recognizing that you want to manage moving forward through time. And the power you get with respect to a time series associated with that kind of data collection scheme, the power you get with the time series is what is the foundation for your confidence.
So I gotta say, you can do all that without taking them. You can do it with this particular animal. You can measure the size, the health. Size. You can do all that.
Then go ahead and do that at huge cost to the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I think that's what you're saying is if it's a limited scale opportunity. I'm not saying one way or the other, just that you are that is the inspiration for free data collection, because otherwise the funding to go out to the islands is expensive.
And then when do the buckets of money come? Because you mentioned there would be buckets of money if we did this.
So I say that because when it's recognized that people are recognizing their government's gonna give them this chance to do something that they've done historically, and it may take some investment, right? There are people, philanthropic organizations that recognize the value of that kind of collaboration between the governed and the governors, so the governing body. There's value in that kind of collaboration. People fund those kinds of collaborations, right? And so maybe that's foreign to you guys, but it's not foreign to CFSB. There's people that will
Funding collaboration, sure, but
Yeah.
in any case, yeah, thank you for that.
And in addition to that, getting the information and setting up that kind of expectation and infrastructure necessary to take that data stream and use it to inform a good decision process. That's the model that we want to embrace and move forward with. And it's not new. And it's not, Eric, it's not like we're not reinventing the wheel.
All right, let's make sure we have give everyone else a chance to speak to. Kala, we haven't heard from you yet, so I'm gonna go to you. You're next.
Hi, Kala Allison. I'm the director of the Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. And I do appreciate your comments, Chris, about the importance of getting, partners involved, and really appreciate the presentation that they're such a key component of making this happen. It just, your example actually brought to mind CCFRP.
Yes.
Where that is utilizing recreational fishers, and they aren't taking it home, but they're a key part of that research. And I know that definitely there would be a lot of collaborative members that would be interested in participating, especially given our high, federal agency staff participating in the collaboratives as well to provide input on this. I'm just thinking of a question that they would be asking is, when we are talking about restoration and potential outplanting, would MPAs be considered? Because I think that's been a question in the past, that they would not be considered as a potential location for doing any restoration or outplanting.
That's still under discussion. I think it depends on the NPA. Right now, our policy is state marine reserves. We are not actively pursuing restoration programs in reserves to try to hold them as control sites of less human manipulation, but it's certainly a tool in the toolbox we can use. I think that we, as the state, department, commission, OPC, one of the tasks in the DMR, I don't remember which one it was, talks about that, right? Restoration within NPAs is something we need to work on. We've been focused on petition evaluation, not focused on restoration in NPAs. We can't do it all at once.
I'm still unclear on that. You can do it all at once. I think that's an important question that's going to pop up, but I also just want to say I appreciate too the idea of looking at it statewide and looking at multiple species as well, because I just think there's interest all across the state and not just in the North Coast. Would like to offer us up as an option for partnering, at least in distribution of information, and maybe getting information from a lot of different, groups and stakeholders and sectors that participate in the MPA collaboratives, because they're not just focused on marine protected areas, they're focused on all the areas in between, and, have a lot of areas of expertise. There's a lot of ways to invigorate local community members and empower them and have them be a part of both data collection and implementation of any type of policy. So just appreciate the reference to that.
Yeah, Joanna.
And I guess maybe just to kind of highlight something that I think Chris had mentioned, is this is really an opportunity to do and think about data collection in ways we hadn't done before. And I think that's what I'm excited about, is hearing from the public. I mean, and exploring data collection in locations that we hadn't contemplated. It's all the work that we traditionally think about abalone is, underwater dive surveys. I think this is where there's a lot of creativity to be had in the public on, intertidal surveys, and just this is a cool opportunity, and, you know, it could be an opportunity for school kids to go out and collect data. But I think this is where, again, the power of the community and all of your very creative ideas, I think, can really feed into this process and help us collect that basic information that we don't have, but we really do need to help us as we go in the future.
Yeah, I will flag that there is a little bit of concern about confidentiality when collecting intertidal abalone data. That's something that's popped up and having bio blitzes that they don't want to publicize where the nearshore abalone are for people that are going to go out and pick. So it's just something to think about. And I think that's where, you know, collectively having everybody involved can flag the potential issues while also getting us the most and best data.
Yeah, and then just in response to Kala's question about restoration inside MPAs and that question, I mean, I would encourage us not to get ahead of ourselves. That feels like so many steps in the future. You know, when I asked about outplanting of red abalone, what I heard from you is that's, you know, we maybe have other things we can do, translocation, although I heard you too, Chris, say we tried translocation and, you know, to your memory, it wasn't really successful when we tried it before.
Documented. It's
Yeah.
not by memory.
100%. I don't have I would love to see more information about that, to see, you know, maybe we have learned more about what that could look like and new best practices for how to do that successfully. But I guess what the reason I bring that up is to say outplanting is like a sexy thing to talk about. It makes makes us feel like we're doing something. So I can see why it's exciting to think about, but it feels like that's a future thing to discuss. So I would hesitate to go down a rabbit hole of talking about that inside or outside MPAs right now, because we're not there yet. And I know that we've been talking for a long time with OPC and OST about statewide restoration and mitigation policy document. My understanding is that's still underway. It's nearing, there's a draft maybe even that's almost ready. So that's going to be, you know, an important document, an important policy for talking about restoration and mitigation, you know, inside and outside of MPAs as well. I also just quickly wanted to mention, Kelly, you mentioned CCFRP. Yes. And also that's another example of those fish live thousands of feet below the surface. So it is impractical. It is not, there are not as many ways to get information about those fish outside of that. I think it's such a wonderful example. We've learned so much, and it's been really important for fostering relationships and goodwill between the state and with fishermen. And it's also gotten us a lot of really wonderful information. But I would, again, hesitate to say that that's a perfect analogy between what we're talking about here. You know, there are lots of other ways to get information about abalone without having to take any, and without having to fish them, so.
Right, no, I was just bringing it up as a way, because they're not taking them home, they're tagging and then releasing, so.
Yes.
Which is a little harder with that one.
It's a little bit different. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Keith. And then I know Jack's on the line, and I bet he is just dying to speak. So after Keith, let's go to Jack.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just, I don't really have anything really prepared. I just kind of came to take the heat off Chris, you know, he's here every time. But I am going on the CCFRP coming up in the next week, right? And it's the third time I've done it. And it's really pretty cool when you do it, because it's like in the MPAs, there's a lot of big fish in there.
What?
And then you go out of the MPAs and there's like nothing. So that's what I learned from that. But I got to admit that I kind of zone out when I hear about the red abalone restoration, because it's like, it's so far gone, you know, like it's going to take 30 years or something to get a fishery back on that. And so I don't really have much aspirations for that. I think to your what you said, Dr. Schumann, is that like, I think kelp is the priority here, because you can't really have a red abalone fishery without kelp, because they eat kelp, as it turns out. So that's kind of my take on it. And I think you're right. They do it in other countries. I came from Baja, and they do green abalone there. There's big kelp forests. But you go south on the border, there's lots of healthy, climate acclimated kelp, and they have green abalone, and they relocate the green abalone, let's move 2,000 green abalone, and they just do it, right? And so there are these projects going. I think that, you know, like to your question about what species should be studying, I mean, I think red abalone is one of them that you say is difficult, but all the species were serial depletion way back when they were done, right? There's not a lot of abalone left anymore. And I think divers see them in aggregations because they aggregate to spawn, and they get this impression that, oh, there's a lot of abalone here. And there's really not, you know, it's just that they have come together in a spot where you can see them, you know. And I know in Monterey, we don't have abalone, right? I mean, there used to be big abalone. I find the shells, they were real big at one time, but now they're like, they were small, and then the otters ate them, and now we don't have anything. So I think, I don't really believe that the red abalone fishery is going to come back in my lifetime or your lifetime or your kid's lifetime. But I think that that's, you know, these R words are all tough for me. Is it restocking? Is it recovery? Is it restoration? And I think the white abalone restocking is probably the better word for what we're trying to do here. So that's all I have. Let's go to.
Thanks, thanks, Steve.
Sure.
Jack.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, just a lot of buttons it seemed like came up when I tried to unmute myself. Anyway, thank you for taking my comments. My name is Jack Likens. I'm a former recreational abalone diver. I dove in Southern California before it was closed recreationally, so I know what it looked like in the 60s. I lived up on the North Coast for 25 years and dove red abalone until it was closed. One thing that Joanna didn't cover in her presentation was about the working groups. You know, I applied to become a member of the Restoration Recovery Working Group over a year ago, and I've heard nothing, and I've asked several times about it. So at this point, I'm even wondering if there is going to be a working group for the red abalone restoration plan. So that's one question, and I know most of you are fairly familiar with the history of this, so I won't go into a lot of details, but just remind you that the southern fishery below San Francisco has been closed for 28 years, and there has been virtually no recovery. I would say more that there's been a decline in the abalone populations over those years without fishing. And we spent another 8 years from 2014 to 22 on the FMP. That was changed to the restoration plan back in 22, and we've spent 3 years now on getting ready for the restoration plan. So I'm a little disappointed in the speed with which things are going, and I know there's priorities and I know there's budget constraints, but like Chris said, and I agree with everything he said, I think there's opportunities to bring people together, including, like Joanna said, the universities, NOAA, but one big omission from that list was commercial fishermen, I think need to be included, as well as recreational fishermen. Maybe that's covered in the public, but that's an invaluable source, I think, of information, both historic and going forward, that we need to tap. And we need to find a way to tap that, because there's been so much contentiousness over the abalone fishery ever since it closed back in 1997, that most of those guys are resorting to lawsuits and whatever else way because they don't think they can work with the commission and the department anymore. I happen to believe that we can. I think there's a way to do it, but it's going to take some leadership, and I think that leadership has got to come from the commission and the department. one other thing, I don't want to get into the weeds of this, but I think, yes, we need to deal with all the different species of abalone. If we decide partway in that, okay, this species we're going to exclude and we're going to concentrate on only this, and that species, fine. But we do need to make that a conscious decision, not just unilaterally rule out dealing with all the different species. And there's 6 or 7 of them in California. The other thing that's important are the locations of the restoration plans. Like Chris said, the southern part of the state probably doesn't have very many red abalone anymore. I'd say that would be from like Los Angeles Basin all the way south. I haven't seen a red abalone diving in Laguna since I've been here in 3 years, but I've seen pinks and greens. And the other thing that's not addressed and needs to be addressed at some point is what is the restoration? What's the purpose of the restoration? Is it just biodiversity, or is it for a fishery, or is it for otter food? Because there's big conflicts between otters and abalone, and as otters expand, abalones are going to contract. That's just nature, and we have to deal with that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the data needs. I think Joanna is absolutely right. We need data, but it's very, very expensive to gather, and we need partners to help us gather it. And that means, for sure, fishermen. That means recreational and commercial fishermen need to help us gather that data. The other thing about the data, though, is even the data that has already been gathered, the historical data, protocols are not the same from one entity to the other and gathering the data. So it's very difficult to compare data from, say, Humboldt State University to data from the DFW. So there's got to be some coordination in the protocol for this data collecting. And I think, and that was a big recommendation that came out of the working group when we were reevaluating the FMP, as you all remember, was that the department coordinate and the data collection. I think if we're going to do that, that's a very important aspect of the data. And then we need to decide how we're going to analyze it, which it'll be very difficult even to analyze the data we have because of the different protocols used to collect it. Just one other thing, I'm sorry to take too much time, but I would like to just reemphasize, I think we need to get the public involved now rather than wait until a bunch of data is collected, more studies are done. And, we'll never have enough data to do management the way we want to do it. We're going to have to take some risks because it's just too expensive to collect the amount of data that we'd like to have to be able to manage the abalone resource. So thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Jack. Joanna, the working group, is that what you were going to respond to, or maybe another component? But I'd be interested in that too.
I've tracked 4 things that I think I can respond to.
Terrific.
The first is the community working group. So all of the individuals who had applied should have been notified that that group got paused. So acknowledge that perhaps there may have been a little bit of confusion in how that was phrased. And if that's the case, I apologize. But we still may need to bring this community working group back together because we still need to develop the plan, right? Right now, we're just focusing on one piece. So I don't know if we get to the restoration plan development process again, like if we're gonna put a call out again for new folks to join the community working group or not, I'm not sure. We haven't even thought about that, but I think just to acknowledge, and Jack, I apologize if there was confusion, but hopefully there was an email, and I'm sorry if maybe the phrasing wasn't quite so clear.
Well, let me.
Just acknowledging.
I did get an email saying that they were trying to find funding for the working group, but I never got an email, anything about that you weren't going to do it or it was canceled. So yeah, maybe that was my misunderstanding, but that's what I remember.
Maybe a new communication to everybody explaining a little more detail where we are and what we need would be helpful.
And we can, so we can look into that. And so I do want to just acknowledge that, thank you for, I mean, when I talked about partnerships, like I get, commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen are always in the forefront of mind. So apologies for not explicitly putting them out there. That was not intentional. It's
understood.
To me, you're just part of it, anyway. So, and I think, Jack, you mentioned something about what's the goals of going to be of this restoration plan. I mean, that's part of where we were going to use the community working group, is to help develop those goals.
Yeah.
So I think that's still in part to be determined. And then finally, just commenting on the data collection and the differing methodologies across these other data sources. We are aware of that, and actually, that's something that we will need to take into account. And so we can have some help in looking at this. There may need to be some correction factors or things that we can do to be able to use all of these data, but just to flag that we are aware of that is in our mind, and we'll have to figure out how we can bring all of these different data sources together so that we can use them.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I hope that there are divers and fishermen, recreational and commercial, like we all need to be moving in the same direction, working for the same thing on this, without having identified a clear goal, whether it's biodiversity or a fishery, or I think we can all agree it's not to be outer food. So I'm going to take that off the list. But we're all working toward the same thing. So I hope I'm not hearing that we think fishermen will only engage in a partnership or a collaboration if they're allowed to take abalone. I mean, if we care about, restoring and having more abalone, then I hope that people will engage and share information and contribute to data efforts, even if they're not allowed to take home abalone.
I'm a diver, and I assure you that they are. Yeah, I don't think that's, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we should prolong that conversation either.
And you only have to look at.
Well,
You only have to look at what restoration at Casper Cove is doing. That whole thing started from the standpoint of recovering abalone and growing kelp to do it. And like Chris said, and somebody else said as well, you can't have abalone without kelp.
100%. And we're going to get to talk about that more in the next agenda item. Yeah. I was more like just reflecting on some of Chris's comments, I think.
Just real quickly, the practical challenges of outplanting abalone in an environment that's not gonna support their survival.
I don't think she was talking about
I get that.
outplanting.
No,
About
I
data
get that.
collection.
I was just gonna comment on that prior to my notion that, okay, there is, the reason I'm suggesting that we incorporate this approach as described, that includes a measure of extraction that is wildly conservative and puts nothing at risk. That's the intention. Your goal is to not at all damage the recovery, okay? You wouldn't do it unless you were certain that what you were proposing was recognized to not damage the recovery. Okay, that's flat out. But once you've given the opportunity for some measure of extraction, if the ultimate goal is to allow extraction, then you're going to want to use that process of extraction in the future if the populations recover and it says, okay, we can now have an abalone fishery at some level. And we're all conditioned to recognize that when we're in the abalone fishing mode, we're collecting information that's critical to the management of that species. Again, it's the switch that happens in your head when you're an engaged human being in a marine system, that you're responsible for making certain thrives. If there's an opportunity to bring that about, you then, in your act of rewarding yourself to an abalone dinner, you've also collected critical information.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I understand your sincerity in saying it. I just disagree 100%.
It's how you need to proceed.
I understand what you're saying.
It's instrumental to our ability to manage those species successfully. There's a whole bunch of them.
We do have one more speaker online, so I want to make sure we can hear from Anupa. Thanks for that clarification and the panel.
Sorry, it didn't land.
No.
Sorry, it didn't make
No,
sense.
the logic makes sense. I just disagree with him. That's all I'm saying, is I don't think the extraction is necessary. I don't think we gain anything more through extraction and trying to figure out where in tiny ways. It's just impractical and not productive. I think that's all, Chris. I just disagree with you. I respect what you're saying. I just disagree.
To clarify, I think you're talking about Southern California exclusively, right?
Say that again?
Are you talking about Southern California specifically, like
Because of the number of
islands?
species and there's some measure of recovery.
I think you're talking about Southern California, not Northern.
Okay, understood.
Well, I would imagine that if we were successful in doing it with greens, we would expand it to reds in the northern part of the state using a similar approach as the environment recovers. We wouldn't, of course, do it since there's no kelp, recognizing without kelp, you're not going to have abundant
All right.
abalone population.
Anupa, thank you for being so patient.
Oh, all good. Thanks, everyone. I'll be quick. Joanna, thanks for your presentation. I just want to, I guess, offer support to two of the points you raised, one of which is the tribal input on this, I think is critically important, both from like a tribal committee perspective and participation in the recovery plan, as well as incorporating traditional ecological knowledge. I think there's a much longer history here that we need to be considering, not just the history of our, commercial and recreational fishery locally. And then also to the point of, supporting data collection, I would support the non-lethal approaches as well. To Keith's point, and even, my experience in Southern California, there are definitely pockets where abalone have recovered, but zooming out statewide, I think there's a much bigger problem that we need to be addressing and understanding before we get to a place where, lethal, like taking abalone as part of data collection is the route that we're going. So thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Anupa. Thanks for emphasizing the tribal piece as well. That actually does remind me that I noticed that this afternoon I thought we had two tribal representatives. I only see one now, Dr. Dan Sweezy from the Kashaya Band of Como Indians. And I just want to create a space. I don't know if Dr. Dan is here to talk which issue he's here to talk about, if any, or maybe just here to listen, but wanted to give him a chance to be unmuted and just hear which agenda item, if any, you wanted to talk about as a representative of a tribe. So if we could unmute him, hopefully you are, I didn't catch you off guard, Dan, and you're there.
Yeah, I'm here for the abalone issue because the tribe is hoping to launch red abalone restoration as a tribal priority. I'm not really authorized to make a lot of comments. I would like to bring the tribe's historic preservation officer to a subsequent Fish and Game meeting, and we could get direct tribal comment. But I'm just here to listen and report back. And I think the suggestion of involving tribes and a special tribal committee on this issue is absolutely critical. So I would be very happy to engage in that process. And I know this has central importance to Kashaya. So I'll leave my comment there because I don't think I should say a whole lot more, but this is an incredibly important issue to the tribe and broadly to the indigenous people of California. And I do hope to work to bring more of my indigenous colleagues in to have consultation on this topic.
And there'll be an opportunity to go to future meetings. I think also as part of the working group, ought to be a place to really engage, but also with the tribal committee, because the tribal committee will certainly address it as well.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Dan. And staff can connect with you from the department and the commission, make sure that you're looped in on all the so that we can collaborate with you and work alongside you. And if you're not already looped into tribal committee meetings or with Joanna and her team, that we can make sure we're standing shoulder to shoulder on this issue. Really appreciate you being here. Yeah, Susan.
Thank you. I just want to clarify based on something that you said, Dr. Sweezy, that the commission has a standing committee that's led by one of the commission members. That's the tribal committee. So it's not a convening of a committee with tribal representatives. It's a different type where it's very much like this Marine Resources Committee, where the commission entrusts leadership of a committee with a focal area, and they have a dedicated one for tribal issues, the tribal committee, and it's convened by Commissioner Jackie Hostler-Carmison.
And we can
Happy
make
to
yeah.
share that information,
Yeah.
but I just didn't, reporting back to the tribal one to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Terrific.
I did just learn about that body, and yeah, I am hoping to connect to that. I also know that from the perspective of Kashai, there is an interest to have direct government to government consultation with the department on this topic. Again, involving the tribe's historic preservation officer and maybe the tribal chairman. And I don't know if maybe the vehicle for that would be through the tribal committee, but I've had multiple conversations with the tribal administration on this topic. And so I would love to connect with you to figure out what the proper format for that would be, because Kashaya is deeply involved in both kelp forest and abalone restoration work with academic and nonprofit partners. And that work is really just getting going now, and kind of the scope and kind of size of what the tribe could do is kind of unfolding. And we'd love to continue engaging with everyone on this body to expand that work and to have a prominent role, not just for Kashai, but for other tribes in California to have a voice in the process.
That's perfect. Thanks so much for being here and for alerting us to the desire for government to government consultation. Melissa, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to let Dr. Sweeney know that for tribal consultation directly with the department has a tribal advisor, and they have a webpage that is dedicated to their tribal communication and consultation policy that has an email address where you can send such a request, and that tribal advisor is Sarah Fonseca. She would then contact the tribe to initiate that government to government consultation.
And after this meeting, we all can connect.
We can follow up.
Yeah, staff will connect with you and make sure that you have all this information and everything you need, and answer any questions about next steps as well. But in the meantime, thank you for being here.
Well, maybe if I could just jump in.
Oh
for a
yeah,
minute,
please.
Just on that specific topic, actually, we have made contact with the historic preservation officer. He did reach out, and so we are trying to already get back in touch with him. So we're a little bit ahead on that. So that's fantastic. And that was specifically on the for the upcoming rulemaking on abalone and I think kelp. So we're trying to make those connections. And then additionally, when we were establishing the membership for the community working group, we did specifically had set aside tribal membership seats. And so we were actively engaging them and trying to get folks interested in that, and in the technical working group as well. And so hopefully, however we continue going forward in that process, again, I just can't emphasize enough, the more people we get involved, the more, brain cells we start putting towards this. I think that's really what we need. And so we want to be as inclusive as possible.
Okay, I do want to be able to move on to our next issue. Jack, I see you still have your hand up. I don't know if that's an artifact or if you have something new you want to say. Maybe succinctly.
Yeah, just one thing. I was wondering, Joanna, can you give us sort of a timeline, maybe by the next meeting, about the Red Abalone Recovery Plan in terms of, when you might reestablish a working group, when you might start collecting and analyzing the data, just a rough plan so we kind of have a feel for how it's going to go timeline wise?
So Jack, I don't think I'll be able to by the next meeting because I think getting the working group back together, I think right now our efforts are focused on trying to get the data collection started. And so what I can perhaps come back to you at the next meeting on is to provide an update of where we're at in the data evaluation process. But I think that's just a little too far in the future as to when we're going to try to re-engage the community working group. I don't know when that's going to be. I think that's still a little bit further down the road because now we're switching to just trying to get those data collected.
Yeah,
so that we have data to work off of.
I hear what you're saying, but from my perspective, I would like to be involved in that data collection effort and try to inspire recreational fishermen and commercial fishermen to help. And I think that would all. I don't see any reason we can't, as a first step, form the working group. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I agree with Jack that those folks should be involved in this, looking at what data exists and what data we need and how to get it. They should help with that process, not be told this is what we're going to do.
Yeah,
Well, no,
exactly.
and that's not the intention. And so
It comes out, it happens.
well, I think the data about, okay, well, I guess for us, the data evaluation process is for us to be able to bring all the data together and then sort of, we can do like a high level evaluation, but then report back to folks on what we have found. And here's where we think there may be some data missing. So I think we kind of need to be that first step to kind of cobble the data together and then report back out on that.
I just think a working group can help you do all that.
All right, so we don't have a clear timeline, but we can expect to get an update as soon as it's available about next steps on the working group and a timeline.
I think we can report back to you on what was the existing data and doing that data evaluation. And then I think once we have that step done, then I think we can start talking about a timeline for, utilizing these working groups. But again, I think we're talking, Jack, are you referring to the formal community working group? Or are you talking about just this partners community in general? Maybe I'm getting confused on the definition.
I was talking about a formal working group, but I'm certainly willing to help, personally with anything you want to do.
It seems like,
using my experience.
Yeah. I think what I'm hearing is just an appetite to like roll up his sleeves and get to work and start helping and start some action steps, some next steps. And I think there's just such an appetite to.
Here too, I mean, I'm sorry, Jen, I know how limited resources are. We've been working on this species for decades, and it feels like to most people involved that nothing gets done. I mean, that's what we keep hearing over and over, and there's an enormous frustration out there that, and we heard it most extremely early on from certain individuals, but now we hear from everybody. Everybody I talk is like, they're kind of like, is this real? Is the department doing anything on this? Is there really ever going to be any progress? So I think that frustration has to be addressed and dealt with real engagement really fast and showing some real concrete steps towards moving towards this. Or otherwise, I think people are going to just say, what's a waste of everybody's time because nothing gets done. And I'm sorry, that's not a personal.
No, I understand, but I think that's what we're saying.
That's where people are.
We don't have the resources, and that's why we need partners to step up and to help us.
So maybe that's the first step before you even start gathering data. Go find the partners who will fund it and do it out and outsource it.
Again, we're just trying to look at what is the existing data.
I understand.
And then bringing the partners in.
Maybe you get a partner to do that who has money and time. Maybe we get one of the NGOs to say, we'll gather all the data. The department gives everybody data, but there's data in all kinds of places, right? I don't know, I'm just saying that there's a frustration there that this discussion is actually aggravating rather than helping right now. Because not having, no timeline, we'll get together with you in a bit. I think that's not gonna be an approach that's gonna create much, no, Chris, we're on to committee discussion now. Okay, no.
Could I just say one more thing? I was involved with the Nature Conservancy when we first started the FMP process, and they actually gathered together a group of fishermen to discuss how we could help to gather data to provide it to the department for better decision making. And of course, that all ended when the FMP thing ended back in 2022. But I know there's people out there that would be willing to help and even probably throw in money and resources to help do what you want to do.
My advice is to come back with another plan, a different plan that says, this is how we're going to really move quickly on this by getting out and focus all the energy on getting outside resources to do as much of this as possible. Because if we do it internally, it's gonna take forever because you don't have the resources.
But I think part of what Jack is saying is like there is a little bit of a hangover in terms of outside folks wanting to come in and fund something like this because
it didn't,
because
it fell flat.
Yeah.
But if that's the only way, we got to try again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just thinking that maybe
You're going to have to embrace what I'm suggesting.
You got to stop.
That's why it fell apart. You don't have an FMP for the North Coast recreational fishery, Eric. I'm just pointing out the facts.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, I can't stand the ineptitude. Sorry.
All right. Well, I think that the record certainly captures all of the emotion and passion and what it is that we're trying to do and where we want to go and the sense of urgency from stakeholders, from commissioners, from even the department. And so I think we will leave it at that. Should we move on to agenda item 6 or should we take a quick break?
We'll take a quick break.
Why don't we take a quick break? Okay. Our next agenda item is agenda item number 6. We have 3 agenda items under Kelp management, and I'm going to hand it over to Susan, and then we will get a presentation from Kristen Elsmore. Yes.
Great. Thank you. And do you want any reminders?
Just remind
Yes.
folks that if you want to make public comment, now's the time to raise your hand if you're on Zoom.
Thank you. All right. Today, there are 3 components to this discussion about kelp management. The first is a department update on development of a kelp restoration and management plan, and they're going to report on several meetings that have been taking place to support that development. There will also be an update on the status of kelp along the coast with the most recent trends of bull kelp and giant kelp along the coast going through 2024. And then part C, this is the one item that is for which the department is seeking an MRC recommendation. And that is the potential to extend the current commercial bull kelp harvest restrictions. That sunset date is coming up shortly at the beginning of the year, and they propose to extend it, and they'll provide the rationale for why. And the meeting materials are in your packet. And Kristen Elsmore is the senior environmental scientist, and this is her specialty, and she will be providing the presentation through Zoom. Thanks for your patience while it's being pulled up. There we go.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dr. Kristen Elsmore. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Marine Region's State Managed Finfish and Nearshore Ecosystems Program. And for today's kelp management agenda item, I'll be providing an update on the development of the kelp restoration and management plan, an overview of the kelp restoration research and recovery efforts, including kelp canopy trends across the state, and updates on ongoing projects, as well as considerations around commercial harvest regulations for bull kelp. Please note that for the sake of time, this is just a sampling of the kelp restoration and research efforts underway across the state that are helping inform the development of the KRMP, but there are many other efforts that we are also engaged in and tracking. The efforts that I will mention today are being implemented through partnerships and coordination with several other state and federal agencies, researchers, nonprofits, tribal and coastal communities. And I'll do my best to verbally acknowledge the breadth of partners and stakeholders that the department is working with to move the kelp monitoring and recovery space forward throughout the presentation and the discussion to follow. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. All of that was for this slide. Next slide, please. All right, so we'll dive into an update on the kelp restoration and management plan. Next slide, please. In 2023, the department, in close collaboration with support from the Ocean Protection Council, began working to develop the kelp restoration and management plan for giant and bull kelp. And so I'll refer to it as the KRMP throughout the presentation. So the KRMP will build on the foundation of the giant kelp and bull kelp enhanced status report that came out a few years back and provide proactive approaches for managing, protecting, and restoring kelp forests in the face of changing ocean conditions. The overarching goals and objectives of the plan are to develop a robust, adaptive, climate-ready approach to managing, protecting, and restoring these kelp species and ecosystems statewide for consideration and adoption by the Fish and Game Commission. The core components of the plan will include an overarching ecosystem-based management framework that includes an adaptive kelp harvest approach, as well as a restoration toolkit to collectively provide a suite of management options, as well as the context in which they'll be most effectively applied. Next slide, please. The development process for the KRMP entails a multi-pronged approach consisting of a science advisory committee, tribal engagement and consultation, as well as a community working group to ensure that the development of the KRMP is informed by the best available science and community perspectives across the state of California. And additionally, research efforts that are underway, many of which I will mention later in this presentation, will also be informing the development of the KRMP. And you'll see in this schematic, this is effectively a timeline that the drafting process begins this year and will continue through 2026 with the intent for implementation in 2027. Next slide, please. So tribal engagement for the kelp restoration and management plan development process has included several avenues to gather input and support discussion, including listening sessions, forums, and consultations, as well as representation, tribal representation on both the community working group and the science advisory committee, as well as exploring pathways for co-management within the kelp space through those spaces. Next slide, please. The community working group is an informal advisory body composed of California Native American tribes, stakeholders, and interested members of the public that's been established to inform the KRMP development. This group plays a crucial role in the development process, sharing information about the KRMP development with their broader communities, as well as gathering and sharing their community's perspectives, interests, and feedback back into the development process. To date, the community working group members have discussed topics including ecosystem-based management, monitoring and assessing kelp forest ecosystems across the state, restoration approaches and success factors to consider, as well as harvest management strategies and permitting considerations. We're currently assessing the needs and interests in supporting supplemental discussion spaces for community working group members to dig deeper into some potential recommendations that they will provide to the department to then incorporate into the plan. Next slide, please. The Science Advisory Committee is an independent body tasked with providing scientific expertise on all aspects of the KRMP to ensure that the best available and most current science is directly integrated into the plan. The Science Advisory Committee is composed of experts in natural and social sciences, economics, and local and traditional knowledges, spanning a broad scope of disciplines and geographic areas across the state. And this group plays a critical role in the KRMP by synthesizing scientific findings and other forms of evidence and translating this information into clear, actionable insights to support informed management decisions. To date, the Science Advisory Committee has tackled a number of components essential to building out the decision tree for the KRMP's overarching management framework, including a Kelp socio-ecological conceptual framework, key indicators to assess the status and health of the kelp resource, monitoring and existing data for those assessments, as well as identifying thresholds for those key indicators, identifying and evaluating potential management strategies, and discussing spatial and temporal considerations for all of those components. Next slide, please. In May of this year, so just a few months ago, the Community Working Group and Science Advisory Committee came together for a series of in-person meetings in Santa Rosa, along with the KRMP project team consisting of CDFW, Ocean Protection Council, California Sea Grant, and Strategic Earth, who are supporting the development process. And both the Community Working Group and Science Advisory Committee gave updates on their progress to date. And the groups asked questions of one another and explored harvest and restoration strategies, research needs, and communication approaches. And a key part of their time together was spent on lively interactive exercises to define kelp health status, both qualitatively and quantitatively, identify and prioritize processes and management strategies that the state could employ, given the status of the kelp forest and available resources. And these exercises led to discussions on kelp ecosystem health and how to collate scientific observations and bring in community insights into management and monitoring. Members of these two groups participated in a poster session as well, showcasing various kelp-related projects, which provided opportunity to share ideas and learn from ongoing statewide kelp work. These two groups are anticipated to continue developing guidance for the department over the next 18 months as the KRMP project team continues to assess additional opportunities for these two groups to stay connected throughout the remainder of their meeting timeframes. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, over the course of those next 18 months as we develop this plan and it's getting drafted, the project team will be supporting additional opportunities for California Native American tribes to provide input and engage in the KRMP development, as well as engage in co-management conversations and consultations. The Community Working Group will continue to gather community input and priorities that can inform the drafting and discussion of potential recommendations that they will provide to the department. Ultimately, those recommendations will be voted upon by the Community Working Group members and provided to the department and OPC to consider and incorporate into the plan itself. And for those of you listening, if you have input to share, please do reach out to one or more of the Community Working Group members to ensure your perspectives are captured and can be used to help inform the Community Working Group's recommendations to the department and OPC. A list of Community Working Group members can be found on the KRMP webpage. The Science Advisory Committee will continue to evaluate potential management strategies and integrate results from all the ongoing projects, many of which I'll touch on shortly, to inform the evaluations of potential restoration tools and approaches, the harvest framework, and other considerations needed to ensure that the KRMP is scientifically robust. They'll also be pulling components together, all those components together to build out a decision tree for the KRMP's overarching management framework. Next slide, please. Okay, now we'll transition into a high-level overview of kelp canopy status across the state. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay. I will just be brief on this. This is a high-level overview. This is showing regional trends of the kelp canopy cover across the state. This data is sourced from the Santa Barbara LTER data set on Landsat imagery. So this is 30-meter resolution imagery that is being reflected here. It dates back from 1984, and this data goes through the calendar year of 2024. And as you can see, so this vertical red line here indicates the onset of that marine heat wave that we've seen some pretty severe consequences of in different parts across the state. And so you can see here in the top panel, the North Coast continues to have persistently low kelp cover, and we have not been seeing indications of recovery in this area. In the Central Coast, it's been a little all over the place. We saw a big dip over the last couple of years, but we do see it coming back up. And I will say that in the Monterey area, specifically, I was actually just out there last week on the water, and we are seeing some pretty good kelp coming in this year, which is exciting. And then down in the Southern California region, in the South Coast, we do see a lower cover, but it is still looks to be like within generally normal range of the historical extent. And then we have county specific data that we can refer to in the discussion if desired. So we'll go ahead and pivot to the next slide. And so now I'm going to transition into covering some research and recovery projects that are going on in the state. There's a lot going on, and apologies, I'm going to try to whiz through these and we can jump back and expand on them in the discussion if desired. So next slide, please. Thank you. So these three upper boxes in this slide here represent some programmatic investments that the state of California has made. So largely this is an effort in close collaboration with the Ocean Protection Council, supporting funding to advance the kelp restoration and management plan development and the kelp recovery space in general. So overall, California has invested in more than $10 million to protect and restore kelp forests along our 1,100 kilometers of coastline. The projects under these investments are filling critical knowledge gaps in applied restoration techniques, informing management approaches for protecting and restoring kelp ecosystems, and advancing the management framework for the KRMP itself. So we've provided information on the KRRP projects, that first box on the left, in past meetings, so I'm not going to touch on those. And I'll focus updates today on the newer projects underway. And I'll also like to note that there are other bodies of research by the broader scientific community that we are tracking and engaging in that are also informing the KRMP. And I'd also like to point out that there are connections and collaborations across many of these projects, so just be aware that they're not happening entirely independently. Next slide, please. So kind of roughly going north-ish to south on some of these projects, there's a project up in the Del Norte County area that's a project led by the Tolowa Dini Nation. This is a project working to build tribal capacity and integrate Western and Indigenous sciences through subtitle monitoring, training, and piloting a tumble culture with algae for cultural practices and tribal food sovereignty. Next slide, please. There's a project being led by UC Santa Cruz that is, apologies, jumped ahead. A project being led by the Nature Conservancy up in Mendocino County area that's testing novel restoration approaches, including reducing grazing pressure via traps and hand harvesting, modifying urchin grazing behavior by testing out supplementing drift to the system, as well as testing out these elevated kelp modules, separating them from the grazing pressure to increase spore supply in the area. So all these are being tested as well independently, as well as to evaluate the efficacy of sequencing these multiple approaches. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then there's also a study being led by researchers at UC Santa Cruz that has aspects being replicated in Monterey, Sonoma, and Humboldt counties that's aiming to test different aspects of managing grazing pressure, including considering different grazer taxa beyond just urchins, and also modifying grazing pressure along edges of remnant kelp forests, and doing that all experimentally. Next slide, please. There's also a project being led by researchers at UC Santa Barbara that's developing a forecasting tool that can inform seasonal considerations around timing and locations where restoration might be most successful. And importantly, this project is helping inform the climate readiness and resilience aspects within the KRMP and really trying to make sure the plan is forward-looking in our changing ocean conditions. Next slide, please. There's also a project down in the Southern California area being led by Scripps, so UC San Diego researchers, and this is investigating thermal tolerance and potential genetic drivers for kelp, giant kelp and bull kelp, as well as a suite of understory algae that are really important to the kelp forest ecosystem and make up that subtitle kelp forest community structure. Next slide, please. There's also another project down in San Diego area, or kind of led out of the San Diego State University, that's evaluating the efficacy of localized removal of competitive species and conditions under which spore supplementation may or may not be important to apply. And this project is helping to inform considerations around scenarios when invasive species or competitive species may be limiting kelp recovery and help inform potentially appropriate tools to apply in those contexts. Next slide, please. There's also a project being led by the Greater Fairlawns Association and Greater Fairlawns National Marine Sanctuary, with some aspects in collaboration with Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians up in the Sonoma County area. And this work is evaluating the efficacy of urchin grazer suppression, as well as different kelp outplanting techniques within Sonoma County. And this project has close ties to the local community and also incorporates a suite of oceanographic sensors paired with this work to investigate the influence of restored kelp on those nearshore hydrodynamic conditions. Next slide, please. And then a larger scale giant kelp restoration effort I'd like to mention in the South Coast is the Palos Verdes Kelp Restoration Project, which is led by the Bay Foundation. It's coming up on its 12th year. And this effort is evaluating giant kelp recovery following localized removal of grazers. This effort has spanned over 78 acres to date and recently integrated a volunteer program to support these efforts and the project. And one interesting aspect to note that I have mentioned previously in this space is that there has been minimal need to return to the sites to maintain those target urchin densities. So just wanted to bring that point back up. Next slide, please. And as you are all familiar, there's a set of assessments at the Casper Cove and Tinker's Reef locations evaluating the efficacy of urchin culling by recreational divers, authorized under temporary recreational urchin regulations. And at Tinker Reef, we saw urchin densities reduced and initial kelp regrowth with canopy persisting through our spring 2025 surveys. And then at Casper Cove, there's been an increase in recreational diver participation since the temporary extension of these regulations, and commercial urchin harvest activities occurring on the northern portion of the cove. Next slide, please. Okay. The department is also supporting ongoing Pycnopodia captive breeding and disease research efforts through the PCOR initiative to help inform what the future priorities are for Pycnopodia in California. There have been advancements in the approach to use eDNA as a potential monitoring tool to help detect the presence of these more cryptic stars in a given area. And there's also been an increasing number of sightings in Northern California over the last couple of years, notably several stars up in Mendocino County. One actually just reported last week, or could have been earlier this week, actually. I can't remember. And a pocket of stars also have been found specifically a pocket of sunflower stars have been found in Sonoma County just this last month, which is really exciting. So we're seeing some increased sightings of this species in California, which is really promising. Next slide, please. Almost done. Another project that's being led by UC Santa Cruz researchers is mapping out giant and bull kelp genomic diversity across the state. Importantly, this project is going to help identify where genetics might be driving patterns of loss and persistence, inform aspects of the KRMP's restoration toolkit that do rely on and connect with the genetic component, and then also it's really important for informing climate readiness and resilience within the KRMP. Next slide, please. And then another study that's underway is an assessment of kelp biomass, as well as assessing the effects or potential effects of harvest on the surrounding kelp. And so I do want to slow down for a second and just walk through the scope of this project, which is providing quantitative metrics for giant and bull kelp biomass and production, importantly developing a canopy biomass remote sensing relationship for bull kelp, which has continued to be a persistent knowledge gap in this area. And so we're really excited that this project is helping fill that knowledge gap. Part of that also is assessing the biomass turnover rates in bull kelp and giant kelp canopies, which will help inform how that might change throughout the season. So not just a single static piece of information on biomass. We recognize the biomass changes throughout the season in these systems. Quantifying potential effects of harvest or lack of in bull kelp and giant kelp, and then forecasting giant and bull kelp harvest potential. And I do want to point out also that this project includes partnerships with commercial harvesters in the Northern, Central, and Southern California regions. And we're actually going out next week to tackle some of the data collection for this study. And I will also just want to highlight that this study is directly informing the adaptive harvest framework that will get included within the KRMP. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're on the third component of the agenda item. So the purpose of this component of the presentation is to discuss the department's recommendations regarding amendments to the commercial bull kelp harvest regulations. Next slide, please. So some background here. During your October 2022 meeting, the Commission approved a precautionary approach, temporarily restricting commercial bull kelp harvest from Sonoma to Del Norte counties in response to a dramatic and persistent decline of bull kelp populations in Mendocino and Sonoma counties, and a lack of scientific data to inform understanding of the potential effects of commercial harvest on the remaining kelp population. The temporary harvest amendments span 3-year period set to sunset on January 1st, 2026, with the intent to allow for drafting and potential adoption of the Kelp Restoration and Management Plan. As mentioned during this meeting, this presentation, as well as other updates to the Fish and Game Commission and Marine Resources Committee, development of the KRMP was initiated in 2023 and is actively underway. And also, as I just mentioned, critical studies such as the biomass study are underway and addressing knowledge gaps around bull kelp biomass and harvest. And those results are essential to informing the consideration of harvest management within the KRMP. I'll provide information on the current and proposed amendments in the next couple of slides. As for outreach on this process, a notification of the proposed upcoming changes was mailed to California Native American tribes back in May. And the department hosted an informal webinar with stakeholders earlier this month. The department invited commercial kelp harvest license holders from 2023 through 2025 and former members of the Bull Kelp Working Group, which convened during the previous temporary bull kelp regulation consideration. And then also the department provided information on how to participate in the webinar to community working group, to the Kelp Restoration and Management Plan participants, so community working group members and science advisory committee members, and posted the meeting information on the department's marine management news blog. Next slide, please. So before we jump into the graphs, I do want to just remind folks that the temporary bull kelp harvest restrictions that are in place right now were a precautionary approach to protecting the remaining reproductive materials, as we don't know potential harvest effects on bull kelp and its current unprecedented loss. And so overall, I guess transitioning into the graphs now, historically low bull kelp canopy cover area in Mendocino and Sonoma counties starting in 2014, that has really persisted for an unprecedented duration, which has been linked to elevated sea surface temperatures, poor nutrient availability associated with the marine heat wave, as well as dramatic increases in purple urchins and loss of the predatory sunflower star really help contributing to limiting that recovery in the kelp. And these graphs are depicting the maximum annual bull kelp canopy area. So they're kind of organized the same way as the kelp canopy data I talked about earlier across the whole state. And as we look through the graph, I do want to just point out that the y-axis of these graphs is very different for each county, noting that Del Norte and Humboldt counties historically have supported significantly less kelp than Mendocino and Sonoma counties. Additionally, minor changes in canopy area in Del Norte and Humboldt counties may reflect larger percent changes that are shown in the table in the upper right-hand corner. And that's just, for example, in the 2021 increase that you see in Humboldt County, that was a result of a very small kelp patch that emerged and was sustained for one season. So really small changes in canopy cover can show up pretty strongly in the percent numbers. So just word of caution there. And then kelp canopy area maximum across those four northernmost counties have not increased in recent years. And so just the kelp cover continues to be a concern in these locations. Looking at the table in the top right corner, this table provides the percent change of the mean annual maximum kelp canopy area in each of these four counties. And the data reflects the timeframes considered during the adopted temporary bull kelp amendments in that the first data column, and for the previous regulation considerations and change process. And then the data that is included in the far right-hand portion of the table, it reflects the historical extent and then also data through 2014 through the fourth quarter of 2024. And so this table is highlighting continued declines in these areas. Next slide, please. So this slide provides the proposed bull kelp regulations. So the department is recommending to continue the precautionary approach to protect and maintain bull kelp populations in the North Coast by extending the current commercial kelp harvest regulations and weekly harvest reporting for bull kelp for another 3 years through January 1st, 2029. The temporary nature of the proposed bull kelp regulations provides an interim management measure to protect the resource while allowing the department, tribes, industry, and interested stakeholders to continue to collaboratively develop the KRMP and continue that essential research that I had mentioned earlier on the kelp biomass and harvest. These temporary amendments will continue the current restrictions that include closing the bull kelp harvest in Mendocino and Sonoma counties, regardless of use, impose a 4-ton wet weight of annual bull kelp fishery quota in Humboldt and Del Norte counties combined. Per existing regulation, the annual 2 tons or 4,000 pounds wet weight limit per license holder will be maintained with harvest, only allowed for use as edible seaweed for human consumption. And then weekly reporting will continue to allow the department to manage the quota in Del Norte and Humboldt counties. The temporary amendments will also continue to close and prohibit the availability to lease the 3 Northern California lease-only administrative kelp beds that include 308, 309, and 312 in Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties. And then also to amend the availability to lease administrative kelp beds 308, 309, and 312 from on or after January 1st, 2026 to January 2nd, 2026 to January 2nd, 2029. Next slide, please. Finally, the department is proposing to amend a subsection of Title 14, Section 165.5 to correct a coordinate error in the Anacapa Islands Administrative Kelp Bed 109. As you can see in this map, the error places the bed coordinate pretty far on land. And so this correction would not have a sunset date. This would hopefully be a permanent correction. Next slide, please. So the department has proposed a timeline and provided potential next steps for this item. Discussion and adoption would be the October meeting in 2025. And then regulations pertaining to bull kelp would be effective January 1st, 2026 and sunset January 1st, 2029. The administrative coordinate correction would not have a sunset date, and then the department would continue to work with researchers and stakeholders to fill priority research gaps and complete the development of the KRMP. So with regards to this aspect of the slides, the department does wait your consideration on the proposed extension of these temporary bull kelp regulation amendments. Next slide, please. And just as I know that was a lot, so just to kind of bring us all back to what we've covered, we went over the development of the kelp restoration and management plan, which is underway. We have another 18-ish months to build that out. Looking at kelp recovery and restoration research tracking, we covered kelp status across the state, as well as covered briefly some ongoing projects, and then also covered proposed commercial bull kelp harvest regulations and correcting that coordinate error for the administrative kelp bed. And with that, this concludes the department's presentation on this item, and thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thanks so much, Dr. Elsmore. Really comprehensive presentation. The bull kelp canopy area data are depressing, obviously, but seeing all the projects that are underway, all the different aspects of research and study and all the potential that's there is really inspiring. It really gives the sense that, we're not sitting on our hands. We're not just waiting for things to unfold. Really, the state is partnering and working together to try to look at lots of different aspects of this and move forward. So that felt great. Thank you so much for taking the time to dedicate a slide to each of those projects. It meant a lot, and I appreciate it. And to all the partners and scientists and academic institutions doing that work, just want to thank you for that commitment and that dedication too. I wanted to ask on the regulation sunset and the extension, that proposal, that petition originally came from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council. And I just wanted to confirm, we haven't heard, I know they've had some leadership changes and some losses and some challenges there, but we haven't heard from them or from other tribes on this with this proposed extension. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
That is correct. Yeah. Okay. Just checking. I don't have any questions before we talk to folks and hear from folks about this.
I'll hold my question after we hear.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room who would like to come and talk about kelp? Yeah. Oh, well, Keith, you have a presentation. Yes, please. Yes. And anyone else, please come on up. Don't be shy. We want to hear from you.
There's plenty online.
It's true. It's true. But Keith just looks so lonely here at the table in his.
I'm Mr. Kelp.
Yeah.
Mr. Kelp.
They call me Kelp Jesus.
Yeah, I've shared that before.
Yeah. So here's my meeting here. I have some discussion of the KRMP. I'm the only one here that's going to talk about kelp today, and that's kind of how this is going. This kelp restoration management plan really only pertains to me. I'm the only applicant for this plan at this point, and so I'm not on that committee. There's other people that are online that are on this committee. And I think it's kind of fair, you know, you need to set the rules to control me, what I'm gonna be doing in the ocean. And so, next slide, please. There we go. So this is the slide that was presented to you. And what I would say is that it's been 6 years since we started this. It cost $1.2 million. And so far, there's no action from this kelp restoration management plan to do anything in the ocean. So it's all kind of, I mean, I got what you said about we're not sitting on our hands, but we're kind of sitting on our hands because we could really be doing something right now in the interim while we develop the rest of this project. Next slide, please. So one of the summaries I got from December, it said that one QUIG member expressed that despite restoration efforts, it does not seem that kelp is returning, i.e. there are broader oceanographic and biological drivers at play, and restoration could be a waste of time and money. And that's kind of where I see they're at in this. You know, there was underwater fences, like crazy stuff in them. But this notion that restoration could be a waste of time and money, there's no evidence of that. There's evidence that it does work. So next slide, please. So there was a kelp restoration project in Southern California. It lasted from 2002 to 2009. And they restored kelp at 42 miles of the Southern California Bight, right? This is what happened after a big storm event. That's giant kelp on the beach right there. Next slide, please. So there was an urchin relocation plan. What the divers did was all the urchins went through their fingers and they, next slide. Just go back to this, or the next one. Go forward. There we go. So they picked them all up with these laundry baskets, right? And they put them all into them. And then they went out to 300 feet of water and dropped them in the water and relocated them because they weren't allowed to call them at the time. And it totally worked. There's kelp in Southern California. And it's because of this large effort that was done in all of these counties in Southern California. It was funded by NOAA, but it was forgotten because Fish and Wildlife lost their records, right? And so when it comes down to the end in forming the KRMP, they have no record of it. So they're asking the people that were in the project, do you have records of reports that you submitted so that they can replenish their records, which they don't have right now. Next slide, please. So they did all these things. They did outplanting. They would grew kelp in classrooms on little tiles and put them in the ocean. They rubber banded them to the bottom and kelp grew. And it grew over top of the little tile and it became a kelp post. Next slide, please. And here's an example of the kelp growing on the little tiles that are zip tied or rubber banded to the coral reef. This was done by a lot of people in these Floodle, the keeper organization.
Did they have an SCP?
They had it was an SCP for it. I think it was from.
I hope so.
I think they did. I mean, they did reports through it, right? So they did reporting on it, right?
It was one of the buttons.
Yeah. The next slide, please. And they did transplant, right? So when they found kelp drifting on the surface, they pick it up, and if the kelp is big as your hand and a little holdfast on it, and at least one frond, you can transplant it, put it right back on the bottom of the ocean, rubber band it down on the bottom, and it will grow again, right? So kind of what I'm getting to is that we've done all this before, and when I started up in Monterey with all these urchin problems, it's like I had to start over because all of this information was forgotten from this time when it totally worked. It tried all these different tactics, and after 7 years of work, kelp came back and it's resilient. It survived El Nino conditions in Southern California. Next slide, please. So this is before and after, and it was restored. 7 years of reports were all submitted. In Orange County, 10 years of reports were submitted. And in Los Angeles County, 20 years of reports were submitted on kelp restoration projects. But you didn't hear about that in this KRMP report you just heard. That is not mentioned. Next slide, please. I think Mark's okay. So we started a project in 2018 to 2020 at Lover's Point in Monterey, where we had 20 patch reefs that were in the Monterey Bay. And we had prescriptions for each reef of how many urchins there could be on there. And it ranged from like 2 urchins to like 300 urchins. And we tried to see when kelp would naturally recruit to these places. And we did have kelp naturally recruit, and that's me standing next to the giant kelp that I grew. Look, Mom, I grew kelp right there. And then what we found is that the urchin density had to be really, really low. It was like, it's not 2 urchins per square meter. It's like 0.48 urchins per square meter is how much it takes to have kelp naturally recruit on these reefs. And we also learned that you have to remove red urchin, because what happened was we have a reef and there's only 2 urchins on it, but there's 350 red urchins that came and took up the space. So we learned you have to get rid of the red urchins, which is a non-starter anywhere but in our area, like in the North Coast, where they have red urchin fishery, right? And we also learned that volunteer divers are a valuable resource and they can do the work. Next slide, please. So this is our Tankers Reef project. You've heard about it. You allowed us to do this project. And the project ended July 30th, 2023, almost 2 years ago. And we don't have any data from our scientific partners yet. The Fish and Wildlife and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary will not share the data with us. We have the data from ReefCheck, and we've made our own report on it, but I cannot call it a success until the department calls it a success. So I can't come to you and tell you it was a success, which is a problem for us, because we're trying to get to the next place, but we can't count this as a plus. Next slide, please. So this is our new version of the Tankers Reef project. We call it Tankers Reef 2.0. And we go out on a boat and we have little bags, and divers collect 35 red urchins and 35 purple urchins in the bag. And we have to sort them, and I got little spines in my fingers. I'm trying to sort these things. It's terrible. It's kind of lame, really, to tell you the truth. It's like we used to take 2,000 urchins a diver per day in a dive, and now we're limited to a very small number of urchins that we can remove from the site. Almost through. Next slide, please. So in our new scheme of things, the commercial divers use an airlift to collect the urchins, the purple urchins, and the large ones go into ranching project, and the small ones go into composting. And this is our regenerative fishery, where we're by the commercial effort, it makes the fishing better and boosts the kelp forest and boosts all the fishing around it. And the recreational divers only take 35 of the purples and the reds. That's just what the rules are. Next slide, please. And it's much less efficient than what we've done before. And but it's unregulated by the KRMP. This is kind of the problem, is that this KRMP is going to inform kelp restoration, but we're not even really using that framework. We're using existing fishing regulations. So it doesn't really help us. We're just fishing. We're just using regular fishing regulations. And ReefCheck is going to monitor our effort and form the KRMP of how this is going. So we will give meaningful data to the KRMP. Next slide, please. And there's a question, is like, there is kelp out here at the Ed Ricketts, the San Carlos Beach. This is the most popular dive site in the west coast of North America. And there is kelp there, and there should not be kelp there. Next slide, please. And we found in February 2023, there was over 250 sea otters right in front of the Monterey Bay Aquarium. So because it's all deforested, this whole coast, they came to Monterey, and there was a big stack of them that we put in the Monterey Herald. And this is what we had found. But, you know, Steve Rebuck is he's a crazy guy, but he's not wrong about these urchins. They're like a little monsters. And if you don't feed the monster, it will eat your home. Next slide, please. So this is what we have. This was taken just 2 weeks ago. There's 28 sea otters left. And no one can tell you what the census is, how they're doing, what is the condition of these animals. But I can tell you that as a dive master on a dive boat, I tell the divers to go into that kelp forest and see if you can find anything that would be of interest to a sea otter, and nobody can find it. I told you before at Whalers Cove, I dove for 3 hours, there was only 2 crabs in there. And what we're seeing is that they've exhausted the invertebrates on this reef and they're winding up dead, okay? They're dead in the harbor, they're dead on the beach, right? And this is like the hair on fire moment. This is an endangered species. I heard everybody talk about whales and whale entanglement. These are marine mammals too, and a keystone predator and a listed endangered species. And we're just not giving them the respect that they're due. Next slide, please. I believe that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Any questions?
I'm just trying to think
Yeah.
about what the through line is in your presentation. I mean, the stuff you were talking about in Southern California, that was at Palos Verdes, the Bay Foundation
No.
project, right?
That was not. That was before Teleconference.
Okay.
This was done by a lot of the keepers. Nancy Crusoe told me all about this and did various slides from it, get inspired. Okay, so that's what happened there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Keith.
Okay.
All
Well,
right. Hello.
Michael Quill, Dr. Quill,
Well,
just throwing it out there just in case, because I earned it. And that the way I got into this world was with the Santa Monica Baykeeper doing kelp restoration work in 2007. It changed my life, so I feel an obligation to throw down now because I went into a lot of debt to get this degree, and I'm here today to talk about what I do. And I mean, I was much happier then. 4 days in the water, 4 to 5 hours underwater, and I was a much happier human being. But I will say, I worked with Lindsay Marks Orsini on her PhD with the sargassum horneri. We did a three-year program in that, and I led that with my colleague Ian Jacobson, who's now doing aquaculture, which we're going to talk about later. But I seeing all this work and seeing it repeated, and sometimes the back work, like you mentioned, doesn't get acknowledged. All the work we did in Palos Verdes very rarely gets acknowledged. I can tell you hands-on, we made a dramatic difference.
yeah.
I mean, you dropped down and the great work that we did there. And I'm very proud of it because I get out there once or twice a week doing MPA watch boat-based surveys, is that I have dive boats that aren't there taking, or there aren't people taking there, but they are photographing our freaking kelp beds that have an intense amount of species, a variety of species and larger species, dramatically different than we were there. So I just want to say, I'm all for more of this kelp restoration work done by those that are trained properly. I think there's a lot of things where we get off mark and we replicate work. And I know that the CDFW work was done. Lindsay, it was CDFW now elsewhere. It was very stringent, especially with the attempted eradication of sargassum horneri, which was not accomplishable. We did for 3 years. We decided to focus on what got it here, the ballast water. So we're busting that with the State Lands Commission. And Tom Ford's on here, so he's gonna bust my chops because he was my original ED, and he will definitely a love-hate, and I still work with Tom. But this work needs to be done by professionals, and I think sometimes it gets dissipated when it gets done by those who are not. I think even the data afterward needs to be done by people that are trained in their field. I mean, it's a different than a volunteer going out there that's gone through some basic trainings to count even. Believe me, I can't do fish counts. I passed all the tests. You can ask Tom. I mean, I can do the basics and I make sure nobody dies during our trips and get the work done. But it really takes a trained eye, and that is an education and that is experience in the water. So I defer to those professionals. I also, I'm hesitant to see people just replicating things for the sake of replication. We have a lot of nonprofits that are going after money to get this, to do that. I think we need to really refocus on who's doing what work. But I have seen kelp restoration work. I see it every week. And I'm all for it. I'm not that familiar with happening in Northern California, but I thought I had to step in and throw down a little bit because it's how I got here. And it's been a circuitous journey. So I'll leave it as that.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right. I don't have anyone else. We don't have anybody else up here at the table, so we'll go online. And I think we will, if it's okay, go to Tom Ford first, just because we haven't heard from him and his name is being brought up, incorporated by reference. So you're up, Tom.
All right. Can you folks hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Fantastic. There's my camera. Um, maybe just to underline Michael Quill's point, I don't do my fish counts because I'm pretty awful at it too. It is a tricky business. But some of what I just saw in that previous proposal, I was part of that work. There was a number of us involved in that. It's Colleen Wisniewski, Nancy Caruso, myself, Jesse Allstadt, Dirk Burcham, Chantal Collier, amongst a number of others. And we were trying a number of techniques to engage the community in understanding the nature and importance of our kelp forests and exploring opportunities to try to restore them. When we first started doing that work in like 2000, 2002, I would show up at meetings and folks who had been working in marine management in the state of California were like, oh my gosh, it's 1975 all over again, Tom. You guys are doing much of the same work, trying to address some of the shortfalls and the kelp loss that we periodically see. Our ongoing restoration work, I'm certainly very proud of it. Started my work with the Santa Monica Baykeeper, now the Los Angeles Waterkeeper. That work has then moved on to be based here at the Bay Foundation, where we work in support of the Santa Monica Bay National Estuary Program. I'd be happy to share with you more of our results and our experience and the various techniques that we've employed over the years to try to put kelp back along our coast, which is the central focus of our ecosystem-based management approach to Santa Monica Bay. I think we've had terrific success. Dr. Elsmore spoke about, in addition to working with training and managing the commercial fishermen who have done 12,000 plus hours underwater, restoring the kelp beds off of Palos Verdes Peninsula. We now have 70 trained volunteers, another 50 of those who've been out on the water with us, which has really helped us double our output this past year compared to the past few. That said, they work alongside our professional staff, and we tightly manage all of this work to make sure that we are systematically and serially working along our persistent barrens on the PV shelf. So that's just a little bit. I don't know if there's any other questions I can try to address or speak to, but I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee, and thank you for your time and your interest in kelp management.
Thanks, Tom. Mark Shargell. I see that you're on the KRMP working group. Nice to see you.
Hello, nice to see you, and thank you very much for the welcome. Before I make a couple of quick points, I just want to take a moment to admire the intellectual stamina and agility the staff and especially the commissioners demonstrate in grappling with a tremendously wide range of very dense information and then doing their best to come to wise decisions about that. I'm in awe, to be quite honest. Yes, I am on the current KRMP community working group. We're pretty well organized and pretty well resourced, and that's a good thing. 20 years ago, as some of you know, because I met you there, I was on the stakeholder group that began mapping the MPAs that you'll be reviewing as part of tomorrow's agenda. And I wish you good luck and good work on that. Kristen Elsmore, who I've had the pleasure of working with, mentioned that our group got together in person in May. And I think that there are some people who can hear me now who are responsible for funding the possibility of that in-person meeting. And I just want to give you the feedback that that was money well spent. It was an incredibly productive session. And the fact that we were face-to-face and got acquainted, for me at least, set the stage for greater productivity and interaction ongoing now. Our group is just within sight of drafting the recommendations that will ultimately reach you commissioners. And that's going to include a restoration toolkit that will be based on the best available science. But I regard that as emerging and very sparse science so far about what we know how to do and how it works. We know a few things about moving urchins, culling urchins, spawning kelp in captivity, spawning Pycnopodia in captivity. I want to encourage you to be proactive in thinking about how lab-raised Pycnopodia can be released into the wild and under what conditions. I believe that those folks are having some success, and that is a question that will come before you within the foreseeable future. And I hope you'll be thinking about that now so that you can move expeditiously on it when it comes before you. Other things that are going to be coming before us as part of the restoration toolkit that should be in the KRMP are at this point under evaluation. We've had some successes, as has been reported to you within the last hour, and those are very encouraging. I'm aware of several patches of resurgent both bull kelp and giant kelp scattered around the state, but when I have laid my eyes on them, for example, last week I saw that dense patch of giant kelp forest in front of Cannery Row in Monterey, and I was just cheering. I mean, it's just kind of like lifts my soul to see that that's managed to come back. And I'm suspicious that there's a high correlation between the spots where we have those resurgent kelp patches and where the kelp restoration projects, scientific projects, pilot projects, little projects have been done. If that hunch turns out to be accurate, then that tells us a great deal about developing our restoration toolkit. If it's not accurate, if it's just flat out there isn't much correlation, well, that tells us something that we also very much need to know. So I want to make an appeal that additional support be provided to the community working group in the form of mapping that we can read that will correlate these kelp restoration projects currently extant and these places where there are resurgent kelp patches that will help us evaluate what needs to go into the restoration toolkit. But also because that science is currently emerging, it seems to me that the restoration toolkit itself will need to be a living document that we go back to and modify and refine and change and add things to and remove things from for several years to come. Finally, I want to make an appeal that the Department of Fish and Wildlife increase its capacity for interacting with and collaborating with citizen scientists, of whom the divers that I've been asked to represent on the CWG are a part, to capitalize on the tremendous energy and enthusiasm available there, as well as potential for data collection. And that's it. Basically, it seems to me this is such a big problem. We're going to need an army, and there is one, but you'll need to communicate with it effectively. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, thanks for all you do too, Mark. I know you have thousands of hours underwater, and that's super valuable for this process. So really appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Great shirt also. Yeah. All right. Doug Bush.
This guy's really smart.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I'll be really I'll try to be to the point. I want to speak on the third point, item C, the sunset. Something that I think may easily get kind of swept into the dustbin of the years gone by. The context around the conversation we had when those restrictions were put into effect after the work that was done in the bull kelp working group there was an open question about, there was this disconnect between kelp as a resource expressed in units of area, square kilometers, and there was a question of what that meant in terms of units of take and harvest in pounds or kilograms, right? And that was a topic that we agreed to disagree on. My feeling was that it was that it was kind of arbitrary and striking out into the dark to put a restriction down when you kind of don't really know what take represents in terms of our measurable unit of the resource. There were some data available through status reports, Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary impact environmental reports. I'm not sure what exactly it was. 2002, James Youngworth referenced it myriad times during his testimony. But those were essentially, decided that they didn't pass muster for what we needed as a conversion factor in kilograms or tons per unit area. And it was kind of punted, and the suggestion was that this would be revisited in the interim time, and that before the sunset date, before that sunset date approached, that we would have clarity on that, so that harvesters in those affected areas, those affected counties, would be able to look at their harvest and their take and their proposed take and say, okay, the resource is unquestionably under a certain amount of stress. It's in, but what does that mean? What does their proposed take mean? Does it mean they're proposing to take 10% of the remaining canopy, 1%, 0.1%, a thousandth of a percent? Like, there was no scale to make an assessment of what their take represented as a quantitative part of and it could be that the take that they were proposing as part of their commercial harvesting permit represented, as I think James Youngworth rather eloquently put it, less than is lost to boat propellers. I just think it's important that this detail doesn't kind of get swept under with an automatic renewal of a restriction. The sunset date was put into place for a purpose, so that we could visit the knowledge gaps in that time, and before sort of rubber stamping an extension of a restriction, look to see if we've made any progress on those gaps, to find out do we have a better idea on that key question on what Sonoma and Mendocino proposed take means. Because if the best possible scenario, and this kind of speaks to what Mark was just saying in regard to citizen scientists and the department mobilizing its ancillary resources as the people who are on the ground, who are on the coast in Mendocino and Sonoma counties every day, those are your partners. Like there's no better representation of real-time data that you're going to get than reaching out to Mendocino and Mendocino and Sonoma County harvesters to find out what the kelp resource looks like in real time.
Speaking up for us right now.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I heard an interruption. So I'll just say that, like, you want those guys on the ground. That's mobilizing your resource, and I would highly encourage this conversation to find out if there's been an advancement on making that mass per unit area conversion before doing some sort of automatic extension of those restrictions. And that's my point. And just to end it on a high note, I'd say down where I am in Santa Barbara County, and recently I was down in Ensenada, the kelp is all time. It's giant kelp, different species, different situation, different ecosystem acknowledged, but these are long-term cyclical effects. And down in Santa Barbara and down in Ensenada, kelp is best I've seen it in 20 years. And I'm somebody who spends a lot of time around the kelp. So yeah, just an encouragement to think at the big picture level. Thanks very much for listening to my comment.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Doug, and for reminding us of that thread from the original conversation. I didn't remember that, but I do remember that now. So I appreciate you raising that. And I don't know, Kristen, if you have anything to share on that. I suspect that the team did remember that a conversation and that we identified that as a gap in knowledge. And so would love to hear anything that you have that you can share on that, if you have it.
Sure. Admittedly, it was towards the middle-ish end of that slog of slides, but I did have a slide I can pull up. Let me see what number it is if you did want to pop it back up. There is, I think it's slide number 26, if you wanted to reference it for others. The knowledge gap that Doug is mentioning is absolutely a critical one, and we are working to fill that knowledge gap. And unfortunately, it has taken time for us to secure funding to advance that work forward. And so we did the Ocean Protection. We worked, with the Ocean Protection Council to secure funding to develop that project that will close the loop on actually quantifying that conversion factor, so we can more effectively understand when we're measuring canopy area, what that actually translates to in terms of pounds or kilograms, those units that the harvest is actually being measured in. And also understanding when remote sensing tools are not giving us the full picture, and figuring out how we can fill those information gaps to figure out what the biomass metrics actually are for bull kelp. That is, as Doug mentioned, those two species, giant kelp and bull kelp, do have a lot of differences, and that is a challenge in the way that they express themselves on the surface in the canopy. That is a challenge with bull kelp in that much of the biomass sits just below the surface where those blades kind of dip under the surface. And so that is more challenging for those remote sensing tools to detect, but the technology is advancing. And so we have a researcher actually based out at Woods Hole who did and does much of his work in California, who's leading that effort. He is one of the key experts on remote sensing data with regards to kelp. So we are actively addressing and filling that knowledge gap, but unfortunately, we don't have the data available at this time.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that and sort of allowing us to zoom in on that, Dr. Elsmore. Do you just very briefly, the timing of that project? I mean, today we're only making a recommendation that will then inform a potential notice hearing. So we're still relatively early in terms of what we're going to do about that sunset. When's that project by you guys done?
Yeah, so we're actually, as I mentioned briefly, we are actually going out next week to initiate the data collection, the field-based data collection down in Southern California. That is a broader component of that study. And in the coming months, we will be collecting those data on the bull kelp system specifically. We are collecting the data this summer, this season, as well as next season, because we do want to make sure we're not only capturing that information from one time point, because as Doug noted also, these systems are variable. And so we want to capture some of that variability. But the data will be available in time to inform the KRMP, but will not be fully available in time to inform your consideration around this regulatory change process, given that these regs do sunset in January 1st of 2026. But I can't promise anything, but we can share as soon as we have information available.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, that thread has not been lost and is being continued. So really appreciate that. And thanks again, Doug, for raising it. Okay, we have a few more speakers. I also want to be cognizant that we have other agenda items too. Let's go to Andrew Donis. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
We can hear you.
All right, no hammers in the background. Sorry about that.
You sound great.
All right. Wow, so much to say. I really want to try and be concise, of course. I'm grateful to be speaking after Doug Bush. Um, because he really summarized a lot of the important things. And one of the questions I've had is, what was the point of this regulation? You know, I'm trying to go back to that. And also remembering not just the reasoning, but there was two proposals on the table at that time. One of them was for limited harvest in Sonoma and Mendocino County. I can't remember if it was like 1,000 pounds or 2,000 pounds total. And Commissioner Zavaleta rightfully pointed out, as Doug has just revisited, that the amount of harvest that represents is like 1/100% or something like that. And so as I'm sitting here listening to Dr. Elsmore and listening to just a lot of other topics today, as I kind of like check in, um, about how to find out what's missing by remote sensor, how to fill the data gaps, how to fill the funding gaps specifically, that 3 years later, there's no data, no simple canopy to biomass conversion. And I'm like, here I am, I'm still sitting here. I'm out there paddling around with the bull kelp. And honestly, I haven't been included in this KRMP, right? So you have your area that's like the highest priority area potentially. I mean, they're all important, right? But the closures for Sonoma and Mendocino County. I'm based out of Mendocino County. Um, and I feel like not only shut out of the process when I hear you say what all these limiting factors are, because going back over the years, I've said like, hey, why don't you involve community driven science? Why don't you involve the harvesters? And, there's a couple harvesters. There's James Jungworth, a good friend, and I respect him a lot up in Del Norte County, and he's very intelligent. But we have different harvest methods. And so when I'm hearing stuff about abalone, for example, and this whole concept of non-lethal take, and what kind of data can you get for what kind of damage, right? And what cost? I just want to reiterate that I harvest bull kelp without removing a single individual, without altering in any significant way the spatial canopy, and preserving the genetic diversity. Now, how does that happen? Well, no one really knows there because no one's actually seen me do it, right? And I think that if you're looking for um, more understanding of good harvest techniques, good stewardship, and filling these data gaps in this critical area, I ought to be involved. And this is what as far as I know, I'm like the primary harvester of bull kelp in Mendocino County for the past 25 years. Um, so, so I do want to focus on that. I also feel like it's important to revisit, and I'm grateful for Commissioner Murray to bringing this up. The other reason why you went with no harvest over what was a totally reasonable alternative was the supporting the tribal input. And I support tribal people. Um, and as I said at that time, and as I mentioned this morning, definitely felt siloed out of the conversation. Thanks for providing that word for me that sums it up. And sorry, I lost my train of thought there, but um,
It was a tribal petition.
yeah. And so basically, for me to be on the other side of the tribes was extremely awkward, right? Since that time, I have been doing some asking around. And of course, who do I meet? Who do I come in contact with? Is that representative? And I can't even get in touch with some of these people anymore. There was interest expressed in me helping them harvest. There's a big gap right there for tribal people getting seaweed. I was surprised that people were open to me showing what I know. I didn't expect that. Um, but being on the other side of that was very uncomfortable for me. And so I'm glad that that you mentioned that, Commissioner Murray, about like what's the input right now with regard to this extension, and that you haven't heard anything from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Institute. Is that it? Intertribal Sinkyone.
Also.
I'd really like to know what people are thinking about this right now. And I also have to say, yeah, at that time they were just saying that like seaweed harvesters are greedy and disrespectful, and I misunderstood that as hyperbole. And unfortunately, I've since learned that I don't know how the tactful way to do this, but there has been a harvester up in the Fort Bragg area, who apparently is not in business anymore, that was telling tribal people not to harvest, specifically nori, knowing that they were tribal people. And this had been denied for a long time. And then he just told me one day. And I said, dude, you got to fix this. Like, you've done a lot of damage. And unfortunately, there's been no efforts made there as far as I know. I lost my screen. Are you still hearing me?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Okay. So,
And see you.
okay, cool. So I mean, that's difficult for me to talk about, but I do feel like it needs to be said. It needs to be acknowledged because it helps me to understand too a little bit more about the context of what was happening with that bull kelp rule. And now I feel like we're in this situation where a decision was made to have this no harvest in Mendocino over having a limited harvest, right? So I don't know how you guys work with this rule, because what I would suggest it doesn't look good necessarily to just open up commercial harvest now in Mendocino County, like, or Sonoma County. Like, and from a publicity point, from the people that are opposed to it, they're going to say, why are you doing that? Right? However, I don't see what difference it's made. And I really wish that you had gone with a 1,000-pound allowance. And I would ask you to please reconsider to include some type of amendment, either that or include harvesters in the KRMP in the critical areas that are going to these locations that are not on your lists, to be able to let you know what the spatial resolution isn't picking up. What was the word that Dr.
Yeah,
Osmond
I
just
think
used?
I
Anyway,
think we
listening by remote
understand.
sensor is what she said. So yeah. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Murray. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I think we understand the crux of what you're saying and really appreciate you raising it. I know it's important to you. It makes sense, what you're saying. And, if you're able to summarize so we can hear from a couple other folks and then move on, that would be really helpful. But I think you've explained yourself well, and I think we understand.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. I know it's been a really long day. So I'll let it go for now, and hopefully Dr. Elsmore and I can get in touch, and also, I'll submit a written comment. And the 10 pounds wet weight tribal harvest, I can't let that go anymore. I'm going to resubmit my comments about that particular issue because that's what I heard from when I spoke to tribal people. I thought that they were going to be all upset with me, and it turns out that really the main issue is that. So, please do something about removing that onerous restriction. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So recreational 10 pounds wet weight for kelp and algae is for everyone, not just trout.
Uh-huh.
But
The
it is
recreational
specifically
10
for
pounds
tribes.
is for everyone. Excuse me, Andrew?
I said it is specifically for tribes. Yes, there is a 10-pound recreational wet weight for people.
It
And
is
there's
for
also
tribes.
No, Andrew, it's for everyone. We have Assistant Chief Cord saying it is for everyone.
it's the same, effectively, it's the same rule, it's the same limit, but there's two categories. There's tribes and there's everyone else. And the tribes are categorized as 10 pounds wet weight per person per day. And what I'm saying is you can maintain the 10-pound recreational for everybody else. But I think for tribal people, what I heard is they weren't upset about me harvesting bull kelp. They were upset about this onerous restriction, and we can talk about it in more detail at another time. But as anybody knows that's doing the financing for all these different KRMP projects, it takes time to get to the ocean. It takes time to gear up. It takes time to get in. And if you just restrict somebody to harvesting a tiny amount, then they have to drive all the way home, come back the next day. That's not helping people that have a need for this food. So that's why I'm saying get rid of the 10-pound wet weight for tribes. It needs to be said over and over again.
Yeah, thanks for raising that, Andrew. I would recommend this would be a good thing for tribes themselves to talk about potentially at the tribal committee. Is that a possibility? If maybe this could be an issue for the tribal committee and for tribes. We don't have a tribal representative here today asking for this or saying this, and I would say that's a conversation for tribes to have, and maybe the tribal committee would be a good place to try to have that conversation.
Commissioner Murray, I agree with you on that. And I also just want, this is what you guys said to me last time. I want to say that as a citizen of California and as somebody that's out in the water harvesting seaweed, to them it looks extremely unfair that I'm able to do that and they're not. Okay, so it's not. I can't just leave it up to the tribes anymore to say it. I have an obligation to speak up and say what I'm seeing happening is wrong. That's my job. That's my moral obligation, and everybody should be saying that, including yourself.
As an ally, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate you showing up as an ally for tribes. And I see Melissa is jotting down notes, and this will come up. And I do think the tribal committee is a great place, or at least a conversation with tribes. And we don't have tribes in the room right now, or on. I don't know if we, still have tribal representation on the Zoom, but I think it is important that this is a conversation to be had with tribes, not in their absence.
Can I
agree,
jump
but
in briefly?
Everyone in California, though, should be speaking up for tribal rights. It doesn't matter if you're tribal or not.
1000%.
That's my point.
I couldn't agree more.
But it's also,
thank you. And we agree.
Okay.
We agree. We aggressively agree on that. Yes.
Hey,
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. We're going to move on to arts.
I think Kristen wanted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Ellsmore. Can we
Sorry, I
unmute?
needed permission to unmute. I'm good. Sorry. I did want to just build on that conversation to just round it out so you can move on. The community, that is a topic of conversation within the community working group space, as well as the science advisory committee space on the KRMP development process. And so those are conversations that are being had, is considering different approaches for harvest for tribes specifically. So that is a conversation that is happening there. And then also just kind of reiterating that there are not separate regulations for recreational harvesters and tribes. It's a single regulation that that authorizes that take.
Thank you. And I think Andrew's point is maybe there ought to be separate regulations, and that seems like the perfect thing for the working group and or the tribal committee to discuss. We're going to move on to Art Seavey. Hello, Art.
Thank you very much. I just want to have a very brief statement to say thank you to the commission and the Fish and Wildlife for all the time and energy and money you've spent on this. And I also want to thank people who like Andrew, like Keith, like Doug Bush, who take a lot of time to think about these things and provide their input, and I mean especially Keith, who took on the system to get a permit to do his project at on Tankers Reef. And I mean, he has no financial commercial interest in that. And I respect that, and I think he did a really good thing. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Art. Kristen McHugh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, everyone.
Oh, now we've lost you, Kristen.
Hey, how about now?
There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tristan Anush McHugh, and I'm the Kelp Project Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I live in coastal Mendocino. I want to thank the department first for taking the time at MRC to share some of the research and experimental restoration actions going on in the state. I also want to address to the comment that restoration is not working and state investments have been a waste, as I respectfully disagree. My program works with the department, OPC, commercial sea urchin harvesters, and many other collaborators here locally, regionally, and internationally at 4 experimental sites here in Mendocino and a few other regions across California. And really the focus of what we do is to test kelp recovery techniques and share this information so we can evaluate these approaches to help inform the KRMP. In addition to that, we also work to be cost effective and efficient. We want to see healthy coastlines and do this in a socially and ecologically sound way, in both those ways. And at the site that Dr. Elsmore shared today, we've seen, these are early results, but 172% increase in kelp canopy cover since restoration start. That was in 1 year upon initiating restoration. And this was done utilizing grazer suppression and also kelp enhancement techniques. And so some of the Landsat at 30 meter resolution scales doesn't necessarily pick up near shore habitats, which is, one data gap, but our 3 centimeter drones do at these key priority sites. So just something to think about when we're evaluating kelp canopy cover across the state and especially small patches in the North Coast. But in addition to that, our program has also been first to grow kelp from seed to reproductive adult. And our outplants last year dispersed over 80 trillion spores into the system. And we're now seeing seeds that were planted last year transform the reefs this year. And this year, our 500 kelp outplants that are in the water right now on these archive modules have had over 50% survivorship with thousands of juvenile rockfish on them daily. And just earlier this week, I saw abalone eating the detritus from the senesced kelps. So these are small victories, and there's so much more to do, and there's so much else going on by other groups in this area of Mendocino. But I just want to say that this was made possible through state and private investments. The system is responding to active stewardship, and we look forward to sharing the outcomes of our research for the broader community to respond through the KRMP process. And so lastly, we're just appreciative of the state's investments in kelp research and recovery and encourage the continued development of the KRMP in alignment with the timeline that was shared at the meeting today. Thank you.
Wow, Tristan, thank you so much for that wrap up. That is truly perfect. Really appreciate the closing of this topic on a positive note and sort of small successes and just highlighting those and the potential seeds that we're sowing. So thank you so much for sharing that. Really appreciate that perspective. It means a lot. So we do have a committee recommendation that we need to make. Given what we've heard, Eric, I'm curious, what you think about the recommending going to notice at the August meeting, whether we want to include something, of course, it's just a recommendation. Do we want to include something explicitly that allows for wiggle room on, potentially allowing some kind of commercial harvest? I think something Andrew said is really true, that the optics of opening up commercial harvest for kelp at a time like this, when we see the data we see, I think that's I think the optics of that are not great. Yeah. I also think, this one thing that's true now that was true then is, it's true that commercial harvest is not the thing driving our kelp loss, but it is a thing we have that's in our purview. It's a thing we can control, and there's a lot we can't control. I also think it would be good to hear more about where, if we can, the Intertribal Sankey and Wilderness Council is on this, since it was originally their petition, and potentially other tribes as well in the area. So those are some of the things swirling around in my mind, but I'm curious what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think we should go to notice more or less as suggested, but with some wiggle room. It's always good to have wiggle room because we don't know what the other commissioners are going to think or feel, and we don't know what input we'll get.
Right.
And Andrew's right. The optics aren't great, but also the idea that very small takes are just not an issue really is also possible too. So I think my recommendation would be what the committee, what the staff recommended, with the notice having some open discussion of whether some limited take is acceptable. And in addition, that we get full input from the tribal community about what their desires are.
Yeah, can we make a concerted effort to reach out to the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council in particular, as well as other sort of local North Coasters tribes? I think that would be really valuable.
And then if we're in agreement on that, I think that's great. And then on the broader issue of kelp, I'm going to ask you a question that I don't want answered. But I want to point out
That's
that,
a no-no.
right, I'm not gonna, it's a broad, almost rhetorical question, but it's when we can't ignore the elephant in the room, which is that, yes, so some things have worked on small scale. We're not talking about small scale. We're talking about hundreds of miles of coastline, hundreds of thousands of acres of forest. And the real question is, will any of these work at a scale that's both feasible and fundable? If not, it's great that they work, and it's people can feel good about fixing a little area, but it doesn't solve the problem. Because I think what we've known from the beginning is that climate change it has made it different this time, and that's why we're not seeing it come back on its own. Every other time, there've been some small restoration efforts, but it's come back because that's the natural cycle of things. This does not, to my, I have an MBA, not a science degree. To my untrained eyes, this does not look like the typical cycle. And so I think we all need to keep that in mind. We can get excited about small projects that work, but it doesn't mean anything unless we can scale it on a massive scale. And so I'm looking forward to seeing which of these work the best, and then hearing from the scientists what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to do it on hundreds of miles of coastline. Just think not saying that out loud to me is malpractice. Happy to listen.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I do think there is a place for local, small scale, sort of more like tending projects. I think there can be value in those, but I also, of course, understand the importance and the urgency of trying to find solutions at scale. That makes a lot of sense to me. All right, so you have what you need in terms of recommendation. Okay. Would we like to take a break or shift right into, okay, agenda item number 7 is staff and agency updates. We are going to hear from the Ocean Protection Council, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and commission staff. Melissa, would you like to give us some instructions on?
I would just, before they go, to say, given the time of day and the length of today, the briefer everybody can be, the better. Thank you. I know it's hard to have prepared for the whole day to talk about this stuff and ask me to keep it short, but that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, and if anybody already knows they want to give comments and they're here in the room, please don't be shy. Come on up to the table. We'd love to hear from you. I see OPC is poised to speak, so if you know you want to speak on that, come on up. Oh, and also yes, please, Melissa, didn't mean to steal your thunder.
No, not at all. Anybody who's interested on Zoom who wants to speak to any of the staff and agency updates, please do raise your hand in Zoom now.
Thanks. Welcome, Katie.
Great, thank you, commissioners and members of the public and agency staff. I'm Katie Siri. I'm Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager for the Ocean Protection Council. I will do my best to keep things brief. Today, I just want to touch on our strategic plan, our efforts towards 30 by 30 in coastal waters, marine protected areas, and of course, the statewide aquaculture action plan. So OPC has released our draft 2026 to 2030 strategic plan that outlines our priorities for protecting the coast and ocean in the years ahead. The draft plan was presented at our June 10th council meeting and was discussed during a public webinar on June 18th. We are accepting public comment on the plan through Friday, August 1st. If you want to submit a comment or for more information, you can visit our website. To update you on 30 by 30, at our June 10th council meeting as well, we updated a roadmap to achieving 30 by 30 in California's coastal waters, which brought the total area coastal waters conserved to 21.9%. In addition to 16.2% of coastal waters conserved by MPAs, the roadmap also includes area conserved by the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary and the University of California Natural Reserves. At our next meeting in September, OPC staff will share clear criteria for other coastal and marine designations not yet assessed for alignment with the state's definition of a 30 by 30 conservation area. Coastal waters progress is reflected in our Pathways to 30 by 30 annual progress report, which was released by CNRA earlier this month. We have also released a $10 million request for proposals to advance 30 by 30 in coastal waters through action-oriented science, accelerating environmental restoration and stewardship, and revitalizing tribally led stewardship. Once again, you can find information on our website, and letters of intent are due by 5 p.m. on July 18th. You still have 2 days. Moving on to MPAs, 4 key efforts to mention today. You guys may have heard that last month, California's Marine Protected Area Network was officially accepted to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, Green List of Protected and Conserved Areas. This is a high-profile international certification that recognizes the most successful examples of biodiversity conservation worldwide. So California's system of MPAs is the first nature network in the world to receive this honor. The green listing of the MPA network represents the culmination of 7 years of evaluation, which was conducted by the IUCN in close collaboration with an expert panel of Californians, which represented diverse sectors such as marine ecology, fishing, recreation, tourism, and resource management. OPC, the department, and the Fish and Game Commission worked together to provide evidence demonstrating the MPA network's alignment with the global green list standard, which focuses on both positive outcomes for nature and people. Second, in terms of the MPA petitions, OPC supports the work of the department to develop an evaluation framework for the BIN 2 petitions. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with the Fish and Game Commission and the department to refine and implement a science-based, transparent evaluation framework for BIN 2 petitions, and we look forward to that conversation tomorrow. Finally, on MPAs, last week, OPC, the department, and the Ocean Science Trust convened the first meeting of a working group to develop recommendations for a social science research and monitoring plan for the MPA network. The working group consists of 16 experts from across the country, including California experts and tribal knowledge holders. The working group's recommendations will be incorporated into an update to the MPA monitoring action plan, which we expect next year. And sorry, one more thing on MPAs. The next work plan for the MPA statewide leadership team was released on July 1st. This work plan is based on the 12 MSLT relevant DMR recommendations and does identify key actions to advance these recommendations over the next 5 years. And finally, just to give you an update on the aquaculture action plan. So OPC is working with the aquaculture statewide leadership team, which is made up of 8 agencies, including the Coastal Commission, the Department, Fish and Game Commission, to develop a statewide aquaculture action plan. The plan will provide direction to improve the management of existing and future aquaculture operations and is the first step towards building a more sustainable, equitable, and hopefully profitable aquaculture industry in California. It is centered around 3 goals. The first would be to improve California's aquaculture governance framework through increased interagency coordination and transparency. The second, to maximize environmental sustainability and protect public health. And the third is to facilitate the expansion of sustainable marine aquaculture in state waters. So over the last year, OPC staff have worked to develop a streamlined draft action plan, which establishes the highest priority actions in each of those 3 goal areas, as identified with the leadership team, along with clear milestones for implementation. So the leadership team met to discuss this draft in the beginning of June, and we will meet again next week. OPC looks forward to continued interagency collaboration in the coming months, and we will keep this committee apprised of progress and upcoming opportunity for public comment and tribal consultation on the draft action plan when it is available. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I don't have any questions. Would you prefer to do the public comment after we get all of the updates, Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So our next update is going to be from Assistant Chief Court.
All right, y'all want to hear some stories about some recent poaching cases? We talked about abalone today and halibut, and everyone's really passionate about abalone and halibut as well. So I'll talk about some cases that our officers made. Just they're out there diligently protecting these fisheries that we all care about a lot. So in May, 2 officers patrolling the Sonoma coast during low tide observed a man at Ocean Cove picking at the rocks. They watched him place something in a bag and hide the bag underneath a large jacket. When they made contact, the man tossed the bag, stating it wasn't his. The bag, however, contained 3 abalone and an over limit of 285 turban snails, and he was cited accordingly. Also in May, an officer working a minus tide south of Point Arena at Whiskey's Gulch saw 2 individuals walk out into the intertidal area and poke around, looking at shells and rocks. Now, these guys were a little more clever. They were pretending to pick up empty abalone shells, but they each took 2 live abalone in between grabbing shells. And even more clever, they placed the old shells on top of the live abalone in the bag in an attempt to disguise them. One of them also hid his 2 abalone in the rocks before the officer made contact, but the officer did make contact and issued citations to both individuals for take of 4 abalone, and one suspect had been cited previously for the abalone poaching and had spent 2 months in jail to the prior offense, so he will probably be looking at more jail time there. In June, 2 wildlife officers, while on a local low tide patrol in San Mateo County, spotted an individual with an ice chest collecting on a reef near Bean Hollow State Beach. The officers observed the man was using a putty knife to collect limpets off the reef, which is an illegal method of take. The officers also watched the man appear to hide something under a rock in the reef, and upon contact, a hidden item was found. The hidden item that was found, it was an abalone, and the man was issued a citation for taking an over limit of 59 limpets along with 1 black abalone. And the limit on limpets is 35 per person per day. And the officer seized the knife, and they were able to stick the abalone and the limpets back to the reef after the citation was issued, which we do for most of our live abalone cases. And just last week, everyone's gonna like this one. Wildlife officer was patrolling the coastline at low tide near the Point Arena area when he spotted a man who appeared to be taking abalone in the rocky intertidal zone with a large knife and bag. Making some observations, the officer noticed the suspect had stopped and stayed out of sight behind some large rocks. After the suspect stayed out of sight for several minutes, the officer decided to sneak down along the shoreline and make contact. And upon arrival, the officer found the suspect while he was lying behind a rock and fast asleep, snoring next to his bag of abalone. The officer interrupted the man's nap, of course, inspected the bag and found 7 total abalone. The man later explained to the officer that he decided to take a nap after poaching abalone, as he was going to wait until the minus tide was over to walk back to the parking lot when he thought the officers wouldn't be around. And then real quick, the abalone story, or sorry, the halibut story. Last week, while walking down the gangway, right where our patrol boat is slipped in LA Harbor, a wildlife officer ran into a man returning to his car with a couple California halibut in a bucket. The man appeared reluctant to discuss what was in the bucket, and upon a quick look, the officer could tell the halibut were under the minimum size of 22 inches total length. The officer seized the bucket and then went back to inspect the boat the man just came off of. And when he inspected the boat, the officer found more short halibut, including some the suspect attempted to hide in the live well. So in total, there were 9 undersized California halibut. The fish were seized, and the man was issued a citation. And it's just kind of funny to me that the guy was bringing in all those short halibut right where we park the patrol boats. So that's it for Marine Enforcement Report. Thanks for listening, and our officers will be out there all summer long looking for those poachers on the water. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Eric, and thanks to you and the team and everyone's service for all of those cases. Really appreciate the work that's out there. Okay, next is Craig Schumann. He's not here.
I'm here, but
online.
we do not have an update today. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Perfect. We can hear you. Yeah, I did just have one question that I wanted to ask about. I've been hearing anecdotally just that the Barred Sand Bass Working Group has been meeting / that so far the Barred Sand Bass the season seems to be shaping up to be very good. And I wanted to just hear if we could hear anything about any data or any efforts or how that process is unfolding.
Sure. So I've heard the same thing. I've heard they've met. Things were going well. Fishery is in full speed ahead, and it seems to be one of the better seasons. So a lot of gratitude coming from the fleet for letting them get out there to collect data. And we can bring a more thorough update perhaps at the next MRC after the summer closes out and give you some more details?
That'd be perfect. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, happy
All
to do
right.
it.
Love the brevity there, Craig. Thank you so much.
We try.
And then our next department update is from Randy. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you. Randy Lovell, State Aquaculture Coordinator. It was our intent to rely on the staff summary written report, and it covers the recap and what we've done rather well. So I won't read it to you, just pointing out that that effort started 10 years ago to talk about BMPs and involved significant investment and engagement with stakeholders. Over the course of 4 years, we came to a point where there was some additional work that needed to be done. So other priorities took put it on hold. The good news, though, is that BMPs have not been forgotten. We're working with our other sister agencies as they put permit conditions into place, as we put leases, renew leases, amend leases that BMP, the outcomes that we want to see from BMPs are implemented and instituted in those various permit conditions. The other bit of news that it's not good news yet, but at least it's not bad news. We applied for a grant from the Marine Debris Removal Program of NOAA's that would include a number of significant endeavors, 2 sites, one in Northern California, one in Southern California, to remove legacy aquaculture gear. Rather expensive endeavors and no responsible parties alive any longer. These are things that happened back in the 80s or late 90s. The last update that I got from the program last week was that the proposals were still under review, that they were hoping to notify within the next couple months the successful applicants, but they are increasingly uncertain about timelines and whether those funds will be available from the feds, as everybody understands. But at least they didn't say no. And there is a significant component of community engagement in that grant proposal. So we are still crossing our fingers.
And so as I understand it, we're applying BMPs to renewals and new leases of some sort. Included in those leases are some kind of BMPs?
So I want to make sure we're clear whenever we talk about BMPs that we are not, as a state, mandating specific practices. And I don't think it's right for us to do that. And I've said that every time we've talked about it. It's important for the state to define outcomes we want to see as a result of them voluntarily employing BMPs. So BMPs is not something that's regulatory, but a requirement for them to submit and have approved a BMP plan could be regulatory. And that's the path that we were traveling on. And we were trying to figure out how we could implement that in a rulemaking, get it into the calendar, get all those details worked out. So one of those big outcomes we want to see is a reduction of plastic pollution, for instance, and the reduction of errant aquaculture gear. So those are, and making sure that growers go out after storm events or other kinds of regular beach cleanups and other kinds of activities that minimize that errant gear, that plastic pollution. So we're accomplishing similar aims without having the new rulemaking in place that more formalizes it. And growers are participating in regular beach cleanups. We continue to get reports from them. So I'm encouraged by the voluntary engagement from folks, but we still want to pursue a rulemaking that has a more formal way of stating the outcomes we want to see as a state.
But given all the work you've done with the leases, the renewals, and things, why can't we just do that? We've done enough work on kind of knowing what that rulemaking should look like after 10 years. Why don't we just do it?
We could, but those are long-term lease agreements, and there's significant administrative burden in adding new requirements into leases, and you can't just walk into a lease and make a change without a significant amount of administrative effort in it, times the number of leases. So it's, in hindsight, it makes sense. Well, why didn't you just change every lease as it came
No,
up?
that's not what I'm saying. But finally, let's have the rulemaking that says if all leases going forward have this as part of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. So why don't we do the rulemaking? Why don't we get on with it?
Well, we've got a lot of other pending requests to implement. And as it says in this write-up, we all agreed that it was not the highest priority compared to other things.
Okay.
Things like defining public interest and defining, formalizing the leasing process.
I guess let me just be totally frank. We've been working on these things forever. The whole time I've been here, over 13 years on this whole process, and I don't see much finish. I mean, I feel like, it just feels like, and I hear that from so many people, like, what's the deal? I know resources are limited. I know, like, but the length of time it's taken to not finish this stuff is really outstanding.
I 100% agree.
Okay, so what are we gonna do about it?
I think, are you talking about the pending requests from existing leaseholders to amend their
Talking
leases?
about a rulemaking.
A rulemaking,
For
yeah.
best management practices, which would require a significant amount of outreach to our existing leaseholders to discuss a rulemaking, because that's part of the rulemaking process, is you have to engage with stakeholders, discussions about, well, we don't, not in that context.
Well, when you're talking to them, engage with them on it. We talk to them all the time about their leases. And I'm sorry, we're battling so much in these days over government being effective and getting shit done. And this is just one more place where it looks like we're incompetent. It really does to the outside world. Now, maybe that's not the way it is, but perceptions matter. And if I'm feeling it, if I'm seeing it that way, imagine how the public feels. So come back to us, please, next time, Randy, our next MRC, with a game plan to get this shit done. I don't know how to put it any other way.
Well, I'd like to, so as we're doing that, so what that looks like, so this has not been discussed since 2018. So we have a lot that's evolved during that time. So I think there's a fresh effort that would be necessary. There also wasn't complete agreement with stakeholders on the categories that would be necessary for BM. But just, so once that is established and the rulemaking goes forward, then there will be 17 leases that are going to need to develop individual BMP plans for their specific lease.
Right.
And that is going to take a lot of workload for the department because there's a lot of, they do drafts. We did this, the commission, I'm sorry, you did this for kelp harvesting permits, and there were 2, and it has taken a lot of work just bringing those 2. So they were phased in. They had some time to do it. So there would ultimately be 17 individual best management practices plans that would come to probably through the committee.
But that would be
Yeah.
staggered too, right? Because it's as the lease gets renewed, right? And presumably those are all staggered.
If that's the way you.
And the whole lease requires a whole bunch.
If that's way, so that would be a change in the strategy, so that would make it more feasible. Right, the way it was originally designed back in 2015 to 2018 was to establish it as a requirement and require everybody to come into compliance. But if the compliance were staggered across renewals, that would make implementation more feasible.
So we come up with a template of this is what generally we're looking to see, and then each lease, which is a huge negotiation and back and forth anyway, is just one more section of that lease, and they have some template they can go off of if they don't have their own ideas on it. They do a review of it and you agree upon it. I mean, in businesses, we negotiate leases in a week or 2. I know these are sometimes they're more complex, but some of them are repetitive. It's just taken too long in a specific area. It's very frustrating. And on the public interest thing, I mean, is that not complete? I mean, we haven't heard.
It is, but it took us 2 years to get through that process.
Okay,
it was a diversion of, a series of valuable resource.
I'm noticing so that it's also, sounds like that's a priority to complete. It's also been a priority to this committee and to the commission to be responsive to our businesses that are waiting for authorizations for the adaptations to their farm activities, like for new species and methods that are on the order of years, mostly wrapped around the axle based on CEQA requirements. And so, it's balancing between those two is, it's already challenging. We're making some progress, but not the progress we'd like to see because the farmers aren't going out and spending, $10,000 or $15,000 to have a CEQA review done.
I've got just a quick question.
We could schedule this.
May I? Yeah. We don't want to do BMPs just for the sake of doing it. I want to make sure I understand what is the goal or the solution you hope to solve with BMPs? Is it mostly like the litter and marine debris and trash?
I think that's a good chunk
plastic?
of it, yeah.
That's the main
Yeah.
challenge that you're hoping to.
Preventing it from becoming trash in the first place, right, by management during storms and so on, and then clean up right afterwards.
Perfect, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the challenge
That
you're
was a
seeking
good,
to
that was a good
address.
chunk of it.
Yeah.
There were some other things that were thrown in when we looked at this years ago.
Mhm. I'm curious if Craig does not seem poised to speak, but
Well, I'll speak for both of us then, because I know how he feels about this. We've talked about it.
mhm.
We don't have resources allocated by the legislature to fund aquaculture. And this is one of the reasons why we're grateful to OPC for the leadership role that they've taken in bringing the various agencies together to talk about what are the limited resources that we have available and how can we better utilize them and be more effective and assist one another as sister agencies, because none of us has the resources allocated necessary to support even the existing amount of aquaculture that we have here in California. I don't control the state budget. We have real problems with our state budget. We're all taking budget cuts. We all took an 8% budget cut this last year, losing positions. And so the idea that we're somehow going to get more resources allocated specifically for aquaculture right now seems far.
But unlike almost any other thing, we have a full-time aquaculture coordinator funded, right? I mean, that's unusual. Tell me else we have something like that to be just totally.
But not 100% devoted to marine aquaculture and leasing. There's a whole lot of aquaculture in the state that's dealt with by this
It's inland
aquaculture
as well.
program.
Understood.
And
All
there's
right,
a-
well, we're again, the
Okay.
point being that we are trying to work with OPC.
And we appreciate-
identify
I wanna
how
say we
can
appreciate that.
Be more efficient and where we can assist one another. So for instance, there may be an agency like health services that needs to go out and look at water quality issues with the lease.
Right.
While you're there, could you possibly take a look at, right? Those are the sorts of conversations we're having right now to see how we can better coordinate.
So what would be helpful for us to bring for the November MRC? I think by then we'll have had more up discussions with OPC's leadership on the aquaculture action plan. We can look.
That'd be great.
holistically
Would be
at
a flow chart showing this is what needs to be, these are the tasks, and this is when they're gonna happen and get done, so that there's some transparency on completion of some of these tasks. That'd be really helpful. I think for the public and for me. Commissioner,
So like a timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like a work plan. Yeah. Does Craig want to say something? I saw him unmute briefly. I do want to just create a space. I know he's remote, but I did see him unmute and I know he has a POV on this. Craig.
Well, no, thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. I think this has gone on a long time and a lot of work's gone into it. We also don't have dedicated resources or very limited dedicated resources, but I think we're at a point that, we could probably put pen to paper and start wrapping this stuff in and just get her done.
there you go.
Yeah,
That's what I wanted to do.
I think if it's a staged, as we're looking at forecasting, which leases are up for renewal when, if we sort of stage it in that way, and it's just a part of the lease renewal, it does seem like it could be possible, to just fold it in as is a matter of doing the renegotiating the lease anyway. I will say I got a chance to spend, I can't believe Richard James isn't here. The one meeting he doesn't come to. But I got a chance to spend like 90 minutes on Zoom with him and look at all his pictures. And, there's an issue. I'm really glad that you put in a proposal to try to do some marine debris cleanup, because there is an issue. And I think BMPs are a part of the solution there. So
I'd be curious what,
sorry
much money-
to interrupt, but just starting with the first thing is just we've got this universe of leases. When is each of them up for renewal? Just starting with that and seeing like, okay, so then those are the ones we tackle first, right?
Every landlord has a two-page thing that shows all the properties, right? And when leases are up and what the critical issues are. Additionally, so I think it would be really helpful to hear from OPC, from you, from our staff, how much money is needed to fix this problem. Aquaculture is going to be a critical part of providing nutrition for humanity going forward. It's just, it's the reality of the need for calories and the lack of land, of the arable land. It's going to be many more of it, not less. And so we're already so far behind. Well, how much money do we need to do this right? I just would love to hear that number. And then because we have the ability to go and fight for that. Get money for other things that were really important to the commission, to other things I sit on. But tell us what the number is. It'd be really helpful.
I think that the case that you'll need to make, regardless of the number, and regardless of our budget situation at any given time, will come against the argument that the industry needs to pay its own way.
Sure.
And I think that there's a certain Rubicon to be crossed when you have a marine aquaculture industry that's governed by your state leases, not to mention those that are governed by other local entities, that consists of 17 leaseholders, 17 leases, 11 to 12 leaseholders, depending on how you count. If you tripled their fees, you would not raise the money necessary to create a program. So we've got, if we want to have aquaculture, like you're saying we need it. I don't know how much universal agreement there is about that. Furthermore, who pays for that? But if the case needs to be made that the state might make an investment to get over a hump,
right,
that creates a certain capacity within the state to manage.
Help me make that case. Tell me
how much we need, right?
I can make the case with your a little bit of feedback from you guys as I think about it. But give me a number, and I'll try to make the case.
A number for what?
For what investment we need to make to have our aquaculture system work, meaning people can apply and in a time frame that makes it feasible as a business to even apply. Because a lot of times with things, it's not worth applying because you cannot, if 3 or 4 years and millions of dollars, why do it?
Right.
But how do we make it so it's a feasible business in this state? We've shown we know how to do it. We've opened battery plants. We've stood up a solar industry. We've stood up a wind industry. We're starting to stand up desal. Now we did the opposite with cannabis. We're doing the same thing with cannabis we're doing with aquaculture, because we make it prohibitive to ever really make money or get into the business. Well, that's fine. If we don't want people to be in aquaculture, let's just say that. But if we do, if the legislature and the governor want people to be in agriculture because they think that's an important part of California's future, then the state has to invest in that in the way it has in other industries that it feels are really important. Let's ask the question. I mean, I know you all have, but I think the commission has a certain ability to go in as gubernatorial appointees and with the status we have and to the legislature and say, do you want this? If you want this, this is what it's going to take. And I don't think as a commission we've ever really made that case. I know all of you do it all the time in your conversations and more informally, and it's the extent OPC's done it, but give the commission a chance to make that case and maybe we can get it, because otherwise we're just going to keep spinning our wheels at field.
Leave you with one thought to chew on to think about. There is a program that the feds fund that is ministered here in the States for drinking water, and it's a revolving fund. And the revolving fund is meant to improve drinking water deliveries for small utilities that can't afford based on their ratepayers. This kind of a model could apply to help with CEQA, which is by and large the largest barrier and expense to getting aquaculture projects started. And if
along with the public interest determination, which we, along with the public interest determination, right? That's an incredibly expensive part of it, just intertwined with CEQA.
Yeah, but well done, CEQA informs public interest partially, or for the most part.
In both ways.
But that type of approach that would provide tools to help folks get through CEQA And having that industry pay it back to the notion of self-funding after they're on their feet and earning money, rather than having to put the money up before they have any hope of even getting a yes, not to mention selling a product to pay that back. I mean, it's a chicken and egg conundrum, and thankfully the state came up with a solution when it comes to housing. And CEQA, I'm not putting aquaculture on the same level as the need for housing by any means, but they're between cutting the green tape and what we've done with housing, there's creative ways to address CEQA without undercutting it.
100%. Right.
I would just say, Commissioner Stoller, and I appreciate your eagerness on all of this, and I know that it's frustrating for us to come back and say we're still not done with the aquaculture action plan. I will say that we're not prepared to give you the number that you're asking for, but I will say that we have made significant progress on the aquaculture action plan. And one of my main goals with the action plan is to be able to have a document that we can point to and take you or anyone could take to the legislature and say, do you want aquaculture to happen in California? These are all the things that need to get done. These are all the agencies that are involved. This is everyone that's signed on saying, we've heard from stakeholders, and if you want aquaculture in California to work, these are all the things that need to be done. So I don't have a dollar amount for you, but that is one of the goals of the aquaculture action plan, is to put all of that information in the same place, along with protecting public health, along with environmental sustainability. Get all of that information.
Fantastic. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you.
I do want to make sure we give folks, we have some members of the public who I know want to speak to some of these things. I also want to just remind ourselves that, we're not the only agency in town on this issue, right? We have things like coastal development permits and the Coastal Commission, and there are other sister agencies. I also want to just respectfully, for me, say out loud that when I think about food security, I don't think about oysters necessarily. I don't know that that's mostly what oysters, the role that those are filling in terms of filling in any kind of gap for food security coming from the ocean. So I understand wanting, the urgency and wanting to move, but I get a little bit uncomfortable when we start equating oyster aquaculture farms with housing in terms of urgency and what that means under CEQA. So
I agree.
Okay.
Very different animals.
Terrific. Okay. I think we should, do we want to pick up this thread and hear from Ashley Art CV? I think Bernard Freeman is also trying to speak, or do we want to quickly do the commission staff? Okay, sure. Commission staff.
So for those online on Zoom, I think several of you are wanting to speak. Just know that we're going to get through the rest of the agency updates and then come back and take public comment.
Thanks. Okay, so for commission staff updates, we wanted to provide another update on implementation efforts to move forward with the commission's policy on coastal fishing communities. And Caroline Newell is our Sea Grant State Fellow this year, and she's been taking on projects. And so I'd like to turn it over to her to provide the update.
Great. Hi, everyone. Secretaries. I have a couple of updates for you on the CFC policy implementation. First, we recently updated the Commission's website and the Coastal Fishing Communities Project webpage, so that now there's a link directly to the story map that was developed. We talked about it in March of this year, that there's a story map. It's a user-friendly GIS and web-based tool that was developed by the previous Sea Grant Fellow, Devin Rossi. It provides an easy-to-follow, visually engaging guide to the Commission CFC policy, strategies to achieve the policy's vision, as well as its community-driven development. We hope that fishing communities will view the tool to enhance their capacity to engage with decision makers and ensure their voices are heard. We invite fishing community members and partners to engage with the story map as a means of getting involved with implementation. Also, staff remains committed to actively engaging with fishing community members, organizations, and partners. These one-on-one conversations explore implementation of the policy and identify opportunities for collaborative support. If you are part of the fishing community and you'd like to get involved, please feel free to reach out to me through the FGC email address. It's fgc@fgc.ca.gov. You can find it on the webpage. Additionally, as the current Sea Grant Fellow, I am working with Commission staff to explore ways that we can advance the CFC policy strategies, including the recurring opportunity presented by MRC meetings to spotlight different topics of importance highlighted by fishing communities or regional spotlights. At this year's March MRC, you received a presentation from the previous Commission intern on the potential impacts of offshore wind on California's coastal fishing communities. The presentation prompted commercial fishermen present at the meeting to share additional insights. Staff acknowledged this effort had direct relation to the implementation of CFC Policy Strategy A to understand the issues facing coastal fishing communities and identify solutions through meaningful engagement. In the spirit of continuing this form of implementation at today's meeting, the Commission staff have explored opportunities alongside other partners, agencies, and community organizations that align with shared CFC interests. A prime example of this proactive engagement is outreach from Melissa Mahoney, who joins us online. She's the Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust. Melissa connected with Commission staff to explore how Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust initiatives could align with the Commission's CFC policy goals. At staff's invitation, Melissa is joining today's meeting to share insights into MBFT's work and its efforts to promote a sustainable and resilient fishing community in Monterey. Her presentation will also reflect on how some community needs have evolved since Commission hosted a regional coastal fishing communities meeting in Monterey back in 2017 and offer perspectives on how the state can further support coastal fishing communities, particularly those directly on the waterfront. With that, I'll turn it over to Melissa and her presentation.
And Melissa, you've been unmuted, so you should be able to give your presentation, which will pull up in just a moment.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hi, Melissa.
Okay. Hi there. All right. So I know it's the end of the day and you asked me to give it about 5 minutes. So I'm going to do my best to be brief. Again, my name is Melissa. I'm the Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, and I appreciate being able to share with you a little bit about our community and the work that we do. Next slide, please. So this tagline is essentially our mission. We're really about trying to find a balance between how to protect ocean resources and have a healthy ocean, how we can have profitable fisheries and a vibrant working waterfront community. We have 3 ports in the Monterey Bay region, and that's the scope of the Fisheries Trust. Sorry, next slide. I'm forgetting that I can't advance them myself. So the trust is a little over 10 years old, and we did start out as a community quota fund. So we received groundfish trawl quota share, and that was sort of our initial goal, was to help revitalize the groundfish fishery in our region. We still lease quota, but we have over time evolved alongside the community to respond to various needs that they have had with COVID, with the crab situation, with just any number of things. And so here are just kind of a couple of key accomplishments that I wanted to throw out. One thing I do want to clarify is that we're not a fishing association. We don't have a membership. We don't speak for the fishermen in our area, but we work alongside them. And so I can say I can sometimes channel what they might be thinking. And we really, the work we do with them is partially to empower their leadership capacity. And so an example of that is we provide scholarships for fishermen to attend the marine resource education program that happens on an annual basis. And we are also trying to grow a local seafood movement. So we have a website and we do a lot of communications work to grow awareness about local seafood, where to get it, what it is, how to find it, etc. Next slide. Can you still hear me? Okay. I just wanted to quickly highlight, this is probably our most important program at the moment, which came out of the COVID pandemic. when COVID happened, our fishermen lost their markets overnight, and the food banks in the region saw a huge need go up. So we started this program where we purchase local seafood from local suppliers, and we have that donated to the food banks. And we have 6 food banks or food relief groups now that we work with, and just a few months ago surpassed 30,000 pounds of local seafood purchased, and that translates into over 60,000 nutritious seafood meals to people in our community who wouldn't otherwise be able to access that local nutrition. So we're really proud of this program and excited about it. And we host our own dinner series, partially as a fundraiser, partially to raise awareness and help people pay it forward and get excited about local seafood. Next slide. So Susan and Caroline, when we talked, they asked me to think about sort of how the policy sort of lands or how it integrates with what we see happening on the ground. And I thought it'd be interesting to go back to the regional meeting that the state had with folks in our region in 2017 and just think about the challenges that they expressed then, which is about 8 years ago, compared to what it is today. So next slide. These are at a very high level, the challenges that fishermen at that meeting relayed. And yeah, I would validate sort of what we've seen over the last 10 years. We have seen a loss of fishing capacity. That's both fishermen and businesses and the infrastructure. The access has been restricted, as you all know. There are a lot of barriers to new entrants, and the regulatory challenges are many. Next slide. And as that's coming up, I'll just say those challenges remain, and I would say that they are even intensified. We all know what's happened to salmon, what's happening with crab. We had the quillback closure a couple years ago. So it's just been really, really hard for fishermen who are still paying their mortgages, paying off their boats, buying permits. A lot of them got in 10 years ago or so when crab and salmon were good. And a lot of them are essentially freaking out right now. If they're not sort of semi-retired and have everything fully paid off, they are in absolute survival mode. Again, just a ton of regulatory complexity, a ton of meetings to attend. There's just a lot going on. And that's another role that we play at the Trust, is just helping to curate information for the fleet. It's hard enough for me to attend and track all of the management meetings that are going on at the state and federal level. So it's really hard for the fishermen who are also having to go out and fish and fix their boats and sell their fish. I don't have time to go into that graph, but just the purple line going down that's our port region. That's our landings going down over the last 10 years. Next slide. So just to wrap up, I grabbed your image about, these are the strategies or the pathway for how the commission wants to implement the policy. And I'd love to have a deeper conversation with you all at some point about, what each of these look like. I think I want to extend appreciation to Fish and Wildlife and to everyone who took the time to go to all those regional meetings and take all that input. I know that's really hard to synthesize and come out with a summary and a policy. So I think the work that you all have done to define fishing communities, create the policy, to put that down on record is really important. And you're working to understand the issues. So that one's easy. I think if we go all the way over to the right, to the third strategy, I'm most curious about this. One of the phrases that I read under this strategy was supporting local capacities of fishing communities. And I'm just really curious, what does that mean? What does that support look like? And I want to wrap up and just to say that this is just a really short window into what our group stands for, what we do, and the dialogue that we would like to have with the state and its partner agencies and how we can help you implement this policy. Because going back to something that Chris Voss said earlier this morning that I think is very true is we are losing our fishing communities. We are losing access to that food source, and it is a food security issue for a lot of communities, and we don't want to lose it now. So it's really about finding that balance. Conservation is a great thing, but eating our own food is also a great thing. So I will stop there. My final slide is just a thank you and how to connect with me, and just thanks again for having me, and happy to continue the conversation sometime.
Thanks very much, Melissa. I appreciate the presentation and the context. And I hope that we'll see more of you and find new ways to engage some of the folks you work with in our meetings and in our process and in our conversations. That's always very helpful. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for the time.
All right, with that, we are gonna go to folks who have comments. So we've got a couple people here at the table. I think we'll start with that, and then I see you, Art. I see you, Bernard. I know you're just in time, Craig. I know we've got folks online and folks in the room. So we'll start with you, Ashley. Welcome.
Thank you. Ashley Gibbs with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, or EAC. I'm speaking today on the Aquaculture Action Plan on behalf of EAC and Oceana. So first, I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Sierra, for your presentation and for your commitment to developing the action plan and the other updates. EAC does lead a statewide aquaculture coalition, which includes mostly state groups, but some national groups. And we have been advocating for sustainable aquaculture practices for many years. I do feel a little bit like a broken record. So we also participated in earlier working groups on the topic. And we do understand the opportunities that aquaculture can, of course, provide, but we believe it can and should be done in an environmentally sustainable way, which sounds like the goal of the action plan. So we would just urge OPC to take a precautionary approach and remain committed to minimizing the environmental impacts. And also, we strongly advocate for no fin fish, which I think is consistent with OPC's policy. That's definitely a unified position of our statewide coalition. We see marine finfish as being extremely detrimental to our marine ecosystems and fisheries due to the issues with pollution, disease, and other impacts. So we are interested specifically in the goal 2, ensuring the environmental sustainability and public safety, and BMPs. I mean, I think BMPs, as we've kind of discussed, are woven amongst a number of these policy issues. So with the possibility of the BMPs, well, I guess they are on hold. Maybe there's discussion today, but they have been on hold since 2020. I think with the action plan, I think that's another way to address it. And it's our hope that they are, the plans are measurable, enforceable. It's not just voluntary reporting. We do plan to continue to engage on the action plan and just hope that there's robust public engagement before any drafts are finalized. Okay, so now I'm going to speak just on behalf of our organization. I just want to thank Chief Cord for your critical enforcement work, Mr. Lovell for your presentation, and also welcome to Ms. Newell. I'm so glad to see the Sea Grant program is still very alive. So related to BMPs, we have been involved all the way since 2015. So I know how long the process has been going on. And I just want to say that I do think that a good path forward could be incorporating it into lease conditions, as there's been a little bit of discussion about. It seems like the easiest way would be lease renewals or new leases. Related to, that seems like such a big question. How much funding is needed? I mean, one thing that comes to mind for me on the monitoring side is just, I would think that the Department of Commission needs to have a boat and it be on the water, or some entity like that stuff. And I know there's I know there's, and be able to use it and have travel expenses. And, I know all these are, if we're dreaming, right?
For the boat for us, I'm not gonna do that.
What?
So you're gonna have to go argue with the legislature for a boat for us. I'm not gonna make that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to say, I don't want to see, I know CEQA is expensive, but I am not happy to see the rollbacks to CEQA. It's not something that I want to see undercut. And then, we were heavily involved in the public interest, aquaculture guidance. I guess that is something that has been completed. I know it felt like it took a long time, but, related to those 6 considerations, BMP, one of them is BMP measures. So I think that's another pathway. And I think that's another pathway. And just, again, I want to make sure that they're measurable, enforceable reporting, they're not just, that there's some meaning behind them. And I think I think Randy, you and I have talked about this, but in terms of, I think there can be flexibility, like making sure that there is a plan in place. And then of course the leaseholder can figure out, what BMPs they need for their lease. And I think just a couple more things, but the increased coordination among state agencies, I think is critical. I mean, I think we were so focused on BMPs, and then we saw the Coastal Commission doing a whole overhaul of the state and putting in stronger coastal development permit conditions. So it seems like those are something that can be looked to for these lease updates, and it doesn't have to be like a reinvention of the wheel. And I hope you get the grant. I know everybody else was saying a letter of support. I know, capacity is tight, and so fingers crossed, I know that would help a little bit. So I think, the department and commission staff for the engagement on these issues, and I know they have taken quite some time. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Ashley. Kala.
Right, Cal Allison. That was really fast. I don't know if I can talk that fast.
I know everyone wants to go home.
I'm Executive Director of Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. Thanks OPC for all the strong work you're doing. I agree that interagency coordination is really important. I'm excited that we have the MPA statewide leadership team that can do that. I'm excited that we actually have a work plan that can act as a roadmap. I think that's important to have, and just excited to get to work on that for the next, I think it's the 4-year plan for this next one. And really appreciate all the work that law enforcement division does, really getting out there, getting in the field, protecting our natural resources. Unfortunately, it's been brought up through just a lot of different means that your uniform also looks a lot like another law enforcement agency that also happens to be out there. And there is some just confusion that's been brought up about, fish and wildlife officers being out in the field and their role in potentially assisting with immigration actions, despite the legislation, or excuse me, not legislation, but the code that says state officers cannot. And I'm just wondering if there's a way for the chief perhaps to just address some of that, maybe at a future Fish and Game Commission meeting, just to talk about the role, because I know there's just a lot of concern with the public, especially when there's resource actions and also agricultural areas or other areas with subsistence fishing, whether that can just, put some just concerns to rest or some questions that people have about the roles of law enforcement, specifically California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Law Enforcement Division, vis-a-vis other law enforcement agencies. And, maybe that can be addressed in a future meeting.
Do you just want to just say real quick there?
Yeah, I could say something really quick. Question like that is probably more appropriate for Chief Arnold or Deputy Chief Manis or a PIO, but I'll give a very kind of high level perspective. So it was in 2023, the legislature passed, it was Government Code 7284.6. And that law says what local California, state and local agencies can and can't do with immigration enforcement. And each agency adopted a policy based on that legislation. And so I'll just say very high level, if there's someone from the public sees one of our officers or any state or local peace officer doing something that isn't in line with their policy or in regards to this particular government code, that there's an appropriate, citizen complaint format. We have citizen complaint forms online available. You could call, submit one by email. And that's probably the best way to address it if you feel an agency or an officer is acting out of policy in regards to that law. I don't want to get into specifics, but there have been some confusion with our officers looking like other federal agencies, and we're usually not involved with that. But that's probably the best high level answer that I can give. And again, state and local agencies are limited by that particular section of code and what they can and can't do.
If you can't answer this, don't. But my question real simply would be, to your knowledge, has law enforcement in the department been involved in the immigration activities?
I'm not going to get into specifics. Generally, the answer is no.
That's what, where it's just, yeah. I mean, if there's an emergency life situation, I can imagine that's where the exception is.
We work with federal officers all the time, right. And we provide support to officers that are in need of our assistance. But the work is limited per how the government code is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's just helping.
Yeah, just communicating that. I think it would be beneficial to the division to make sure that's known. And so if you want to talk to maybe Nate about it, about whether or not you want to come back and talk about it, that'd be helpful. Because I think it's just in the public relations interest of your department to have it known.
Sure, that's something I'll bring up to the chief.
Great, thank you.
Great. No, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's turn to Bernard, please, online.
Hello.
Bernard, or is he? There we go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. Put me in, coach. My name is Bernard Friedman. I'm the owner operator of Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. So I've seen the writing on the wall. I was in graduate school in 1999 and, recognized that aquaculture was going to be important for the future of our society. And so, I've been operating an offshore shellfish farm for the past 23 years. And I've been doing it successfully and economically. And I play by the rules, and I do everything that's asked of me. And so it's very frustrating when nobody asks my opinion. As a participant, as a leaseholder, nobody asked me anything. Nobody's come out to my farm. I mean, Craig's been out to my farm. That was maybe 12, 15 years ago. Randy once. But I'm so uninvolved in the leasing process. I'm really frustrated by that. So nobody asked my opinion. And the grower most of all has the whole picture of what's involved on how to do aquaculture in California. I mean, we talk to all the different agencies. We know how it all works and how it all interplays and works together. And so it's really frustrating. I am an expert. I have a graduate degree in fisheries management. I saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. We need to develop sustainable aquaculture. I'm operating a farm offshore and for 23 years, and nobody asked me. Nobody bothers to ask me about how do you do it. And I do have answers. I have lots of answers. And of course I can't do it in this one meeting, but it'd be great to be more involved, especially with the aquaculture action plan. Please reach out and involve me. I have answers to your problems, and we could do aquaculture economically. And I've been trying to hint at this for many, many years. And so, there's so much there. I mean, I just listened to the MRC meeting where is basically you're trying to reproduce abalone, sea stars, kelp. You're basically doing aquaculture. Salmon in California, that's aquaculture. I mean, you're basically doing aquaculture, but you don't have a plan to move forward with it. And even Commissioner Scalar, he's like, how do you combat climate change? You do it with aquaculture. But you have to, these plans take a long time to develop. And one of the egregious things that I have with the program is we do not hold these aquaculture development committee meetings. We're supposed to be doing this twice a year. Aquaculture development committee meetings. Our aquaculture coordinator is supposed to be holding these meetings to get the input from the industry. And I don't even talk with our aquaculture development, our program manager. I feel completely disenfranchised. We don't have a program. Yes, I mean, we don't have a program. But I do have answers. I have lots of answers. Just nobody ever bothers to ask me, and so that's why you guys are in the dark, because it's just like you guys are just talking heads talking with one another, but you don't know the realities of how to actually make it happen. And I have the answers. And I'm just putting together a presentation where I do want to start sort of community supported kelp farm off the coast of Santa Barbara. We're going to do it in its infancy, and the best thing for me that I could do is just to lead by example. And that's what I've been doing for 23 years, leading by example. And so, and you do it one step at a time. You don't panic and go all crazy about it, but you do have to make progress is made in increments. And you guys have not made any progress in 15 years. So all of a sudden, you're going to overreact and do something crazy I actually took the time to go to Sacramento, and that was a crazy idea to put someone who's never done aquaculture and to make this like really expensive leasing program that was basically, he could not make his money back on that. And that was just like, that's not a plan. So what was I gonna say? So there are ways to make it affordable and doable and a small scale. And you just have to lead by example, and you actually have to do something. There's and I guess I'll just wrap it up. I could just keep talking, but I guess that's it. I mean, the only other thing I'd like to say is I just want to acknowledge that we went through the biggest paralytic shellfish poisoning event in Southern California this spring. I mean, I came off of the MRC meeting, sent in a shellfish sample on that Monday, and Tuesday I was shut down with paralytic shellfish poisoning, and the numbers were through the roof in April. And nobody's acknowledging it. I mean, I made a report in May to I send every year. I send in an annual report to the 7 different agencies. I said, like part of my report was like, yes, I didn't have any marine mammal entanglements, but I just witnessed like thousands or hundreds of marine mammals dying all over the beaches. And then they all cleared out. They all just like vanished for 2 months. And I'm like, and people are like calling it demonic acid event. I'm like, no, I'm sending in samples. My shellfish are testing really high for paralytic shellfish poisoning, and nobody's even talking about it. And so, if nothing else, aquaculture provides a community service by actually warning, just like my previous. The guy who started my lease, he sued all the wastewater treatment plants to get them to clean, to get them to do secondary wastewater treatment. And so he did a massive public service by acknowledging that, the public was polluting the water and it was unhealthy to grow shellfish there. And he put a stop to that. And aquaculture has the power to do all these things, these benefits for the community and for the community. And just one more thing, aquaculture reduces fishing pressure on wild resources. So if you want to conserve the resource, you have to have a sustainable aquaculture program. I mean, that's just like one of the basic things that farmers, that as a society we figured out. Like we couldn't keep hunting the resource and have a society. Like we had to have farming. So we have to have an aquaculture component to our fishing community to conserve and bolster and renew. Okay. I'll be done. But yeah, so
All
I
right, thanks.
got my point across. I wish you reach out to me, and thank you very much. You'll be hearing more of me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thanks, Bernard.
Question for Randy.
Okay. I was just gonna say one thing in response. You know, I think it's a good point. I mean, I'm excited to hear that Bernard has all the answers. And I think about when we are doing an FMP, we are talking to fishermen who participate in that fishery. When we talk about abalone, we talk about working and collaborating with divers, you know, so I totally agree. If we're doing something like an aquaculture action plan or BMPs, we certainly ought to be talking to lots of different people, including those who are having success in doing what they're doing. So I just wanted to say that, and please take it away.
Is there a requirement that there are 2 annual meetings a year or 2 meetings a year on with the industry? Is that, you said there's some others are required?
There is in statute an aquaculture development committee. It describes who's involved. It includes at least 12 members of industry, a couple people from the university, including extension, and the 5 regulatory agencies, plus a representative from the legislature. The ADC, the development committee met last May to re-engage after a hiatus of that committee. Its effectiveness was marginal, and so we stopped for a while and then restarted. But I don't have an updated roster or date for the next meeting to give to you. But yes, there is a guidance in the statute to meet twice a week. Yeah, we also have a disease committee similarly described, and our disease committee has been heavily engaged, and that's really kind of dominated more of our focus at the moment.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Art CV.
Last speaker of the day.
Can we unmute Art?
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I okay? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm gonna cast a shadow on Randy today and say that he and I went to graduate school together a long time ago, and during our coursework, we had professors who were telling us that aquaculture was going to be the blue revolution and it was going to feed the world, and then in our second year of my master's program, the salmon farming came online and was very controversial. And I remember talking to Randy and others and saying, isn't the industry going to rebut some of this stuff that's being said about it? And they never really did. They thought it was going to go away, but it hasn't, and it has really changed everything, especially in California. But today I know we have lots of states, for example, some rogue states on the eastern coast of our country that actually allow seaweed farming and shellfish farming, and so I think those are some examples that perhaps could inform how our aquaculture industry could be managed. I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the only job offer I had coming out of when I had a master's was cleaning catfish tanks for $4 an hour. And I went and worked in Ecuador and ran a shrimp farm for 10 years to get experience. I came back and got involved in the abalone, which I've been doing for 30 plus years. And I just, extremely discouraging to see just the complete stoppage of marine aquaculture in California. And I'm sure it's frustrating to Randy, and I'm sure it's frustrating to Commissioner Sklar. And I appreciate your concern and hope you wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Art. We don't have a recommendation on this. Eric, I don't know if you want to put a finer point on some of the direction that you gave earlier, just so it's captured.
I'm good. I think I made, yeah.
Okay.
And I think the process is good. I appreciate what's been said.
I would love clarity about what the committee would like to see from staff in November.
Right.
On,
Well, you
I
had
mean,
some requests about VMPs, for example.
no, I-
Investments and.
No, I'm okay with the process that OPC is doing, that we're gonna see. If our update in November, we can hear this timeline of when we expect to see the action plan done and the piece component of it kind of focused on, that'd be helpful, but that's okay for now. I was persuaded by the process that we're gonna get an answer on the scope soon. And the question then is what's it gonna cost?
Well, I would add, I mean, it seems like it'd be easy to pull together just like a roster of what leases we manage and when they expire, when they're up for renewal. That seems very reasonable.
Sure.
So we can at least get a sense of the future if we wanted to bake BMPs. And then I think it was, somebody said, we don't have to completely reinvent the wheel, right? We do have these coastal development permits that Coastal Commission has been working on, and pulling some from that, maybe it's not as hard as we think.
Right, to your point though, pulling those and then having conversations with the various stakeholders who are affected by it, right? That's another component. So yes, we can easily pull those. Then we have to start the process of then engaging in that dialogue.
But again, we have to do that to renegotiate a lease anyway, don't we?
Yeah, and Mike, I'd be shocked if there's not a list already. I mean, if Randy doesn't have a list that says these are all the leases we have, this is when they expire.
Yeah,
You can't just email us that.
We have that at hand. The challenge here and what we talked about in the very beginning of this whole process is that these leases come up for renewal over an extended period of time. Practices change. We want things to stay innovative. We want them to be doing the best practices as times change. And so for us to focus on outcomes that we would like to see is far better. And if we can establish and define those outcomes and not implement them as leases come up, because it extends over, we're talking about maybe 10 or 15 years to implement it. And what we think today is appropriate may not be what we think is best 5 years from now. And are we gonna go back and renegotiate all those leases we did 5 years ago? No, it makes more sense for us to
You just say in the
get
list,
some standards.
you just say in the list, they have to comply with current standards in one line.
Exactly.
That's all you do.
Exactly.
But
Incorporate our
you can also have an exhibit that say, at the signing of the lease, these are the current standards.
Yes.
That's just not.
Yes, there's a way to do it. I agree with you, and do it efficiently. It's just I'm not buying into, the way we administer it in the leases. Take some finesse.
That's all really important, but all we're asking for is a list of all the leases and when they expire. I think that's all we're asking for right now, right? Which I'm sure you can just send us, right?
Got it, yeah.
Terrific. All right, well, with that, it brings us to our final agenda item of the day. This is agenda item number 8, future agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this topic, please join us at the table. If you'd like to speak on this topic on Zoom, please raise your hand. I'm going to hand it over to Susan to take us through this agenda item. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. I am still here and I'm very excited to bring you this final item. So, in your meeting materials, under item 8, future agenda items, we have a copy of the current work plan and that has the topics referred by the commission, to the committee, and a timeline of anticipated dialogue. And that's a 3 meeting process, 3 meetings that are shown there. Currently there is the November has just a handful of discussion items, including MPA decadal management review petitions, depending on what the commission decides to do for that process. Red abalone restoration plan update as discussed today. And then we will add, it sounds like we're adding scheduling the aquaculture update related to the action plan and BMPs. So we can add those to the work plan and propose that to the commission. And then there are 2 updates, just updates on KRMP development, as well as the bycatch evaluation for trawl. So much lighter than today, hopefully. I mean, like, excuse me.
Yes, hopefully.
Well, and the Coastal Fishing Communities Project, can you clarify for us what that looks like? So today was an asterisk, or this meeting was meant to be an asterisk, which meant written or oral agency update. But
Yeah, it's a placeholder depending on, we've been working with OPC and, RLF on some potential investments.
okay, I would say for me,
Yeah, we can keep it light.
unless we're gonna do something, like, I would like to do something on it, but if we don't need to have it on the agenda just to keep getting updates every meeting, I would say potentially. So if there's some proposed action.
Yep.
Do we think that's likely?
TBD, so we'll take that under advisement.
What do you think, Eric?
Sorry, perspective.
Oh, I didn't mean to bust you on that, but I was just saying the coastal fishing communities project, super important. You know, and if we're going to have it as a discussion item, I think it should be because we're recommending or contemplating some kind of action on it.
I see. So one of the aspects that we've been noticing is that it's nice, this is one of the actions, well, we can bring this up at probably 5:47 PM. It's not the best time to.
What Susan is referring to is that this is staff and agency updates. It's not action items specifically for the committee. It's really an opportunity for all these various agencies and whether it's the OPC or the department, different programs, or commission staff to provide you with an update on the status of things, not necessarily asking you to do or.
But the status of that agenda item feels like it is often the same. It's an update on the same, it's a similar update.
I even came away today after hearing Melissa from Monterey talking very depressed because Monterey was kind of, I've been holding up as an example of a successful fishing communities where they've done so much, and you look at their path.
Well, we
Yeah.
know it's an issue, but I would like to do something that's solutions oriented.
Okay, yeah, that's my point is that we've been working on this for a very long time. It is really just updates all the time on a plan that we don't have much ability to do much about. Unfortunately, unless we can think of something, I'd be really happy to brainstorm for some ideas. We can do it. All I've seen is that things keep getting worse and worse in each district. And when I see it get worse in one of the two most successful, fishing ports in the state, it makes me really wonder whether we can do anything about that and whether we should spend our time on it.
That document has like 11 or 13 or something potential actions.
Yes.
Those exist. Yes, please, Craig.
So to me, implementing the fishing community policy isn't just like a side thing. It should be as part of every discussion we have. So like when we were talking about coonstripe today, I was thinking about the fishing community policy. We
Totally,
were talking
yes.
about restricted access. It's like, well, we're talking about barriers to entry. So
Yes.
I think that it should be a thread that
Right.
is ingrained.
To that, Craig, maybe every time we have a fisheries discussion, we should, like you want a sequel, analysis, there have to be certain, things addressed. Maybe the economic impact on this, what fishing communities does this impact? And what is the impact of this plus or minus? So it's something we consider just to bring it to our attention every time. Maybe that's the answer.
And I don't know how I think it'd be hard to quantify, but I think we can weave it into the discussion. Just have it something that
But call it out.
Yeah, something
But
to think
that's
about.
standard 399.
Well, but that's an economic impact.
I'm talking about in the staff report, a paragraph, with a bold, a paragraph thing, impact on communities impacted. And then 3 or 4 sentences
Provide
from your expertise and input from your discussions with the stakeholders, well, what this is, so we can.
I mean, we should be doing that with our Jedi policy too. That's what these policies are for, is to be the through line for every agenda item we do. But having it as a standalone, just to say, well, everything's terrible and it's another death by 1,000 cuts. I'm not saying that's not important, but I think as a standalone agenda item, unless we're gonna talk about something new.
Or something we can do something
Or
about.
something positive and action oriented.
So staff has thought, one of the strategies is to meaningfully and consistently engage with coastal fishing communities, to learn what's important to them, to hear their solutions. We, as staff, don't have the resources to formalize kind of outreach meetings with stakeholder, communities on a regular basis, but the MRC happens 3 times a year. So we have, identified it as a potential tool to spotlight something and to give some space for community members to come and speak about what's on their minds.
We certainly shouldn't do it at 5:45 anyway.
Absolutely not, yeah. So that was the intent behind it, and we are open to other approaches completely. Obviously, you are the decision makers. We are here to, serve you. Hi, Chris.
So, thank you for allowing me to speak again. In listening to what took place the entire day, kind of brings me back to where I started. And what we all recognize that a budget document is kind of a moral document, right? We hear that a lot nowadays. How we invest our funds is an indication of what we prioritize collectively, right? And right now, when we're talking about this situation, I've seen the Ocean Protection Council, and it was only one meeting that I attended, but they allocated $4.5 million to MPA management. And they allocated $2.5 million to fisheries management. Okay, repeatedly, Craig has said that we need resources that are being diverted for the MPA petition process. And I'm only interested in the most egregious petitions that take space away from commercial fishers, right? And that's directly involved in our community policy, right? One of my objectives as a commercial fishing representative in Santa Barbara is to oppose the MPA proposed for the carp reef. Why? Because we can't lose any more area, right? We're being attacked from all sides. As you heard from Monterey, it isn't just the resources that are struggling. It's the attacks on the area that we have available for us to fish by other industries. Offshore wind, wave energy proposed for state waters. The list is long. AOAs off of Ventura. You've heard me say this before. So as a fishing community representative, let's prioritize the things that we keep hearing can't be pursued that are essential for good coonstripe fish management, for all these things that are being talked about today that we're saying, no, we can't do it. We can't even write good leases for aquaculture. And Bernard's saying, I know how to do it. These leases, we could write these leases and they could be profitable for people to go do this kind of stuff. Let's stop with diversion. We have an award-winning MPA network. Why are we killing ourselves over 4 ridiculously aggressive petitions that want to take additional space away from us when we're already under threat of losing immense amount of space due to all the other things that we're opposed with? And
There's a very long answer to that, Chris.
Yeah.
We can talk about it offline.
Yeah, well, it's a prioritization. It fits under this.
It's not entirely our prioritization either. If wind farms are necessary to reduce CO2 so the oceans have life in them, then that is a priority that the legislature chooses, not us. Just for instance, you talk about being under threat from wind farms. So, but the MPA petitions, we have to accept the petitions we get, and we have to deal with them. That we don't have a lot of choice over that. But I understand your frustration. We're all frustrated by the lack of resources to do what's necessary.
I just want to clarify something. We're talking about our work plan right now, what shows up on the agenda for the November meeting. I very much care about coastal fishing communities, and I think anyone who has seen me on this commission over the last 6.5 years would believe that that's true. I'm not saying we shouldn't care about that and we shouldn't prioritize that. I am saying we should be that policy should be the through line for every issue we consider. And unfortunately, whenever we have this on the agenda, we don't use that agenda space we don't really use that space on the agenda to have some kind of additional thoughtful discussion. If we want to decide that agenda item is going to mean something and we're going to do something with it, we should do that. But as it is now, we get an update and we don't really have a lot of discussion and we move on.
I'm agree. So let's remove that as a standing agenda item and have a single discussion about how we're going to integrate it into our actual action of it as a commission, as a committee.
Or if we decide we're ready to, in that original document from like 2019, if we're ready to prioritize some of isn't it like 12 different actions that are in there?
Several of them are underway and some of them have been accomplished. So we can provide an update on those.
That would be very helpful.
So why don't we provide that update?
That would be very helpful.
We can identify the things that haven't gotten traction or that we've been talking about that are options and you can.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Terrific. I love. Yes, Donna. Hello, welcome. You've been so patient all day.
So I was so excited to have coastal fishing communities, that policy like passed in 2019. But like so many other people, like there hasn't been much movement. I was excited to see the presentation, but I'm super sad that she did that work in 2017 and it's gotten worse and we're 8 years later. So for me, being in a big coastal fishing community, I would beg you to leave it on your agenda for MRC because that's why we come. We want to talk about these problems that we have in our coastal communities. And if something comes up, like I just don't want you to take it off the agenda. It's way too important. So please leave it on the agenda. We have big issues and I would like to go through those items to see where we can help.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
I just don't want it to be a throwaway agenda item that doesn't
Very
really get used. And I think what we're talking about right now is putting on the agenda item and actually dusting off the old set of action items and talking about what's underway, what hasn't been. Do we want to prioritize some of those steps? So it will be on the November agenda. I appreciate your sharing that. Thank
To
you.
that point, your point, I gotta be frank, anything after 4 o'clock to me is kind of throwing it away, because I've lost brain power after 8 hours or 9 hours, these kind of discussions. So to me, I'm just taking for the fact that anything after 4:30 is a throwaway to me in terms of my ability to focus on it, think about it, for the record. And we only had 4 or 5 agenda items today, and we're still at 6 o'clock. You gotta figure out a better way to
And
manage this.
here's Keith.
And here I'm jumping in once again. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna beat off Chris, but I agree, like we need to look out for the fishermen, and in Monterey, like I have experienced that too. Is the fishermen say like fishing is terrible. People have been there 40 years fishing, say it's just awful. And there, I got a notice on my phone today, there's some light boat just caught fire right there in the bay, you know, and they need help. And the Monterey Wharf, this came up in the news, I don't know if you know about that, is that there's all this deferred maintenance to the wharf. The commercial wharf needs $50 million worth of repairs, but they only make $1 million in commercial revenue from the fishery at the wharf. So what's your return on investment if you do that? So I've spoken to City of Monterey, County of Monterey about this problem. And
Hey Keith,
like,
I'm
look at
gonna ask you
something
to
new.
focus on future agenda items at our meetings, please.
Yeah, so
Please. You've had a lot of airtime today.
I understand.
We love having you here, but please can you focus on the agenda item?
Right, so the coastal fishing community need to have, like, you're looking for emerging issues that could benefit that fishery, the commercial fishers, and that's the regenerative fishery of purple oceans. And I've introduced that as a top to them, and it could benefit the fishery and make more money for the coastal community. So that's all. Yeah. Thanks.
I don't see any hands raised on the Zoom. So that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. We will recess until tomorrow.
So do you want to have a barred sand bass update?
No.
We got it.
Yeah.
Is it already on the work plan?
Oh, in the work plan.
Did you want to bring that?
Yes,
to the
yes,
next
yes, yes, please, in November.
Okay.
Yes,
Making
please.
sure that
Yeah,
got
thank you.
it.
Thank you for flagging that. Appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, so coastal fishing communities remains on the agenda with a new twist. We are going to bring out that document and especially look at it through a lens of what's going on that we said we wanted to prioritize. What haven't we prioritized that we could?
Fantastic.
Cause I just want to, I want to do something on it.
Yes.
Yeah, I want it to be a meaningful agenda item.
I mean, you said this already, but all we do is get an update about what, about the things are the same.
And we don't
And
have
we
a discussion about it. It just doesn't happen.
That's the waste of time. Let's make it a useful thing. And so it's gotta be earlier in the day. It's gotta be its own thing, or we could have one discussion about how it's gonna be integrated and not bring it up as a standalone ever again, because it's always part of every critical item that it applies to.
Okay. Perfect. So with that, we will recess for the day. We'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow.